Good morning. How's it going, everyone? Happy Sunday. It's actually morning, not night, not afternoon. Feel like I need to check my settings. I noticed that I'm like flipping up my head. I'm sitting too tall, apparently. Oh, Actually, I think what happened is my monitor got. That's what it is. The monitor got knocked down a little bit. There we go. Hey, alright, so there he is. Pretty sure I can confirm that is who I'm looking for. Rygard. Is going to be joining me at some point today and checking out our base, talking about cool stuff, talking about Factorio, talking about mods, talking about Pyanodons specifically. Hopefully not judging the base too much. I mean, you know, a fair bit of gentle ribbing is finally expected. But we all do that to each other already, so. Speaking of which, I have no idea what I was working on. Does anyone remember? I need coffee. I need so much coffee. Alright, Ming, I will add that to my list of notes to make sure. Cool. Alright. Well, I'm gonna go put another bit of coffee on while people connect. I'll leave the game paused for just a few more minutes so people can hopefully get caught up. I feel what's having trouble keeping up again already. I just like how you have to keep on trying to reconnect and then you'll get dropped. I don't know if that's something that we can fix. Oh, I want to talk more about the resource monitor mod. It doesn't really seem like we're getting much like benefit out of it, and it is costing some UPS, so trimming the fat seems quite reasonable to me. It's just one of those mods that people usually include with all multiplayer packs, just because. But my main issue with it, as I was explaining to Talkmore last night, is that the basic Factorio gameplay loop already solves the problem of resources being insufficient. Whether your iron supply is low because you aren't making enough iron, or because you need to tap more iron mines, or because your iron supply that you built earlier has depleted, either way, when you notice you don't have enough iron, you go get more iron, and that solves the problem. So knowing that your resources are about to go away is sort of irrelevant. You don't need to care. It's more output based to me. So I personally don't value the mod at all. I'd rather just get rid of it. Yeah, it's true. Right. I gotta practice in my head here. Rygard. Rygard. Got it. In my head, I've been saying Raygard all week, so Rygard. Yeah, base game Factorio added the functionality at some point. I remember a long time ago, you had to use mods for it, but if I'm not mistaken, didn't they? And by they, I mean Woob. Where is the deposit that I can look at? There's didn't I mine stone at the end of the bus? How much you want to bet it's right there in like like the only spot that doesn't have whatever. You can like circuit network mining drills and just have it do read resources of the entire patch. So yeah, that's really good functionality that got added to the base game. Lots of cool stuff got added to the base game for mods. Overrex says Rhaegar, so maybe that's canon. Well, I mean, that's why I asked you about how to pronounce it, because I could imagine it either way. I immediately thought it could be rye, like the bread, or it could be Ray because it's like R-A-Y and R-A-I are kind of the same. So yeah, I could go either way. If I say it wrong, I apologize, but people people generally like to be called by the correct pronunciation. A lot of people, when I was first starting out on YouTube, would pronounce my name Arumba. And it took me probably 10 real life years from when I first made my handle when I was like 13 years old, playing Warcraft 2 and Diablo and stuff, to realize that my own internal headcanon for how to pronounce my own name is actually wrong, and it probably should be pronounced Arumba. But I wrote it and spelled it the way that I did, and in my head, I thought it would sound like Arumba. So, totally get the issue. I'm going to get some coffee. I have returned. I still think of the Dragoon every single time I say that. Right, so I remember I made a to-do list for me. I had something, yeah, that doesn't need to happen anymore. And then we did that. Upgrade automation science pack stations to cranes. That's what it is. I need to upgrade that station. So that is what I shall do. Need to get another deposit. Whoa. Did we gain trash slots? That feels like way more trash slots than I remember. Yeah. There's like an extra... at least 2 rows, maybe 3? Nice. Yeah, there it is. Logistics robots. Character trash slots plus 30. Alright, need to grab a deposit or 10. I'll grab a few more of these. Just top off all the resources, you know, like you do. Oh my gosh. We have half of our construction robots not working right now. That's like the first time that's happened. I suppose that means we should also consider actually trying to make logistics spots. Oh, interesting. They also look different. They're basically the same. 2 batteries, steam engine. I guess the nichrome is probably the newest. It might be harder to make, but weren't we... We were ramping up battery production. I need to go build that lead mine. That we had kind of mathed out. Also, it's the beginning of a new day, so I should go look at it again and see how dumb I was being toward the very end, because, yeah, I think my brain had stopped working properly around the time that I was working on that. Also, where am I going? Where's automation science? Right here. I'm standing right next to it. Okay, more coffee. I'm awake. I'm awake. I'm awake. Okay, no trains en route, so I'm going to delete this. We're going to rip up the combinators. Fluid temp monitoring mod is needed though? Right, because we can only measure the temperature for... Base game only measures temperature for, like, nuclear stuff, right? Is that something we should maybe do soon then? Are there builds that could benefit from it already? Perhaps we should rehost and get that added. Alright. So the footprint should be about the same. But I think the easiest way to do this is just delete it all and redo the connections. A lot simpler when you only have the one warehouse. Okay. Like, perfect. So this actually worked out exactly the way I hoped it would. The blueprint book for the rail got deleted from my taskbar, prompting me to go get the updated copy. Good stuff. Okay, the resources this wanted was raw coal, iron plate, wood, and small parts. A little bit of iron. That one is brick. What? Am I also supposed to import brick? Hmm. Watch me have broken everything. Wouldn't surprise me. I don't remember. Pretty sure I didn't request brick here, but maybe I had. Welcome back, Ashnitz. Let's see, the amount of brick though. 40 slots times 1,000 times 1.5 trains. You need to request 60,000 brick. Alright.
It's over 9,000!
Alright, input station should be good. Just need to do some renaming. This is input station for automation science pack production. The pack station also for science, and this one still need to build it out. Gouger, 111 months. Wow, thank you so much. Happy Sunday. Gouger, how come I never see you join the Factorio lobby? What's it going to take to get you in here? You don't play? I know, I can tell. I can feel that. Seems that way. Interesting that all the science packs are on one side only. No that. No empty planter box because no brick. Why is there sand on my brick belt? How did sand get on the brick belt? That should not be possible. Ah, this is a freaking long belt. Well, I see sand here. It could theoretically... You don't suppose that the chutes are doing the thing... You know how chutes can do the weird thing on boilers? Here, they can do this. If I have a boiler and I feed it some sort of fuel. I've noticed that there's a difference between chutes and loaders. This is what chutes will do. Like they'll grab out of this side. Loaders don't do that. Never mind, I'm crazy. Loaders do that. That makes me wonder if there's some way that they're pulling out of not the output and they're grabbing sand and it got on the... Or perhaps it's this right here. I can see the brick. You're supposed to be in, out, out. In, out, out, in. I think it's that. That still doesn't really explain how the sand would have gotten onto the brick lines. Alright, well, let me just make sure the station's built properly and then I'll go figure it out. Oh, it was working so well for so long and then suddenly, it was incorrect. Just the tiniest little bit of sand somehow got in there and clogged up all these machines. I'm not sure that I fixed it. And I still need to go over there and, like, fix that one brick machine. What the hell is that? There's iron plate on the brick belt. Alright, something is definitely wrong. Oh, that's probably just from when I was resetting it up and I didn't pay close enough attention to reversing the input-output. That's a one-time thing, I think, there. I could do something like this and just like put a filter for bricks and have everything else go off just to guarantee it, but take me away. Where can I get the blueprint that you're using for train stations? So, here, I can perhaps... I don't think Twitch will have any issue with this. Nope. There's an issue with length limit. Aurum, have you been on Discord channel yet? I'll drop it into the Factorio Discord channel. Yep, so that's the version that we're using right now, and just to walk you through it real quick, we've got two main books. There's the main row book, alternate row book, and this is how you establish the train, like, brick grid that we're using. So, this first one, got, like, snaps along this row, but it doesn't let you snap to this row here. That's what the alternate book's for. And it snaps to that one, and just guarantees that you can't misplace them, and then depending on which one. So let's say that you're trying to build the train station input-output for this right here. It'll be that second book, alternate row, and then the second blueprint in it. Then just going down, you've got the train depot refueling station, which fits into a brick. And then you've got the trains themselves that come with, like, all the Cybersyn, like, logic or whatever is baked into the blueprint, so you don't have to really even understand how it works. Yep. Looks like WH Alt. Like, this still uses this is like the older design where we were using two warehouses. Probably just kept in the book for reference, while we still have some that are built that way. Archangel 007. I don't think I remember Angel's. Pretty sure Angel from Angel's Oars had like 6s in his name. You're not that angel, are you? Yeah, ARC 668. Yeah, I thought that was in there. Still, you're welcome. You're welcome to be here whether you are that angel or not. But yeah, you used to play. Well, feel free to join us. We're going to be playing all day, 6-7 hours. Till about 5-6 p.m. Eastern Standard. It's only 11 o'clock where I am right now, so today's going to be an extended session. Hence the stream title. Okay, so fixed the science, upgraded the science station to the newer build so that we actually have good throughput. Ba-bum. I kind of want to just, like, allow automation science packs to accumulate, because I know that as soon as we start working on the 4th science pack, and when all of the research is double from 3 science packs, 3 automation packs per to 6, we'll likely have to build another whole brick of this to make more automation science packs. But if I have a larger buffer, we'll have an easier time getting through the first few researches at least. And right now, none of the machines are even getting value, so let's store like 3 trains worth instead. For now. Nothing else is being used in that warehouse anyway. Sorry, the actual question was, is Pi compatible with Space Age? My understanding is that the Pyanodons primary mod does not require Space Age. We are using 2 mods that cause us, this pack, to require Space Age. We have elevated rails and something like enable feature flags. I don't remember exactly why, but yes. Spoilage, right, that's the other thing. I can use the spoilage mechanic, but that requires Space Age. We don't have spoilage turned on, which is... I didn't know enough about Pyanodons when I first started this save to know. I just used all the default settings, and the biters aren't enabled, and spoilage is not on. We don't have the hard version of Pyanodons. This is just easy Pyanodons. Just easy. Doesn't feel very easy. Yeah, just normal, totally easy, everyday Pyanodons. No spoilage, run, ruin, start over. We've been playing for 84 hours. I mean, I do think that if we were to actually need to start over from scratch, like, the amount of work that Talkmore did building this... Talkmore built this train plan for us, specifically for this map, this mod pack, so... Like... Now that that is done, like... Also, we didn't have chutes enabled. We didn't start with loaders. I miss that. I miss people running by each other at like 11,000 miles an hour. It was really fun. My immersion. Alright, I need to restock on... No, why do I have so many splitters again? Belt, though, yes. All of the belt. It would be nice to get a few logistic bots so that we can actually start requesting stuff. But to do that, I need to go and automate this lead mine, which I think was planned to be down here. I need to grab a bunch of fluid mining drills, and back to the sandbox world with me I go. Oh right, yeah, we were talking about how we're gonna get the niobium pipe to ground, and we can pipe weave soon. And this be useful. It's not even the whole build. It's perfectly ratioed. It's so pretty. Pipe weaving should be illegal. It should be, shouldn't it? But it's not. Bum bum bum. Alright, turn on brain. What? Okay, should I just stop trying to make this more square? I want it to be a square, you know? I want everything to be nice and organized, but it's just not. And I don't think it's gonna be. Also, I don't have the return belts set up properly. This is the return. As is that. This one is broken. It's all wrong. For the first time in 300 hours, you have circuits backed up. Oh wait, never mind, a belt was rotated. You like how Dyson Sphere does it? Fluids or items on where are on belts are just tiny in little tiny containers. Yeah, I think it's really a fascinating topic to talk about, like, how different mods. Let's let Breadbox actually finish catching up. Like Satisfactory, Factorio, Dyson Sphere Program, any other games that are in that type of genre, they all solve the same problem in slightly different ways. Like, another interesting discussion is how Factorio handles production modules versus how Dyson Sphere handles productivity as a concept. They do it in completely different ways, but both work. Well, I think this is at least back to functioning. It should be correctly ratioed now. Let's turn it on fresh, see how it does. I still really like this longer concept because it's ratioed so cleanly, but this only represents this and this, stage 1 and 2. It doesn't represent this part either, so it's like way too long for the train grids. At least this one, as a concept, will fit. If I just trim some of this part, in fact, I can do that right now, while the pipes are, while everything's empty. Ba-ba-bum. Alright, this whole thing should now fit very nearly. Very nearly. This is also an older station. Why are we using an old one? Old is wrong and bad. For testing. Need to grab... Oh hey! Rygard. 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 I know how to pronounce your name. One of these days. So, Rygard has a Twitch channel of his own. And apparently he's been playing Pyanodons, coincidentally. When I first talked to... I had first asked Clonan if he would like to, you know, join me in a call and talk about Factorio and maybe check out the save. He mentioned that he was unable to due to scheduling, but that Rygard was currently doing his own Pyanodons run, and he also said something specific. He said something about how you're cheerful or cheery, a more cheery personality than Clonan. Now that doesn't necessarily mean that you are cheery. you're just more cheery than Clonin. So if Clonin is 0 cheery, and you're like 0.01 cheery, technically you're more cheerful. But you see what I mean? So it's like that saying, couldn't care less. Not necessarily an indicator of cheerfulness. Alright, I'm just being silly now. Tuck these in, make some more space, make sure that I can get this damn thing to fit. And I know that the location in question that I'm trying to put it is going to be partially obscured by the actual resources themselves, being mined right here. I should probably move it to like the very bottom. Or maybe make it upside down and backwards. This could work. Of course, the input's on that side always, so slightly awkward. But it'll just have to be because that's where the lead is, you know? This one doesn't have any stations planned. It needs stations. Rygard, now that you're in the lobby, if you'd like to join me in comms at any point. Oh, there, right. Okay, sure. I'll join you in just a minute then. Wanted to mention... Oh. We have a general rule for this playthrough to not import blueprints. You're probably part of the default group, because that's the default group. I trust you, though, to not... not violate that, like, basic tenet. So if you wanted to show anything from your save and do whatever, feel free. Just be aware that we're letting people solve Pyanodons themselves and, you know, not just bring in all of their answers from previous playthroughs and stuff. But anything that's designed on the server is available for everyone else to use. That's why we have the shared train book and all that stuff. Yeah, I was gonna say, let me import my whole base real quick. That's Yep. What was I doing? Oh, right. I needed to do alternate row, brick input output. And... What are the resources that I'm going to need to import again? We need borax, graphite. I think that's it, just borax and graphite. Oh, and sand castings. Borax, graphite, sand casting. Okay, with the stations there. I think I'm gonna have to shuffle this whole segment down here, make space. Let me I'll join you as soon as I finish this just one more thing. I just gotta fix this one more thing. It's a classic factorial problem. Just 5 more minutes. I'm almost done. I gotta just 1 second. I'm almost just you know, I'm so close. It's almost done. I remember one of the first things that I had asked Rygard was like, you don't like like try not to judge the spaghetti too much, and something, don't be surprised when I get lost playing the game. You know, it's probably gonna happen. For sure. For real. Hopefully I did that right. Plate on the floor. Nice. Why is this backed up? Because the blueprint is blaborked. It is now slightly less borked. Probably correct. Okay, so for the fluids, yes, we'll need acetylene to do the mining. I've not reprogrammed fluid stations after the fact. I think I can figure it out. We also need to import hot air. Hot air. And I'm guessing it's just always negative 65,000 for fluids. This would normally get renamed. I'll just put hot here. Here also. Missing a couple combinators. Alright. I will go and attempt to build that now. You just realized that looking at your save probably can't happen because you can't host games on your internet. Interesting. Alright, well, let me hop into a call with you then. Rygard. Pronounced Rygard. Don't get it wrong. Hello.
Hello.
Rygard, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Thank you for doing this. This is awesome. We're excited to talk to you today.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. I will warn you, I'm slightly sick today, so I might be coughing a little, and I don't have global push to talk, so I might miss a couple of mutes. We'll see.
Not a problem at all. I've been sick for a couple weeks. I think I actually
man.
I think I got bronchitis and just sort of powered through it. Should have gone to the doctor, but didn't. And now it's too late, and I'm stubborn. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I've just been tanking it. I don't know. I need to get a test or something, but it might be the flu, but it's not that bad for me, thankfully. It's just a little bit of a sore throat.
It is going around. I'm gonna bump your volume up on my end a little bit. Just try to make sure.
Yeah, that's a common problem. I need a new microphone.
How's that, Twitch chat? Can you guys hear him relatively equal volume to my voice?
I wonder if I press this 48 volt button, what would happen to my microphone?
What kind of mic do you use?
Beats me. Some kind of... It's like the one where you'd like sing on a school stage, and they have it plugged into an XLR. And like you put it right next to your mouth. If I go all the way up here, I'm very loud.
Yeah.
But I usually sit back here.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. My microphone arm isn't long enough to put it closer to my mouth than this.
Cool. Well, where should we begin? I guess, let me give it another... I'm probably going to clip this part of the session and either put it on YouTube or at least just make it available on Twitch. So if people are watching or wanting to listen to this later, again, for introductory purposes, you are Rygard. You are a Woob developer. Is that how you would describe your position, or what would you call yourself?
Oh yeah, it's a pretty flat structure. I'm just a programmer. But
Sure.
yeah, that's correct.
When I say dev, I mean like people that do coding stuff, but I guess there's probably more technical terms then. Is that kind of the difference between programming and developing, or?
No. I mean, if you go into a big corporate structure, maybe, but at Woob, we're just all game programmers and we're just programmer, developer. It doesn't really matter.
Interesting. It's funny. I had the thought that you probably how do you even find time to code for the game when you're so busy playing Factorio all the time? Like, you guys just play the game mostly, right?
I haven't played for a month. I took some time off for Christmas, and I haven't gotten back into streaming yet because my life has been incredibly busy this month, and it's not looking to get any less busy next month. So.
And you just happen to be doing a casual Pyanodons run also for fun?
Yes.
Yes. Just a casual Pyanodons run with spoilage, apparently.
That's right. I never thought of myself as somebody who would enjoy playing Pyanodons, but here I am.
Yeah, I had heard about Pyanodons quite a bit over the years because I'm, on the subreddit and everything, and you see people posting about it, and it's like, oh god, I don't want to play Angel's Petrochem again. But it's not the same. Pyanodons is a different type of mod. A lot of animal murder for some reason. It's a surprising
unless you play
amount.
veganism.
Yeah, I've heard there's a veganism version of it, but it's a shocking amount of. I'm gonna go find the location in our base where there's just like ridiculous amount of flesh right here. Like, look at these belts. There's just bones and brains and flesh everywhere.
And you're not even playing with spoilage. When you have spoilage turned on, most of those spoil into jerky.
Right, and then you can feed the caravans jerky. I've heard.
Right.
Our caravans just eat brains. That's all they like.
Nah, that's fine. Jerky's a trap. Don't do it.
So I think that you are. Have you played Pyanodons before, or are you on a first time playthrough?
So it's a bit complicated. I started my Pyanodons run in 1.1 before 2.0 came out, and I got about 35 hours in, got to PyScience 1, and then I stopped because of Space Age, and then after 2.0 came out, I restarted the run. So I'm on my second run technically. I'm at 250 hours, but it's my first playthrough. Right,
and you're streaming your sessions on Twitch as well, but you are playing solo, or do you have like a group?
I'm playing solo, yes.
250 hours, and how does your base, would you estimate, like how does it compare to what this hodgepodge collection of noobs have done in 80 hours?
I think your base is more square footage than mine.
Yeah, okay.
But it's much lower tech. Like, how much logistics have you researched, actually? Oh, you've gotten into it a little.
Yeah, we kind of tried to, I think someone had pocket crafted the first 2 or 3 researches that were for the logistics pack, I think it's called. Yeah, logistics science pack, because we wanted, what was it? Fluid handling was one that was really important, and a couple others that, like, we're going to rethink the whole, how to process ore. So we sort of pocket cheated our way through that, and then, where am I going? I'm going to find the lead. There. I am so lost. Okay. Sorry. That'll happen, You know what? I'll just get in a train. Train will take me where I need to go. Much smarter. So, well, I have written down a whole bunch of questions just in case I do what I just did, where I get distracted by the game and forget what I was saying, and so I'll try to keep us like moving in a direction that feels productive. But if there's anything at all that you ever want to bring up or discuss, I'm just gonna try to keep things moving. But there's really no specific goal to this call other than just to get to hang out with the person that works at Factorio.
Yeah, I mean, oh dang it, 1 sec.
Little coughing? No worries.
Yeah, badly timed cough. You don't need to interview me for 7 hours straight. It's fine.
Well, I'm a Factorio player, so I want to have a plan.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to do anything else today anyway, so I might as well just hang out here, I guess.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're welcome also to do some work, like go build stuff.
Work for me, peasant.
Exactly. But yeah, so I had already asked you over text earlier, like how long you've been working for Whoop, and you said you started March 2023.
Yes.
Where
It's
were
been
you?
almost 3 years. That's kind of crazy to think about.
So, well, like, if however much you're able to say, like, how involved were you with like Space Age and like all that? Were you, um, like, what is it that you do on a day-to-day basis when you work for Whoop? When you work
What do
on
you do with your
Factorio?
life?
Yeah, like,
Uh,
do you work from home? Do you go? Do you commute? I know you live in the U.S., but like, how does that work?
yeah, I live in the mountains time zone. I work remotely 95% of the time, but I get to go to the office in Prague a couple of times a year. It's pretty fun. Basically, I get work subsidized trips to Europe every year. It's really nice.
That is awesome. Yeah, I've been blessed a few times to get invited to game conventions and like press type stuff in Europe, and it is wonderful to go over there. I've never been to anything that Whoop has hosted, but I have been to Prague, so
Oh, I'm sorry we didn't invite you to the LAN party. That would have been fun. There's a lot of people that we forgot to invite, I think.
well, in defense of that forgetfulness, if we're calling it that, I had not really been hugely playing Factorio for quite a while. I'm
Oh, I see.
more of a Paradox interactive junkie. Generally speaking, I'd say like 80 to 90% of the content that I've ever done has been for Paradox Interactive. But when I get into Factorio, I fall into the deep end.
I see.
And
Yeah, that's probably why you weren't invited then.
yeah, Conan did reach out to me before Space Age, and like he personally offered me a key and like wanted to make sure I was going to check it out. So I appreciate that a lot. I have had pretty good direct contact with quite a few of the developers back when Factorio was first being written. Like I remember downloading, you know, the newest beta version from the Factorio website before it was on Steam and all that. In fact, I was involved like with multiplayer for the very first time. Like I helped them stress test, like, I forget exactly who it was. I don't think it was Clonin. I'm really bad with names too, so that doesn't help. But I remember we got like 159 people to join, and that was way more than they expected to try to test with. And they were just like, wait, it's still working though. This is working way better than we thought it would. And suddenly Factorio multiplayer was actually a concept that could work. That was pretty fun. I liked being involved with that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm not huge into multiplayer myself. I almost exclusively play single player, but the occasional multiplayer is fun. I remember back when I think it was 0.16 version, I liked Diggy a lot. I would play on the Red Moon Diggy servers, and because I thought that was a really fun scenario. And I was playing Diggy when 0.17 was released.
I think I might have jumped into one of those lobbies not too long ago. Is that the one where like is there like a train that moves through the mountains and you have to there's so many cool mods. I don't know for sure if I'm thinking of the right one actually.
You are playing underground, and all of the resources are mixed together. And
Sounds like
your stream just died.
Oh, strange.
But yeah, you're underground, and you have to place pillars to keep the roof up. Otherwise, it collapses.
Trying to get the stream back up. Weird that the phone call is fine.
Is the phone call taking all of your upload?
No, shouldn't be. Discord's very light on resource issues.
What is your upload, by the way?
I have 1 gigabit down, but it's only like 35 megabit up.
Oh, DSL moment.
Yeah, it sucks. I can't do anything about it, sadly. The only option is location that I live now. I'm back
My
up in
brother
Michigan.
is stuck in the same situation, and it sucks.
Makes me want to move to Europe. There are places in like Poland that have better internet for 20 bucks, 20 euro, you know.
Yeah, I think one of my friends was telling me, I think it was Fagart in the chat actually, was telling me, maybe, that you can get like 20 gig internet for residential where they live.
Yeah. Oh, it saddens me, the state of infrastructure and stuff like that in the US, but that's maybe not the safest topic to go down
I was gonna say you live in Michigan. Oh.
Yeah, like right now with everything else that's going on, I don't want to make things too political or whatever in regards to the
Politics
US.
on my stream, and never have I ever.
Never have I ever.
Wait, this is your stream.
Well, you're welcome to stream as well if you want. I mean,
Nah, that's fine.
it's your prerogative.
I'm just watching one of your trains zoom around right now. It's not that interesting. I mean, it's very interesting.
So what kind of like base plan do you like to typically use? Are you a spaghetti player? Do you have a bus? Do you have a plan?
My base right now is a mix mash of all of the above. It started spaghetti, then I did a bus, and then now I'm doing a train city block.
Okay, so you kind of can appreciate the train bricks, as we call them, approach. This decentralized. It's like a decentralized bus in my head, because you put it all on the train network, and that's kind of the same thing as sending it all to the bus.
Yeah, trains are like incredible for Pyanodons. Can't imagine playing the mod without them.
Now, do you have? We ran into an issue though, where let me see if they're still right here. So there's this station, and we realized that you don't actually get inserter stack size bonus until like the 4th or 5th science pack or something. And when it came to throughput, especially with like ash and brick stuff that stacks to 1,000, we were calculating it's going to take our trains like an hour to unload of real life time.
Huh?
So we ended up getting a mod called Trains, which we did that for. I want to say it's for the UPS purpose, like we want the game to run better, but also they're just really good. And like,
Yeah, I was using them for a while. They are pretty good. I decided to get rid of them though at the end. I don't even have loaders. I'm just using inserters.
yeah, that was actually another thing I just was thinking about. I'm kind of curious. Do you, how do you like to do your trains? Do you have mods that help you, like Logistic Train Network or Cybersyn?
Nope.
Or
I
just
do
all
vanilla train interrupts,
Okay.
and it's working pretty well so far.
But
Yeah.
I remember when Space Age came out. I want to say one of the few people that actually attempted to use the how do you call that system where you can use the to click on a train. Click
Interrupts?
on, find a train. Yeah, the dynamically targeted stations and stuff.
Yeah.
Where like I had my trains go to a depot, and then they would, while they were at the depot, they would get a signal pass through and then get dispatched that way. And it works, but like I'm not sure if we could do everything that we're doing currently in this save with vanilla, and if we could, I'd be curious to see how. Like, you sound like you're doing it that way, but we have Cybersyn, which does something. I don't know.
I mean, your guys' train network is more mature than mine. Because I researched all of logistics science before I started building my train base. Or not quite, but I just finished the last logistics science research in my latest stream, and I'm nowhere close to being able to build Pi 2 yet, so I'm gonna be not researching anything for like 100 hours.
Well, that's
So my point being that your guys' train network is probably more mature than mine already, so you have more experience with Pi trains than I do at the moment.
Oh, all right. How many? Yeah, like
I
Talkmore
think I have.
is the one who understands Cybersyn mod, and it could maybe explain better why we have it versus trying to do it with the vanilla interrupts. But it seems like every time a mod comes up with a concept that the base game doesn't have, the base game either ends up incorporating it or doing it better at some point. Like,
Well, better is one way to put it, I suppose. It's not always better.
like
Usually is, but not always.
Talkmore, if you don't mind chiming in, could you, like, in a sentence or two in chat here, explain why we have Cybersyn? Like, why is it that we feel that we need it? Kind of curious.
I keep thinking you're telling me to talk more. I'm like, huh?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's his actual name. talk more.
I realized, but yeah, right now in my game, I have 212 trains and 126 stations.
You have 200 trains, but you think our network is more mature. Really?
You're doing a lot more shipping by train than I am at the moment.
Why do you have 200 trains then?
Because I can't reuse trains, or you can. The way that you have to do interrupts, or at least the way that I'm doing it, is the train doesn't wait at the depot until it has somewhere to go. The train will go to a loading station as soon as it has a free space. So, and I don't have any buffers on my inputs or output stations.
Okay.
So it just unloads directly from a train onto a belt, and that goes directly to the factories. So the trains for me are the buffer. I have 2 trains per station, so that another train can immediately replace the one that just left, and that serves as the buffer for the station.
Okay, but you're passing a signal through, and then like it's not like you're manually signing 2 trains to every single station. You're just
No, it's interrupt based.
Train limit. Yeah.
Basically, I can explain it real simple. Hopefully, let's see. I just have a generic loading station, and the train will go there. And then I have full cargo inventory or circuit signal check is greater than 0. And then there's 3 interrupts. There's a refuel interrupt, there's a deliver interrupt, and there's a nap time, which is the depot. Basically, I don't know how deep you got into interrupts, but the game has these generic wildcard interrupts. You have one for items and fluids and stuff.
Yeah, I've used those. I got as far.
Okay, yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
I tried
that's the whole system.
Where I ran into problems with it, and I think where I stopped really when Space Age first had come out was I was connecting all of my stations to radar, and then like broadcasting the availability of stations over the radar, over the red wire, and then passing that through the depot where the trains would decide what to do. And
I see. So you're trying to do it like Cybersyn. It
got confusing because, like, there's only 2 colors of wire, and like you couldn't. Cybersyn. I'm not going to be able to describe this very well, but my understanding with Cybersyn is that like, I don't know if you still have my stream open, but it's basically showing like everything that's in the whole train network. And again, I could do this in vanilla. I just could wire up every station and then pass it through radar. But it does that automatically, and then there's some way that we can create blocks so that like trains don't necessarily interact with the whole network and stuff, but
I see.
I don't know. The mod itself seems like it does the harder part of dynamic trains, like in vanilla, and I think that's pretty much why we wanted it.
If your goal is to have the trains chill at the depot until they're ready to make a delivery, then doing that in vanilla is very difficult. The way that I use interrupts and the way that they're meant to be used is you have a generic system, but you have enough trains to saturate every single provider and requester at the same time. So the trains only chill in the depot if there's an overflow of trains, basically.
Yeah, I remember that being how I kind of had it set up too. I was using 1x4 trains, I think, at the time, and I just loved the concept of, you're not an iron train, you're just a train. You'll go do the thing. There's a place that needs the thing.
Training trains.
Yeah, just go train. But like, in this case, I remember we only had a couple trains, and it was convenient because they're quite expensive actually to make. I'm still surprised. You said you had a couple hundred trains, like a lot of trains in your network.
Yeah.
I love watching them get their jobs and stuff, though. Come back. Where'd you go?
Oh gosh, am I running on? Oh heck. Sorry. I apologize if the game just lagged a lot, because every time I don't have the window visible on my screen, it drops to 20 FPS because Linux stuff. And that might cause havoc with the game. I just forgot.
No worries. Didn't affect me.
Okay, cool.
The computer that I'm playing on is an absolute monster that I just built in November, right before all of the RAM got expensive, fortunately. So
lucky you.
Yeah, it was really good timing, honestly. So that's actually a topic that perhaps we could go into more detail on at some point. Like this, Pyanodons expects a mega base, and one thing that I'm concerned about long term is like how well the game is going to run as we get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So last couple of days we've been checking out time usage and trying to understand updates and stuff like that, and it looks to me like my computer, which is currently the server host, is only utilizing like a third or so of the required updates to maintain 60 UPS, if I understand how this whole screen works, which I don't.
Yeah, you're pretty much correct. 16.6 milliseconds is the cutoff.
So, yeah, the CyberSyn content, like CyberSyn has like almost no impact, which is pretty dang impressive, I think. We added loaders.
CyberSyn is made very well.
We made loaders, or we added loaders, because we realized that we were going to end up with so many inserters everywhere. Like, some of our original builds had, I mean, just so many inserters, and it doesn't matter how well base game, like, every machine looked like this. And
yeah, mechanical inserters are fun.
I still love the fact that they're powered by magic and unicorns or something. Like, they don't take any power. It's amazing.
Man, I'm just looking at your animal samples setup, and I'm so jealous of how easy it is without spoilage. you just put the animal parts on a belt, and they just stay, and you just use them. Like, holy crap.
Yeah, well, low-key, those are fighting words, and now we're gonna have to start the game over and add in spoilage, apparently. No.
Yeah, geez, play Pi Block hard mode with spoilage. What are you doing?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I just work here. I'm just one of many. Spoilage as a mechanic is a pretty contentious topic for some people on the Factoria sub forum or on the subreddit. People either love Gleba or they hate Gleba. So I'm a Gleba apologist. I love Gleba. You are. See, I kind of hate Gleba. I love Volcanus and I like
What?
Volgora. I love fluid trains.
You like the easy planets? Just kidding.
Yeah, I do. I love pumping metal out of nothing and just like sending it down the pipes and being like, print steel. It's awesome.
I think one of the problems with redoing the fluid system at such a late stage of development was Volcanus became so much easier with the new system. Like, it's not even close. Like, Volcanus before, you actually had to worry about pipe throughput because you had enough stuff happening.
Yeah.
Now you just don't, and like it's just brain dead easy in my opinion.
Yeah. So you're not talking about anything that was changed in like the development of Volcanus or how it would work. This is just like the 2.0 fluid mechanic overhaul.
Right. Well, we also made Volcanus easier during development. Originally, when I first playtested Space Age, you had to the lava processing recipe made iron and copper at the same time. So if you didn't have an exact equal consumption of both iron and copper, you had to void one of them. And the way you did that was by making a bunch of steel and throwing it into lava. I thought it was really fun, but for some reason we removed that.
Yeah, we kind of do that a little bit in a few places on this map, actually. It's kind of silly.
Now, yeah.
Here, I want to show you a build that I did that I feel sort of dumb about now. Oh, this is what happens when you play too long and no one points out the obvious. If you look at this brick.
Oh, geez.
So,
it's a lot of clay.
So yeah, this is just a small build that it's this brick and it's connected to the brick to the right of it that I designed in order to maintain the actual brick requirement for automation science packs to make planter boxes. And somehow,
what SPM are you going for? This is huge.
This only makes 7.5 automation packs a second. That's
a
all.
lot.
Well, I figure, but because of the way that automation science pack consumption goes up the further you get down the tree, if you go down to like now it's going to take this one as well, and then this one went from 3 to 6, and then you go to this, and now it's going to take 10.
Yeah, the scaling.
I figure, yeah, we're going to want a lot of automation science pack production. So, but here's the problem. I just kind of forgot that you can just make brick out of stone. My solution was I need to make brick, and I like forgot about the base game recipe. So the way I made brick is where is the? It's this thing. So in my head, I just replaced the base game formula to make brick, and I just, oh, you got to use rich clay and sand. That's how bricks are made. So how do I get enough rich clay and sand? Well, here's all this clay, and I need to use steam. It's 2,000 steam a second. So out of nothing, I'm just electrifying water to make clay out of the water, and then I mix it with the sand that I also made out of the water that I... It's all ratioed. It works. It just costs 1.5 gigawatts to power, and it only makes 30 brick a second. This is half of the required brick to make the 7.5 automation science pack build work. So at the end of it all, I'm looking at 3 gigawatts of continuous power consumption just to make 60 bricks a second. And then I realized, like 2 days later, after having spent all that time designing and then building it, oh yeah, you can make brick out of sand. You just chuck it in a furnace, and then it makes a brick. So, yeah.
A random question for you. What are you doing with all of your ash right now?
Well, for a long time, we were doing very, very beginning setup. It's actually, I remember I just looked at it. It was here. We were doing this process where we would just do ash separation in order to get a little bit of soot and get some various metals. But after we got the burner building, you look at this this copper brick, makes copper plate. I like this concept for overflow. If there's too much of an entity, multiple burners feeding each other kind of reminds me of recyclers from base game Space Age, where you just feed them into each other, and somehow you can burn ash into ash, and then that ash can be burnt into more ash, and then it just goes away. So, because we got the cranes mod, we can actually ship ash in a reasonable time frame instead of hours. So, my understanding is that ash is going to become a pretty useful byproduct at some point, instead of being useless or bad.
It's already useful.
Yeah, we need it for science. Is part of it, but what else?
No, I'm trying to nudge you in the direction of, you have a solution to your stone brick problem right now.
I can make ash into brick. Tell me there's some... This happens to me all the time. I will be busy, like, working in the test world, you know, put my nose down for 3 hours. Countless sciences will get researched, and then I'll look up and realize, wait, there are like 6 new recipes that I didn't know we had, and everything that I spent all that time working on is pointless now.
Yeah, that happens all the time in Pi.
So you're saying there's something related to ash. I can probe the...
Yeah, I don't want to backseat too much. I actually really hate it when my chat backseats me, so that's the only hint I'll give you. But there is a way to utilize ash to make bricks.
I remember flue gas looking exciting at some point.
You're looking at the recipes, not what they're used in.
Right.
There you go.
Oh, God. You can just turn ash into rich clay directly.
Uh-huh.
Oh, God. I mean, the stupidity of this build, making me feel
It's so good. The other thing that I'll give you in terms of feedback on your base is that you guys fell into ye old trap of overexpanding before you had better technology. It would have been much better off. Although you guys are only at 85 hours, so you're actually moving really fast. You're moving way faster than I was, or than I currently am. But if you guys had waited until you researched logistics science and gotten all the stage 2 ore production or ore processing,
we're getting
then
some of this
your life would have been a lot easier.
Yeah, I personally set up the iron. I think it's stage 2. Is this what you would call stage 2? Basically, where you're using borax and you're doing molten.
Yeah, that's iron stage 2.
Casting machine. Yeah, so we had that first.
Takes a crap load of power to make all that oxygen.
And then
I'm gonna look at what herds you selected.
The electrolyzers. I remember when I first was like, I need 100 of these. That's a lot of oxygen, but
oh, you guys went for copper. Interesting. Copper drops. Huh.
Copper. Oh yeah, I want. That was you're getting ahead of me. Looking at the turds.
Yeah, I'm looking at the turds.
Turds are such an interesting concept.
It's so good. It's one of my favorite features, actually.
Yeah, I think that it's been very interesting to like. We generally have a discussion. I like to read through all of them and like talk about pros and cons. And then we usually do a poll on which one. And not that I'm saying Factorio itself did anything wrong, but like, can you think of a reason why Factorio doesn't have a thing like this in the base game, or what?
I think we just never thought about it. My coworkers are very adamantly against alternate recipes for the most part.
Okay.
You'll notice that Space Age, like even in Space Age, you don't really have more than one way to make a thing usually. The exception being casting recipes.
Okay.
Usually you use the same recipe for the whole game.
Is that
Whereas in Pi, you have like 7 or 8 different ways to make something.
right? Yeah, I do find that part kind of confusing, but also kind of interesting. Like,
I don't know.
Pyanodons
I don't know why they're so against it.
it's where did I read it? Somewhere either on the mod portal or on like the description of it on their Discord or something. I remember reading how it's supposed to be complicated but not unfun. Something like that is how they phrase it.
Pyanodons, you mean?
Yeah, Pyanodons is supposed to be complex but not unfun. Like it's never supposed to feel like Angel's Petrochem.
I've never played Angels, so I wouldn't know.
Oh, I still have painful memories of Petrochem. The pre-release version of Factorio, I had a campaign called A Rocket per Patron, and I had like over 1,000 patrons on the Patreon website, so I had to launch 1,000 rockets. This is obviously before Space Age, before whatever, and launching 1,000 rockets is not a super complicated thing to do, but when you play with Bob's mods, Angel's Ores, Angel's Petrochem, and like every other overhaul mod that existed at the time, the amount of fluids that I had to move around, the solution I ended up having to do, because I just couldn't handle all the damn fluids, was put everything into a box. Like put everything into a barrel, and then have robots carry the barrels around, and then unbarrel it everywhere on site, because pipe mechanics. And this again was before the 2.0 fluid overhaul, so it was a nightmare. Personally.
Sometimes I ask myself, was 2.0 fluids really the best, or not the best solution, but was 2.0 fluids really necessary? But then every time I look back on my 1.1 days, I'm like, yeah, 2.0 fluids were necessary.
I would agree if someone were to say that it's made it a lot easier, because having all of the pipes just like treated like one entity, one big connected thing, is a lot simpler. But also,
boring.
There's like, okay, so like there's the rule of cool, and then there's other ways that people phrase this. If it makes the game more fun, then I think that that's probably a good design choice for a developer. Like, I think that might be the argument for why some of your coworkers are against having multiple recipes for the same entity. Like, it just makes it so much cleaner and straightforward to play.
Yeah.
And maybe
like, once you know how to make an iron plate, you know how to make an iron plate, except that's not a good example because you have casting. But once you know how to make an electronic circuit, you know how to make an electronic circuit.
Mm-hmm.
You never have to rethink it. And that's part of the reason why I like mods so much, because the design decisions that went into the base game aren't always like, they're fun. Like, I love the base game and I love Space Age, but it's nice to have variety in mods, and that's why I genuinely feel that if Factorio didn't have the mod support that it does, the game wouldn't be nearly as popular today.
I agree completely. One of the things that I loved about working with the people that were, well, the original developers, you know, like Clonin and other names that I should definitely remember but can't off the top of my head now. I remember, even though the game was like early access, pre-release, they were already trying to make it more moddable, and like that forward-thinking moddability stance, I think, is just the healthiest relationship that a game developer can have with their core players, because there's just so many more people playing the game than there are developing the game, and good ideas can come from anywhere. And like as an example, the name Nexala.
Uh-huh.
You know Nexalit, right? In
Yep.
Pyanodons? Nexala, like so many of the things that are in Base Game Factorio were mods first. Things like the pipette tool, or help me
Yeah,
out
Picker
here.
Extended contributed
yeah.
a ton to the game.
I feel like did Nexala get hired by Woob, or
No,
was it ever something that they considered, or?
I have no idea. Nexala isn't around anymore, unfortunately, but they were one of the people who helped me out when I first started modding the game. They're pretty cool. There were some things they did that I didn't agree with, and they led me down some false paths in terms of my code. But like overall, I enjoyed having their help with modding.
Awesome, yeah. I mean, at the
Yeah,
time,
it wasn't like they didn't get poached by Woob or anything, unfortunately.
at the time for me, Nexala was just like one of my go-to people for the game. Like, I would find something that annoyed me or complain, and I kind of would whine about it a little bit, and then say it should be this way. And then I would turn around and like a day later, Nexala had made another mod. Just like figured out how to do it. It was pretty cool for me. Even today, like I still like using like the picker dollies, which isn't something that got implemented in vanilla. But have you heard of that mod or used it at all?
Picker dollies, yeah. I used the picker mods when I first started playing the game. I don't use them anymore because I feel like they do too much. But they do a lot of good stuff as well. Like they had a lot of good ideas. It's been on my bucket list to make a dollies mod to replace picker dollies, but I never got around to it. And now someone picked up picker dollies again, so it doesn't really need to do that anymore. That's the thing with me is a lot of my mods. Like Rate Calculator, for example, came out of
Calculator?
Yes.
I absolutely love that mod. It's like my favorite mod out of like the last couple months.
Oh, but you guys are using the public version of it. Oh no.
What's wrong with that? It's awesome. It's amazing. It's like
I'm rewriting it from scratch right now, and it's going to be a lot better.
I can't build a base anymore without using Rate Calculator. Like if I join a public server that doesn't have Rate Calculator, it's like I can't play the game anymore.
You're like, nope, I'm out of here.
How am I supposed to know if it's ratioed properly if I can't? You want me to do math? I can't do math. Like I want to just look at it and have it tell me. I didn't realize. So I am aware that you are also you're currently like the official maintainer of the Crestorio mods. Is that?
Yes.
And you just sort of signed up for that for funds? Or
yeah, basically the original modders like finished quote unquote the mod, and then they didn't want to
anymore.
They didn't want to anymore, yeah. So they put out a call on the modding on the Factorio Discord saying, hey, does anybody want to take over the mod? But Linver, Crastor, I love you guys if you're listening, but your code wasn't the best. Nobody wanted to take it over. So I was the only one who was willing.
What is it about their code? And again, it's not about judgment. It's more about, I'm just trying to understand, what is it about their code that wasn't good? Like, how do you identify bad code, quote unquote?
That's a really hard question to answer. I guess, like, with code, you have a balance between effectivity and simplicity, I would say. Okay. Simple code, you basically want to write the simplest possible code that you can that performs the job in the best way possible. And what I would describe Crestorio as was they got 90% of the way there on fixing the problems with code that was 5 times more complex than it needed to be.
Okay, so perhaps code that was written by it'd be like if I were to try to just get into modding and just do it without actually having maybe the best full background in engineering or coding or code maintenance, code writing in general. Because like I took I was an electrical engineering chemical science student at U of M for a few years, and I took C++ and Python, Ruby, and all that. But yeah, and I did do quite a bit of modding for Paradox titles, but they don't really use the same type of, I don't even really know how to describe it. It's like a script language. It's not real code. It's like a pseudo language that just interacts with their games only. So basically, I know how to edit stuff in Notepad. But Yeah.
Where is your lead antimony alloy provider station? Oh wait, I can just look it up.
Yeah.
Nope, you don't have one. Huh.
We that's why I'm working on lead right now.
Sweet. Okay.
We had just gotten the lead plate casting, and that's why I'm trying to build out this station down here that's going to mine that lead ore, and then we're going to.
Makes me feel good that I diagnosed your base's problem correctly and was gonna start working on that too.
Well, if you want to help build anything out, feel free. I mean, you can utilize any resources that you see, or don't feel bad about
just
grabbing all the most expensive machines.
Let me just go steal all your logistics packs and throw them in a chest and shoot it.
Why would you even say that? Like, it's such a...
Intrusive thoughts. Let the intrusive thoughts flow.
I was gonna say go grab all of our intermetallics or something and, like, you know, hide them somewhere, but put them in a box and shoot it. Wow. What do you think about the we had a discussion at the very start about whether or not we would want to include the nanobots mod, which is another Nexla mod, I believe, and decided against it, and instead are using a mod called Blueprint Shotgun, which is my first time using, and I love it. I think it's...
Blueprint Shotgun is my favorite mod ever.
It is. Wow.
Yes.
Even more than Rate Calculator.
And the Blueprint Shotgun's author is in the chat, Code Green.
Oh, Green?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yes, he's a fantastic modder.
Awesome. I didn't know that. Code Green, you should lead with that next time. Be like, hey,
hello, I'm the world famous Code Green, recently known as having collaborated with Dosh Doshington and made Blueprint Shotgun the best mod on the portal.
Well, see, if he had just done that, I would know these things, but I don't. But that's awesome. I think every single time I've done like a big build and I'm running around just shooting the shotgun, I usually end up saying something about how much I love the noise and how satisfying it is. So
it's so good. That's the reason it's my favorite mod, is because Factorio, it has great visuals and audio, but I feel like Blueprint Shotgun is a league above like everything in the game, except maybe like the asteroid particle effects. Those are really good. But
I love the railgun.
He put just a monumental amount of effort into the UX of Blueprint Shotgun, and it shows.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little piece that I love about it is when you're shooting the shotgun and you've got like your own personal roboport in your armor, and the robots are trying to go take stuff, they like just sort of float away from you. But the Blueprint Shotgun shoots the little pieces, and you can actually see like the belts twisting as they like go and then land, and like they're all kind of upside down and reorienting themselves, and they somehow managed to land in the right exact spot. My only complaint, if I can complain about something and maybe hopefully make it better, there's no setting or Blueprint Shotgun that allows you to modify how fast it shoots. There's only just basic research, and I just wish it shot a little bit faster.
That's an incentive to use bots.
I don't want bots. I want to shoot my shotgun. I'm going to make a bunch more ammo, actually.
This mall is gorgeous.
One thing that does throw people off is, for some reason, Blueprint Shotgun shoots tiles on the floor much, much faster than it shoots actual entities.
Hey, you're welcome for that, by the way.
I'm
the one who requested that.
So, but what happens for me is that I'll go and I'll Blueprint Shotgun the landfill for like this rail section here, and then go back to Blueprint Shotgunning other stuff, and it just makes me sad because I want it to shoot that fast all the time. Like,
yeah, the problem with making Blueprint Shotgun better than it already is that it would make bots completely not necessary, basically, in my opinion. When I first got construction bots in Pi, I was like poo-pooing them because like, oh, these suck. Why would I ever use these in comparison to Blueprint Shotgun? But then I realized that both are useful in their own ways. Like, so now I use both at the same time. I have like 5 personal roboports in my armor.
Yeah.
And so my robots are always doing stuff, but I supplant it with the shotgun, not replace it.
Yeah, there is a slight performance concern that I run into. Well, not really performance. It's more like
bots or the shotgun.
When using both bots and the shotgun, what will frequently happen, especially if you're running on this 350% movement speed path, which I think is also one of the coolest things about Pyanodons. The fact that Pyanodons expects a megabase, and then provided provided us with a really, really early solution to the problem of, holy crap, your base is big. Like, it would take,
tiles?
yeah, it would take minutes, many minutes, 20 minutes to walk across the whole base if it didn't have 350% walk speed.
Yes.
Refined concrete paths. But, so because you run so fast, it's like having power armor, right? But there's no button to slow yourself down because you don't technically actually have an exoskeleton. So your character just like moves really fast all the time. And what will happen is you're running on path, blueprint shotgunning, and then you get away from your bots. But then the blueprint shotgun will supersede the instructions of the bots. So then the bots have to fly back to you and get a new job. But because you're so fast, they can't catch you. So you just end up kind of, by using the blueprint shotgun, the bots become invalid because they can't actually do it quickly enough. There's no like interaction with blueprint shotgun avoiding tiles that are already tasked by a bot. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah, I understand. I do think it's interesting, the contrast between the quality of life it gives you and the quality of life it doesn't give you. Personally, I regret playing with Blueprint Shotgun. Even though it's my favorite mod ever, I actually regret having it because of the fact that it made the bots feel so much less important when I got them. Whereas there's a Pyanodons player named Simon who I'm working with on the rate calculator rewrite, actually. He's very smart. He is doing a 100 times Pyanodons hard mode run, like 100 times research cost.
what?
And so he plays
100x multiplier for science packs?
100x multiplier for science packs, yes.
Why? Why is he such a masochist? Why? Why would
He's
you...
very good at it, actually.
At being a masochist? Yeah, I can see that. But like, no, or do you mean Pyanodons?
If Pyanodons, I don't know. I can't comment on the first one, but he basically, what was my point of this? He got very good at building things manually. He would design setups, and he got so good at building them by hand that it's incredible. There's a lot that you can do, especially with like speedrunners for Factorio. If you've never watched a Factorio speedrun, you should. It's crazy.
I was just gonna say, like, if you watch a Factorio speedrunner, they
very good at building.
They yeah, like, they will just like run and throw down a whole bunch of stone furnaces at the beginning, and you're like, oh, that's not a great idea because they're gonna have to end up moving that into a smelting array later. Nope, that is apparently the array now. Like, and
all according to plan.
But they also, my only issue with speedrunners as a concept is that they tend to play the same exact seed over and over in order to improve their times in speedrun. So I don't personally find that part to... It sort of doesn't make sense to me. It's like, yeah, you're really good at playing the same level over and over again, but it's not the same as, like, having to go procure resources on a planet you've never... I love the randomized aspect of the world generation, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. So...
Yeah, it depends on what you're looking for. Speedrunners like playing the same thing over and over again because they like being efficient at it. So it's just a different play style. But yeah, Code Green's also correct. Most Factorio speedruns are actually on random seeds.
Really? Well, I guess I'm ignorant then. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, you do have fixed seed runs sometimes, but it's way more interesting, like you said, if you have a random layout every time.
Like if I were to build an early game furnace column, like one of my favorite basic blueprints is the is something like this one. I recently learned this one, and I use this one almost always now, instead of using one that I would design.
With the inserters for the coal?
Yeah, the more standard one that I had been using for years was this, and then you do this.
Is it the double splitter?
Yeah, and then...
Yep, that's what I do.
So, but here's why I stopped doing it, and it actually, I think, is pretty... You've got your fuel line.
Yep. It's pretty standard.
Yeah, so this one, like, I can definitely build quite quickly, and I usually actually like to, for visual clarity, I like this one to go. That way you can get 2 inputs, and then upgrade distance, and just feed 2 yellow belts in, upgrade these to red, etc. But here's the drawback, if you look at the cost, assuming that it actually had everything built out, well, I guess I could... I'm not very efficient at, like, playing Factorio. Like, I spent a lot of time placing down belts and then ripping up belts, and then, like, I wasted a lot of time. I could be a lot better at the blueprinting and planning phase of the game. But the problem with this setup is that if you look at the actual cost, you've got 3 splitters for each column, plus multiple undergrounds, and if you look at this setup, you have only 1 splitter, and it's just cheaper in resources. It's just a better setup, and it'll still
Right, especially in Pi,
job
where splitters are really expensive at first.
Yeah. Oh, you don't even get them at first. That was an interesting phase of the game, like trying to figure out, okay, how do you, and I do love one thing I kind of wish was maybe base game is 8 distance underground belts from the start instead of having to wait for red belt.
Oh gosh.
Oh, actually, red is only 6 in vanilla, right? It's not.
Yeah,
blue belt.
that's blue, but that's blue belt underground length right there.
Yeah.
Like going back to the vanilla after playing Pi is like painful.
Yeah, I love how. I think the reason why you can go underground so far is because so many of the buildings are so darn big that you can't get under them if they could only go 4. But the buildings are also really well animated and they look really cool. So.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of effort put into them, but I'm not the biggest fan of most of them, especially the labs. The labs are just awful.
Oh, I agree, for sure.
Like you can tell, Pyanodon got better at the art as he went along. The lab was one of the first things he did, and it shows.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense that it is so tall.
So tall.
Yeah, like
it blocks so much stuff. Like we're playing a 2D game. You can't change the field of view. You need to design the artwork to account for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think probably everyone in chat would agree that the lab is a very ugly building.
There's a few other buildings like that, but the lab is the worst one.
Where's the... So this is our more recent, smaller, advanced stuff mall, where we're starting the process of making some intermetallics and whatever this thing is called, mechanical parts. Oh, right, I needed to fix this. I forgot all about this. Apparently you can't output there and have, like, it go into the bottom if it's full. Yeah, there's nothing going down the belt. I thought you could do this, but apparently not. How do? Picker dollies. Oh no, I'm actually literally in the base. I'll just run up there. Oh, right, true. We'll tell you, says you can't use Disco Science mod with PyLabs, which is a...
Oh, it's true!
That's a crime. Disco
yeah,
Science
I was actually tempted to make a mod that just replaced the Pyanodons lab graphics with the vanilla ones. Just scaled up a little bit. Because I was so sick of it overhanging so much. I never got around to it, though.
Oh.
That's a common theme with me recently, is I want to do stuff and I just don't get around to it. Just lazy.
Please do it.
Oh, I found all the chests. Thank you. And my mouse just died. 1 second. How much of that came through?
Were you coughing? Didn't hear any.
No, I was opening drawers really loudly.
It didn't come through at all.
Cool. Benefits of having a quiet microphone, I guess.
Well, your microphone's really good quality from what I've heard. Like, I only had
$40 on Amazon. Pretty good.
That sounds like a Blue Yeti or a Shure or something.
That's oh, it's actually $100 now. What the heck? It's gone up. Samsung Q2U is what it is.
It must have RAM in it, probably. Everything's just getting more expensive. Why aren't there any shafts? There are no shafts because there's no solder. There's no solder because... good old-fashioned stack tracing in Factorio. Just like, trace the problem to the root.
Oh, speaking of stack, you mentioned to me that you didn't get belt stacking until way later, right?
I think we don't even have it yet. Or did we get it
Yeah, you
done
don't.
today?
But you're imminently researching it.
Yeah, like...
Okay.
We were trying to decide what to research like last night, and I was making the argument that transport belt capacity is like a no-brainer because it's essentially upgrading all of our yellow belts to red wherever it's the most important, like mines and smelting columns and stuff like that. But I guess we need this stuff, whatever all that stuff does. I don't know. Can't find solder.
Oh, you guys have a buffer for batteries? That's brave.
What? Why?
Batteries are expensive.
Well, we have our original buffer. Our original batteries are here in a box for the player. So you can like put them in your armor or whatever. And but then batteries are going to be made, if I remember correctly, somewhere down here. I was working on this last night with Ryland.
You can just control F and type battery.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I should get in the...
Use the feature!
I should get into the habit of doing it more, but like I'm the type of player that like I need a frame of reference for where things are, otherwise I get lost.
True.
I need to visualize. So like, yeah, I knew it was like south and east-ish, but apparently it's more in the middle. This will be
also
where we make batteries.
Has the seizure-inducing flashes at the moment as well.
The Control F, or...
Yeah.
Yeah, one thing, this is...
Which I have fixed for 2.1, by the way.
Yeah?
Yes.
Nice. So, one thing that I remember having done a long time ago, and I think it's still a problem in base game Factorio, is that if you do Control F, it will put your cursor there. If you open this...
you mean the text box, yeah.
Yeah. I remember I, at one point, rebound it to just F, because I got annoyed with having to press Control as well, because I don't, you know, why extra key press? Like, if you have the E menu open, obviously if I press F, that doesn't do anything, so it should just open the find. But then if you did bind it back then, you would... Because Control F is different somehow, it's more of like a Windows feature or something, you know? If you bound it to just F, it would put your cursor there, but then also put an F there. Which I didn't understand at the time, like why it could do both. But actually, I'm kind of curious to see if that's still true. Maybe it was fixed ages ago and I didn't think to check it again. Find? Oh, I just search for Control.
Man, it's so weird. I don't know where everything is. This is unnatural.
Focus search F. Okay, so I've changed it to just F. And it doesn't do it anymore. Oh my god.
10 out of 10, best game ever.
I probably made a bug report or whined about it enough that someone actually fixed it, because I know that was a thing. For sure.
Oh, show.
Yeah, that is so much more convenient not having to press Control. Seriously, though,
here's a life pro tip for you. Get a program, I assume you use Windows, get a program that allows you to dual bind your caps lock key to escape and control. It's so nice.
Escape and
yeah,
control?
So if you hold a caps lock and press another button, it'll be control. But if you just tap it, it'll be escape. It's like one of the best ergonomic improvements you can do on your keyboard.
Okay, sorry, start from the beginning. Get a, what would allow me to dual bind
your caps lock key to escape and control. I don't know how you do it on Windows. I could tell you how to do it on Linux, but not Windows.
So what's like the use case? Like describe how it would actually feel to do it. Like what, I don't get it.
Because instead of having to reach your pinky all the way down to the control key every time you want to press it, you just move it a little bit to the side.
Well,
and actually it's already there.
That's specifically why I don't like having to press Control to do Control Find. Because I don't want to, yeah, that's like, see, when I first started doing YouTube, first started streaming, I was just a player who really liked playing Crusader Kings 2 and Europa Universalis 4, and I liked making mods. And one of the things that I did that made me famous or whatever is I made a keyboard shortcuts mod for Paradox titles, and I had like a whole design philosophy behind it, like that literally the buttons that you press the most should be pressed by the fingers that are the strongest and have the most tactile use, like the most dexterous fingers. Like, you don't want to bind things that... You remember, like, in StarCraft, back in the day, you'd have to build pylon, BP, to build a pylon, or select drones and then make a mutalisk. You'd have to find the M key. Like, horrible decision to put the buttons so far away across the keyboard.
That sounds terrible. I've never played StarCraft, but that sounds terrible.
That's how it was. You just had to learn, and they were unrebindable back in the day, and it was a pain in the ass. It wasn't until like StarCraft 2 that they fully embraced the QWERTY grid system, where the unit card that would have all the buttons on it was just always top button is Q, second button is W, third button is E, etc. But yeah, so what you're describing is the exact same premise as what I'm talking about. Like, I don't want to have to press Control F because my pinky is weak, and it can do it, but it's an extra step that's unnecessary. So you're saying I could do the same thing using caps lock, but why do you bound it to both escape and cap and control?
Well, you can just do control if you want, but I have it on escape as well, so that I don't have to reach all the way up to press escape. Because right now, my default gaming posture is that my pinky rests on caps lock, not shift.
Yeah, yeah, that's like standard, isn't it? Like, if you put your first finger on both hands on the little indicators on the keyboard, on the F and the J key, like where they're supposed to go, your pinky is, resting either on the A or on the caps lock. So,
right. Well, I'm talking about WASD. I have my pinky on caps lock, so it's so nice to be able to just Control F right there. Just I don't have to make zero effort. Basically, it's really nice.
Well, I think you should try my solution of just press F.
Just press F.
Just F.
Isn't F used for something though?
Nope. Don't think so.
F. Pick up items on the ground is F.
Why would you ever need to do that when you have Blueprint Shotgun? You can just press the space key.
True. But yeah, anyway, it's not a huge deal, but I thought I would embrace you with this knowledge of you can rebind your caps lock key, which is one of the most useless keys on the keyboard, into making it super useful.
How often do you ever even want caps lock on? It's usually like, oh shit, caps lock got turned on again, damn it.
Maybe SQL programmers like caps lock, but that's about it.
Alright, why is there so little tin plate on the bus? Does anyone know? Where does tin plate come from?
Oh gosh, you guys don't have casting units automated yet.
Yeah, we're bad at the game.
You know what? I'm gonna work on logistic bots, because I'm sad that you don't have them yet.
Yeah, we just unlocked that last night. It was one of the very last researchers that we got.
Logistic bots make this game so much easier. Like, I mean, Pyanodons, so much easier.
Oh, I see the issue. There's no tin ore because there's no ash. The ash warehouse is full. 800,000 ash in that box.
Woo! Let me go shoot that box real quick. I think I found many stone bricks you can make with that.
I'm not going to. I'm not going to think about that. I'm going to pretend like the 1.5 gigawatt setup that I designed for no reason at all is just doesn't exist.
Nah, it's all good. This happens all the time. Pyanodons has so many recipes that it's pretty much impossible to keep them all straight.
I'm going to go and put a caravan up there to move that ash. Seems like the simplest solution. And I need to get back to actually building out that lead outpost. I gotta get all the buildings for that.
Oh gosh, you guys don't have PySimple either. Dang, I don't know where anything is in the crafting menu.
PySimply? What is that?
Or Pi Streamlined. It's a tweak mod for Pi that redoes the entire crafting menu to actually make sense.
Sign me up. Yep.
It also does other stuff, but I disable all the other stuff, and because you can do it in the mod settings. But the biggest thing it does is it redoes the crafting categories to actually have meaning again.
Yeah, like
so nice.
I do the thing where I'm like, is it this one? No. This one? No. This one? No. This one? I just click through all of them, and it's sort of irritating because there's just so much stuff that you basically always have to use search to find anything. Like,
Well, you still have to do that a lot in PySimple, but let me see if I can send you a screenshot of this.
There was another mod that we wanted to. I did find one drawback. So you can use the blueprint shotgun to hoover up stuff that's on the floor, but not on belts.
Oh, if it did belts, that would be a disaster.
Right.
I sent you a screenshot on Discord of my crafting menu.
I need a new button for hoover. Because I do need to press it on occasion. Pick items on ground.
Yeah, basically, if you want to install that mod, I would recommend after you install it, go into the mod settings and disable technology adjustments, because by default it will adjust some technologies to quote-unquote make more sense, but I don't want that. I want the pi technology balancing, so that's the only thing I changed. Everything else I left on.
Okay.
Like, it does menu organization, it gives the science packs names, which it's whatever.
Right.
But it also changes some of the recipe names to actually like make sense.
Does it do... Okay, one thing we run into that people keep on getting confused by is that when we do stations for trains, and we use the, what's this called again? Parameters? And you go to, like, select a recipe for the train station. Let's say I wanted to do small parts. This drives me nuts. Why is this here? Why is this, like... If you set it to this, it breaks. It doesn't work. Train doesn't understand. You know what I mean? And then it's just like, also this one, 35 small parts, like...
Yeah, the signal selection, well, it's because it's using signal selection. So it combines items and recipes into one thing, sort of. But it can be a little janky. This is why the base game strays away, or one of the reasons why the base game strays away from alternate recipes is this exact issue. And you'll notice that every time the base game does have alternate recipes, they have explicitly different names and icons so that you can tell them apart.
Yeah.
Whereas Pyanodons didn't really do that before. And they're making it better, but slowly, but especially when 2.0 first came out, like, you couldn't use Factoriopedia or Recipe Book with it, like, at all, because you'd have 7 or 8 different recipes that all just said small parts, for example. And you couldn't tell them apart.
That's actually another topic that came up a while back. I unbound the Factoriopedia keyboard shortcut because there is a recipe book that is like Pyanodon specific that has this show unresearched toggle. How come the
I made recipe book
functionality...
specifically for Pi.
Yeah, like, but how come there's more functionality in the Pyanodon recipe book than in the Factoriopedia? Because when 2.0 came out in the Factoriopedia, I think it came out in 2.0, the Factoriopedia is amazing in base game, but practically function like useless in Pyanodons because it just shows too much. There's 10,000 recipes, right? Like,
because the people who made it don't play mods. And because I didn't join the company soon enough to take the Factoriopedia job for myself. Because, I don't know, it sounds like you don't know this, I made Recipe Book.
You made this?
I am Recipe Book's author, yes.
I thought that was a Pyanodon feature. That's not specific.
Nope, this is a
Pyanodon?
standalone mod.
Alright, so you made Pyanodon, or not Pyanodon, you made the recipe book, and what was the other one?
I'm just going to link you my mod page. Maybe there's more that you don't know about.
Yeah, I mean,
There you go. Take a look.
I just assumed that all modders are friends and that you all get together on Sundays and have a cocktail or something. I didn't know that you, I have no idea what anyone makes. Yeah, absolutely. Everyone, if you've, made something, I think you do deserve recognition for it.
I have made many internal grievances about Factoriopedia, and thankfully, my grievances have been heard. So I can vaguely confirm that Factoriopedia will be a lot better in 2.1 for mods.
That is wonderful.
And hopefully I can get it to the point where I can just deprecate Recipe Book and we don't need it anymore. That would be really nice. I don't like Recipe Book. I don't want to keep working on it.
You don't like it? But it's so good. I love that button.
I don't like working on it. I don't want to work on it anymore.
How many mods are you actively maintaining right now yourself?
Like 2 dozen.
2 dozen. So every time there's a patch or whatever, you have to like go check on all of them and make sure they're still working, and or you don't have to, but you get to.
I get to.
It's a privilege.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I did not manage. Well, I didn't even try, but I was gonna try to ask if I could maintain my mods on company time, but I didn't feel brave enough to ask that after I asked for other things. So.
All right. So here's the screenshot you showed of your recipe book. So you've got the basic, the early game basic stuff was under this one. There's far fewer of these altogether.
Right, but you'll notice like all the stuff at the top is all the stuff you need for simple circuits. It's all grouped together. It's very well done. But like,
I think we need to add that.
Basically, instead of it being separated by mod, which I don't know why they're doing that, it's separated by what it is, like the base game. So from left to right, it's logistics, production, intermediate products, materials, fluids, life, combat, and abstract. So all of the intermediate products are in one tab. All of the raw materials and the processing of them is in one tab. It's super nice.
There's a setting in the base in the settings options that I think I used to use because of heavily modded campaigns.
Was it removing the groups?
Yeah, just straight up removing them because I got what I got.
You
sick
can still
of,
do that actually.
What I got sick of is I think when you search for like small, it highlights which tabs, but you still have to click on it all. And with heavily modded campaigns, like I hated having to click between 18 different tabs. So I would rather just have it all in one, and then it would just show up. But no, it sounds like a good mod. I think I'm going to add it. Can you show the screenshot?
Yeah, you should. Just make sure you disable the tech tree adjustments, and then everything else can stay on, I guess.
Where do you want me to put that? Talk more? Yeah, honestly, I think it. I mean, you've done a good job of selling it. Is it a mod you made? Is that?
No, it was made by one of my viewers though. Between wells.
All right, let me get this caravan set up, and then I think it might be reasonable to rehost and get that mod. Get another cup of coffee. Have you run into? I guess perhaps you haven't, because you generally don't do multiplayer. You said editing a caravan. There's a desync that can happen with caravans for some reason. And actually, I'd love to talk about caravans as a concept more, because I think they're amazing.
I love caravans so much. They're so fun.
And I also am very, very curious how, like from a technical standpoint, did they do it? Like,
it's
how did
all scripting. Like,
how did they make this? They basically made a train manager of their own. Like, it's incredible to me that they just did it. Like, how do? Julio, do you have brains? I need brains.
Very complicated.
Very complicatedly.
Well, basically, the caravans are actually biters.
Yeah, I know. I remember. What's it called? AAI vehicles.
Yeah,
they're basically the same thing. Yeah, except
basically all they need to do. Well, it sounds a lot simpler when I explain it, but all that they need to do, all being in quotes, is they keep a list of all the sources and destinations, and then you create the schedule. You keep that. You know which one it's going to and from, and then it asks the game engine to pathfind. So they just need to call one function to get a path from point A to point B, and then they just assign that to the unit, and it just goes.
Yeah, and
the game engine does the hardest part for them.
And they just get there, and sometimes they wander through buildings, and it's kind of silly and goofy and makes me laugh. And other
sometimes they get stuck if you're building something in their path.
Yeah, because that's when you can really tell. Oh, it's a biter. He's trying to get it around.
Because they start getting confused like biters do. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's really cute. They're lovable dummies.
I love caravans so much. It's a really interesting balance because it gives you sort of an escape hatch for when things go wrong, but the caravans are janky and slow enough that it's still better to belt things usually.
Yeah, I ran into that exact issue where it's like, like this is a
I
perfect.
think it's a nice balance.
This is a use case scenario where I think I'm using a caravan specifically here because I don't know where I want to put this ash. I just want to get it out of this little area, and I don't want to think about belt pathing. I'm just gonna throw down a caravan station, and then I'm gonna go find the nearest.
You can use it for your new
train.
stone brick setup.
No, I'm not.
I mean, I'm not gonna say that the ash stone brick setup is the best recipe possible because I don't know if it is, but it's the one that I use because I have so much ash.
It's clearly better than spending 1.5 gigawatts to make 30 bricks a second. Probably.
I don't know.
I need brains.
The power scaling in Pyanodons is insane.
Yeah, this
Like
base,
the amount of power that you need for certain things, especially in the late game. Pretty sure you get into the terawatt range in late game.
Yeah, we're only using 2.6 gigawatts right now. I don't remember the biggest factory I've ever built's expenses in terms of energy or production or any of that stuff, but probably the biggest base I ever built was in like 1.0 with Bob's Mods, Angel's Ores, and Petrochem and all that. But that was gotta be like 8-9 years ago now. Kind of crazy. Brains.
Yeah, that was before. When did I start playing? I started playing 8 years ago in 2017.
So you've played Factorio for 8 years, but you've been working with or for Woob for like 2 years and some.
Yeah, 3 years almost.
Three almost. Yeah, coming up in a month or two. How did that whole process get started? Like, did you know you wanted to work for them? Did you like pursue it yourself, or did they reach out to you? Like, how did that happen?
If you ask my dad, he'll tell you that I was dead set on working for Whoop for many years, but I don't remember this being a thing. So I disagree. I think he's conflating that with Minecraft. When I was really young, I wanted to work for Mojang. No longer, by the way.
No. Why would you want to work for Microsoft?
Why would I want to work for Microsoft exactly?
I vehemently hate them because of recent experience with Windows 11 and a bug that I had.
Gosh. I am so sorry that you have to deal with Windows. Like I jumped ship from Windows a couple of years ago, and I'm so glad I did.
Yeah, I rage wiped Windows 11 after I had a dual boot Windows 10, Windows 11 setup because I was trying to solve a problem where all my brand new super awesome hardware for some reason can't run EU5 without causing issues with OBS. So I had a hunch that it was because of Windows 11 and task scheduling or something, whatever it's called, and I was right because it doesn't happen on Windows 10. But Windows 10 decided to just update to Windows 11 without asking me, and then when I told it to roll back to Windows 10, I don't want your trial anymore. It claimed to have done so, but then my dual boot menu was gone, and it was claiming that I only had 2 Windows 11 installations. So basically, Microsoft broke the thing that I had spent many hours trying to fix. So in that moment, I just formatted the actual Windows 11 drive just outright. Like, fuck you, I'm never going back to Windows 11. Never.
Oh, so you're sticking on 10?
Yeah. Oh no, I'm never going to use Windows 11. Microsoft AI slop trash is not something I'm interested in.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm so glad I don't have to deal with any of that. Pretty much all of my siblings are still on Windows, except for me. I'm the only one who was brave enough to jump over to Linux, but they always have problems with Windows 11, and there's always something happening, and it's just like, oh my gosh, I'm so glad I don't have to deal with that. But anyway, we were talking about.
Go ahead.
Sorry, do you want to keep talking about this?
Well, I had one more final thought on that. I could be convinced to switch to Linux. I used Linux when I was in college, and we had to use it for PuTTY and Ruby and trying to connect over the school network. So I'm familiar with having like the little terminals and whatever. But the fundamental reason why I have not is because reasons. Sorry, I just thought about a caravan.
Because reasons.
I just went into solving. I'm like, what am I doing mode? Yeah, caravan outpost. Got it. Let me finish this one last thought, and then I can focus, and then we have a earmarked discussion to go back to. But
you didn't switch to Linux because.
Right. Because. All right. Finally done editing caravans. Because of Steam, And the ease of being able to just know that when a brand new game comes out, if I want to play it on release day, it'll just work because Microsoft,
Yeah, that's
Steam,
fair.
and I know that Linux is like more stable. It's actually better for server hosting for Factorio, as far as I know, and probably in a lot of other use case scenarios. But it just doesn't have that generalized support that you get when you're using Steam. I don't even know. Do you have Steam on Linux, or do you just do?
Yes.
So
Yeah, the Steam Deck and the Steam Machine and the Steam Frame all run on Linux. So.
yeah, that operating system that they made sounds actually quite good. I would like to maybe.
But yeah, I would say
So-
if your livelihood depends on being able to play new games, and especially like if you're Paradox games, I don't know if they work on Linux. I'd have to look it up. But if your livelihood depends on Windows, then keep using Windows. Like don't try to not ruin. I don't know. It depends on your use cases. Like you have a YouTube channel. Do you use Adobe products to edit your videos?
I don't edit videos because it's not worth my time.
Cool. Then you'll probably be fine.
Yeah, it's the math. The math that I've done in the past is just not worth it. Like in terms of my channel,
you do have a point.
I have 13,000 videos on my YouTube channel over the last
That's nuts.
12, 13 years. So.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty sure when I was playing Factorio first, I watched a bunch of your Factorio videos.
Nice.
I
awesome.
recognized your name when you reached out to me. It's like, oh yeah, I've watched a Roomba before.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I came from a time on YouTube when you could do the style of content that I was, where I would just make like a 20-minute video and publish it, a new video every 3 hours or so, just constantly release content. YouTube and the algorithm have changed so much now that style of content is not something that they really encourage or even promote. Like, the platform itself has changed, but yeah, I used to use. I'm familiar with most of the products. I've used Adobe, whatever the Premiere Pro or whatever the thing is called. I've used Sony Vegas. I've used. But honestly, like the most frequent thing you end up needing to do is just put in simple jump cuts, and there's a pause button on OBS now. Like you could just pause it. And I remember back in the day when if you had a Fraps file and your computer spiked its voltage or something and the program crashed, the whole file would be corrupt. But somehow OBS can just pause on the fly, and pretty nuts.
Yeah, it depends on the container that you use. It's more a property of the file format than anything else.
Okay, so the earmarked discussion was what? I don't want to.
I was talking about how it got into
Right, how you actually,
uh,
because your dad said that you were always
Yeah.
destined, but you don't remember that part. How
right,
you-
and then we started
how
talking
you-
about Microsoft and stuff. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So basically, I used to be huge into Minecraft. Any of my
the
siblings
beast.
could tell you that it was my whole identity. I did nothing else except play Minecraft. But my brothers got into Factorio at the time, and one of my brothers, Doomquill, noticed that I really liked Minecraft Redstone like a whole lot. I'm
Okay.
actually really good at Redstone, and I liked automating things with Redstone. So he was like, "Hey, dude, you should try out this game called Factorio." And I rubbed him off. I brushed him off for. No, that's not what I meant.
Why did you do that? That's a weird thing to.
That's a weird thing to do. I'll never beat the allegations now. I brushed him off for the longest time because I'm like, no, I like Minecraft. Why would I play anything else? And Spleeb is one of my other brothers, by the way. Oh gosh, words. I didn't listen for the longest time because all I wanted to do was play Minecraft. But then one day, Factorio 0.15 came out, and my brothers all got together to do a LAN party of it. And I watched over their shoulder because they were playing on the kitchen table, and I was like, oh, this game looks pretty neat. So my brother downloaded another copy from the website and put it on my computer, and I joined the game, and I played it for many hours. And then I immediately bought the game after that and never looked back. I've played Minecraft for maybe 20 hours since then.
Well, I do think that if you liked those parts, those aspects to Minecraft, it's no wonder you ended up doing Factorio. Like, I remember I liked Minecraft because I liked Legos when I was a kid, and I liked to like build stuff. But the part that appealed to me is it's similar to you. I was more into like the feed the beast type smelting columns that were automated and like moving things around. Like I liked that, the logistics aspect of it. So
Yeah.
no surprise, we're here where we are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Factorio is basically crack for me.
Yeah,
It's so good. And now I play pretty much nothing else. In fact, one of the reasons I decided to take time off streaming Pyanodons is so that I could play other games, because I don't really play. I only have room in my brain for maybe 3 games at the same time.
yeah.
Like right now I'm playing Tales of Berseria with my brother, or one of them. I have a lot of brothers. And then I'm playing Factorio, and then I'm playing Tunic, and that's like my entire capacity for games. But I'm taking time off of Pyanodons so I can focus more on some games I've wanted to play, like Tunic, and I'm having a really fun time with that. It's a very difficult but very fun game.
Tunic?
Tunic, yeah, it's like it's the best way I can describe it is it's Zelda 1 but modern, like the original Legend of Zelda. It's really good.
Huh. Syngas.
But yeah, I watched my brothers play it, and then it was a love relationship since then. I played it for a couple of years and had a lot of fun. But then there were a lot of things about the game that irked me, like a lot of little things, and I had been getting into programming a little bit at the time. So I decided I'd try my hand at making some mods. So in 2019, which was 2 years after I started playing the game, I started making mods. And my first mod was Tapeline, which is like a tape measure tool. You can drag it on the ground, and it shows you the distance between things, and you can like split it up into even sections and stuff like that. It's really nice.
Was this for Factorio or for Minecraft?
For Factorio, yeah.
I feel like I have either seen something like that. I've maybe even used it. Because what I'll usually do when I'm trying to measure stuff is I just like find an entity that I can go over top of, and I can, this is 61 distance of transport belt because there's only transport belt. But like it's more complicated when you're trying to measure the size of your bus, for example.
Yeah.
And you go to the very start of the bus and you try to do the same thing, and then you just have to remember, okay, well I've got 79 singular belts, so that's 79 rows of the bus. I think it's actually an 80-lane bus. And then, you can kind of approximate that way, but yeah, I could see the use case for tape measure. So
yeah, that was my first mod, and then I just kept piling on more and more things that I wanted. So I made Tapeline, and I made Infinity Mode, which doesn't exist anymore. It's been replaced by editor extensions because I didn't like the way that the creative mode mod did things. It's really slow and archaic. Like, don't use creative mode, please. Don't. It needs to die. They've been
isn't that basically
resuscitating a dead horse for like 5 or 6 years. It needs to die.
Creative mode is the one where the player doesn't exist, right? You're just like a hand that can go anywhere and look everywhere.
No, that's Sandbox. That's built into the game.
Well, what's creative mode then? I don't even know.
Creative mode is a mod that adds like a bunch of super powerful entities, and it makes it so that your character can like be invincible and walk super fast and insta build stuff. But the way that it's implemented, it was made for like 0.14 version of Factorio, and it hasn't really been overhauled since. So it just does things really inefficiently. But I digress. I made Infinity Mode because I didn't like creative mode. And eventually that morphed into editor extensions. Then I just kept making mods that irked me. I think my third mod was actually Recipe Book because I used FNEI for a while, and I didn't like it. FNEI still exists too, which I find confusing. But yeah, I just kept finding things that irked me with the game, and I'm
pausing because Breadbox usually struggles to catch up.
Yeah, that's fine. And I would just make a mod for it. So I did this for many years. Eventually, it got to the point where I was running into limitations with the modding API of Factorio. So I decided to reach out to the devs because I knew the devs had a program called Source Access where they would just give community members access to the source code if they had a good enough reason. Obviously, you had to sign NDAs and stuff. But I asked if I could have access to the source code so that I could add more modding API features, and I was accepted. So from the beginning of 2020-ish, I had access to the source code and was able to help contribute to the modding API. And among other things, I also helped beta test Factorial 1.0 as well. That was really fun. It was my first time interacting with most of who are now my coworkers. So, yeah, I already knew when I decided to apply for the job. I had an advantage because I had already been interacting with a bunch of the Whoop devs for a while, and most of them already knew who I was, and I had already contributed code to the code base, and I was already somewhat familiar with the code base. So I had a lot going for me in terms of being hired.
Yeah, it almost sounds like a formality that's how you ended up getting there. Like, you're basically working there before you were officially working there. You were,
I guess I was doing free labor.
If you had access to the code, you were doing actively, maintaining and developing mods and making the game better. And yeah, they should hire you. And I think that's how it should work. I think that people that are passionate about a game and like want to mod it and do stuff, like that's like the perfect type of person to hire.
Yeah,
I used to love the Friday Factorial Facts where they I remember vividly. There's one about like an inserter edge case situation or something where like only with the inserter was facing down, it would like be off by 1 UPS or something, and like it's like ridiculously high level of detail explanation for how this one situation happened. And I read that and it's like, yeah, these guys are freaking nerds that love this game. All of them.
Yeah, this game is so good because we all love it.
Mm-hmm.
I firmly believe like the biggest problem with the gaming industry today is you have developers making games that they hate to play or that they just don't enjoy.
Yeah, or they're making sequels to a game because the first one did well, and
right, like KSP2.
Yeah,
but it's if you love the game that you're making, it shows. Like with Factorio, that's obviously the case. With Hollow Knight, it's obviously the case. There's a lot of games that are really good because the developers pour their hearts and souls into it. Unfortunately, that does not always equate to commercial success, but when it does, it's really good.
Yeah, another one that comes to mind for me is Slay the Spire is another like good passion program game.
I've heard good things about that game. Oh gosh, you guys have inventory sorting. This is tripping me up.
Inventory sorting, or
yeah, when you open a chest, it sorts the inventory.
Is that not automatic?
Nope, that's a mod.
It is?
Huh. Yeah. Your inventory your inventory
the main player
automatically sorts always. But when you open a chest in this game, it's auto sorting.
And that's not something that you like?
I'm just not used to it. I don't mind it. I'm just not used to it.
Okay, because when you have like an 800 inventory chest and all the stuff at the very bottom, you can't see it when you open the box because it's a scroll bar. I think that's the reason that it's on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not complaining. It took me off guard. Oh gosh, you guys don't have nitrogen. I guess I'll start doing that. I'm just slowly looking. I'm really bad at talking and playing at the same time, so I've just been standing around for most of it.
I'm still trying. I feel like for the last 2 hours 39 minutes, I'm currently in the process for 2.5 hours of building this lead outpost. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Look how much
I've been watching you. I've been watching that slowly come together.
Yeah, look how much I've managed to achieve. I haven't hooked up any of the actual connections. I've just got my test feeds. So it's like I've made no progress toward this. I don't even know what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to make a caravan to move stone now. So yeah.
I mean, it looks like it's working. You just need to finish placing all the buildings.
Yep. I personally am the type of player that I don't want to just let the bots do it eventually. I want to go make it work right now. Like, I want it now. And so I'm going to grab the equipment and then go build it out and then work on the next project. Some people like to just use robots, like Talkmore, one of my moderators. You look at his tool belt, he doesn't put things like transport belt, mechanical inserters. He uses Q, select entities only. Everything on his entire taskbar is just blueprints and decon planners, and like he makes robots do all of the work. He's very lazy, which is probably the better way to play the game.
Oh, Tokemore, thanks for the tip. I was gonna mention when we were talking about CyberSyn, you know the whole CyberSyn GUI?
Yeah, this thing.
That's originally based on my code, actually. I wrote LTN Manager
You did?
because
You made
there was a whole...
logistics train network, like the whole mod, or like a sub
No.
mod for it, or
No.
Okay.
I didn't make LTN itself. I made a GUI for LTN.
okay.
There was a whole drama where someone made LTN tracker and then that guy left, but the license didn't permit anyone else to fork it. And then there was a whole brouhaha about that. So I was like, hey, I want to make a complicated GUI mod. So I decided to make LTN tracker or LTN manager. And I have passed that off to someone else since then because I don't care for LTN. But CyberSyn's GUI is directly based on LTN manager. So it's kind of funny to see the corpse of your code getting passed from mod to mod, if you will.
Yeah, that's it's got to be strange. I'm proud of some of the mods that I made for Paradox games, but and I'm actually, my name shows up in the credits when you let the developer like special thanks thing play for the credits on the main game. They actually put my name in because they incorporated a bunch of my mods to the base game, which I thought was really cool. But I can't say I have nearly as much experience with modding as you, because I still don't even really understand how it's even possible to do some of the things that you've done.
Well, it helps that Factorio has an actual modding API and the game's designed for it. I've never modded a game besides Factorio, so I've never had to deal with a game that doesn't support mods natively. Well, Princess, that's okay. We can make a stupid nitrogen setup. All we need is Nichrome. You have everything else I need for logistic bots, I think. You just need Nichrome.
Okay, where did I send that ash? I made a train station. I do remember naming it. This. Okay.
Gosh, I'm so bad at doing things right now. Holy crap. I've just been walking around for like 2 hours doing nothing.
Same here. It's just think it's really funny. Your personality is similar to mine. Like the way you articulated that is like just very comical to me. Like I'm just so bad at doing things. Like
I can't do
doing
words.
all of the
Do
things.
action hard. No, why?
Why am I so bad at doing things?
Where the heck is Blueprint Shotgun? Why is it in the production tab? That makes no sense.
I don't know. I used to just throw blueprint shotguns into other people's inventories so that they could know that it exists.
Gosh, I think I just found a bug.
Uh-oh, you're gonna have to go to work now. Is it reproducible?
Yep, I just found a bug in Factorio. That's neat.
Real fact, like a base theme thing or a modded thing?
Yes.
Can you tell us? I'm curious now.
You can't reproduce it because you're the host, but I'm not the host, and there's enough latency. I press Control F to search on the map, and it brings up the menu, and I start typing. But then when the Control F input gets into game state, which is the synchronized state for all players, it Control Fs again, so it selects all the text and deletes it when I type the next letter. So the first letter of my search keeps disappearing.
That's really silly and annoying. And anyone else in the game reproduce it? I mean, you probably don't need that, but
Yeah, if anyone else wants to reproduce it, just type Control F and then immediately start typing, and the first letter will disappear, depending on your latency.
Oh, is that what's been happening to me? Code decimal, yeah.
Oh no, I found a bug in Factorio. Oh no. Now I have to fix it. Oh no.
How do you think you're gonna fix it? I'm
Basically, I don't think it should be focusing the search field when it goes in the game state. I just need to prevent it from doing that. It's probably I just need to plug something into game adapter that's not already plugged into game adapter, yada yada, internal details.
Yeah, I don't know those. I know some of those words, or joke something. Yep.
Like it's the game adapter. I need to pipe it through the game adapter abstract factory maker, and then put it through the Dingleberry parametric fan. And then,
okay. I know one of those words is not right. Dingleberry does not sound like a standard coding terminology.
Abstract factory builder designer.
All right. We had said we wanted to rehost and get the get that. What's it called? Simple Pie? Pie Simple?
Yeah, Pi. The internal name is Pi Simple, but they changed it to Pi Streamlined because it does not make Pi simpler. It was the wrong
Yeah,
name.
that'd be confusing for sure. All right. Did I properly all that dirt to move the crowd?
Okay, I have written down and remind me on Monday. Cool. So now I won't forget to look at that.
So here's a before I forget question. So far we have quite a few caravans. I think the caravan manager will tell us the total number somewhere, possibly. But
Caravan manager.
we have a lot of caravans, but I'm pretty sure every single one of them is just using the most basic like logic. It's just fill
50
cargo, go to the location. Empty cargo, go to the location, like back and forth
53 caravans. That's a lot.
with a single interrupt that somehow has worked perfectly and kept them all eating brains constantly. Do you in your save, do you use any of these other actions, or have you found like
For my caravans, I don't know. I do have multi-item caravans, so they'll go around to multiple pickup stations and then drop it all off at one thing. That's how my plasmids are currently caravan powered in my base. But other than that, no. I only use like the like fill destination until it's this many, or until you have nothing left. Those are the two that I usually use.
okay? And then I'm actually kind of curious about this one, the circuit condition. How do you even wire a caravan? Like they
You wire it to the outpost, I think, but I've never used it, so I don't know. So I think you can connect a wire to the outpost.
and then that gets passed to the caravan, like it knows.
I guess so, yeah.
Somehow, because like I couldn't figure out how you would.
I mean, it's like wiring it to a train stop and sending it to the train. It's the same concept.
Mm-hmm. But the caravan outpost is more like the warehouse than it is the station.
Yeah, it's just don't judge a book by its cover, I guess.
Because like a train doesn't get the signal unless it's actually at the train stop. I guess that's where my brain's struggling here. It's like, how does the beast? You're not going to stick a wire in him, so how does he? He's never at a train stop that could pass the signal. Error.
Oh gosh, I keep forgetting you guys don't have Rate Calculator 4.0 yet. I need to finish that mod. I've been procrastinating it for months.
Well, let's. I need a new cup of coffee, and I could use a quick stretch for the legs. So I'm gonna rehost and get that mod. And if you don't mind walking me through what settings you recommended one more time, that'd be really helpful. So we're looking for
Pyanodons Streamlined is the name.
stream.
Oh, look at my code work. It's so beautiful.
Your code work is this? Yeah, I actually
Yes.
made a mistake in assuming. I just assumed when Factorio ended up on Steam that you guys used the workshop, Steam Workshop, to like handle stuff, but apparently
Nope. It's
not.
entirely our own system.
Yeah, that is impressive.
Install buttons at the top. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, you need to restart the game first to apply the mod, but then you can go into the startup settings and disable the
wrong ones.
the technology adjustments.
Yeah, I need to quickly remove.
'Cause yeah, Factorio is not bound to Steam directly. There is a standalone version of the game that does not integrate with Steam at all, and the mod portal and stuff still work on that version of the game.
I did click the update button for the 2 loader mods, yeah. I'm not sure what they did, but it is updated now. So we wanted to remove all of the ore tracking mods because they're just costing resources for no reason. So I think there are actually 2. There was Resource Monitor and then Yarm. I don't know why we have 2.
Yeah. You have both? That's weird.
yeah,
Arms at the.
I don't know. It's in there.
Yeah, just use circuits. Or do as I do and reset your achievements so that when the first ore patch runs out, you get an achievement for that, and then you're like, oh, okay, I guess the ore patch is gone.
Yeah. I just go and tap more. I just tap more outposts, and if there's not enough stuff, it's because you need more stuff. Whether there's derelict old mining patch or a increased need for the resource, either way, you just have to keep on getting more. So, Alright, so we want mods. No, we want settings. Mod settings. Startup. And this mod was called something Pyanodons Streamlined?
Yes.
Alright, so we're doing which?
You're turning off the. Oh gosh, where is it? Oh, I'm on the wrong instance. One sec. You're turning off technology adjustments.
So technology adjustments, no.
Yes.
And then everything else stays the same.
Let me double check that that's what I'm doing. Hey, you could turn on spoilage. That wouldn't break your base at all.
Oh.
Yeah, you can turn off descriptive adjustments if you want to, but that's fine. The only one I changed is that turn technology adjustments off. Everything else is fine.
What would you do? Based on that,
And descriptive adjustments doesn't change the game. It just changes some names. So if you find out you don't like it later, you can always turn it off.
Okay. So yeah, Princess Luna has a suggestion. If you'd like another little bit of work, we could simulate the caravan multiplayer crash, and then you could fix it.
Not my problem. Sorry.
Well,
I am on the PyDev team technically. I do have access to the code, and I can make contributions, but I haven't yet.
Question for Rygard. Sorry, I keep. Dang it. It's permitted to know how many people work on bug fixing for Factorio. Can you tell us more about the team? Like how many people are...
Well, we have a nifty page on our website that shows everyone on the team. Here you go.
I'm just going to load this in.
Including my handsome mug.
Music in Factorio is so good. Alright. Updated to that stuff.
Oh, interesting. Why did you load it in single player first? Is that to work around some issues or something?
This is a bug too. I don't know why it always says this and then immediately always says this. And people can connect just fine, but it always says this. Every single time I host. But then immediately, yeah. I assumed that it would be better to... I wanted to make sure that I didn't click the wrong button with like the sync versus sync and...
Okay, just wanted to make sure there wasn't some bug that I wasn't aware of.
Yeah, because I knew it was going to have to like do a migration or whatever it's called with... Because there's stuff changed now, it's missing. But... I don't know. My brain didn't work good. I just did it. All right, I'm going.
I think we're gonna cap your upload rate.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I can't even connect right now. What the heck? Yeah, I think your upload is being pegged right now.
It is capped at 3 megabit. Or sorry, 3 megabyte, which should be
30.
Like 24 to 30-ish megabit of the 35 that I have, and then there's like 600 or 6,000 kilobit is reserved for Twitch, so shouldn't cause issues. But good opportunity to refresh the coffee and let people get connected. I am going to say I'll be right back.
Take
Feel
a
free
short
to continue
break
talking to chat if you'd like, or...
Oh, I guess I'll stay then. Guess I'll stay. Hello, chat. How you doing? Your streamer left you, so now you're all mine. So, chat, what is the nature of the universe? The universe is a spherical bubble 600 meters in diameter. I can't connect to the game. This is fun. Someone ban Luna for making memes. Gen Alpha memes are not welcome here. Can you talk a bit about how you expect to write the test for the bug we just found with the search? That's the neat part. I probably won't write a test for it. Because our... Oh, are we not allowed to ask questions? Okay. our GUI tests are not the best. Oh yeah, the live stream is also struggling. So yeah, his upload is getting destroyed right now. But yeah, we do have some mechanisms in place for testing multiplayer, but our GUI tests aren't nearly as thorough as our logic tests. So most of the bugs that you'll probably encounter in Factorio have to do with the GUI because it's not tested nearly as much. I'll probably figure out a way to write a test, but it's not going to be simple. I hate writing tests. Tests are the hardest part of my job. A chair streamer or voice streamer? Chair senpai. Lamp senpai. Oh gosh, I love ProZD. Also, it doesn't help that our GUI system is absolute trash. Don't tell Coverx that I said that. What is in that Home Depot box, actually? I'm curious. Let's see. Is that a power supply? No, it's not a power supply on the top. No, there's a box within a box, and then there's another box on the side. And then there's a trash bag. And there's more boxes on the bottom. Jeez Louise. Not that I can talk. My apartment's a mess right now. I have boxes all over the place. I just finally put together the parts to have an offsite backup of my data. But my offsite backup is currently sitting right next to me because I have to wait for the disk burn-in script to finish, and that's going to take like 2 weeks. So I have this NAS sitting next to me that I can't even use for 2 weeks. It's fun. Were you able to handle multiple items? No. I just used separate stations for every item.
All right, what kind of secrets have you told my chat?
I told them the secrets of the universe, and I told them the 2.1 release date.
Damn it, I've been wanting to know the secrets of the universe for a long time.
Yep, now you'll never know.
Are you still unable to connect?
Your stream also died halfway through because your upload was getting destroyed. Connecting.
That shouldn't actually happen with
Oh, maybe your external IP changed, and that's why it can't connect anymore. I'll try.
Why would it have changed, though? All I did was...
Unless you specifically pay for a static IP address, your IP is not constant.
I remember basic commands like, oh, not
Yeah, that was the problem.
Oh, wait, what? Oh, because you're using Linux, right? So you...
It's not a Linux thing.
Well, then how come... Why is it an issue? How did you know that it changed, and what did you have to do to actually make it connect?
I am assuming. I don't know.
My external IP.
I'm assuming that it changed because every time I tried to click the continue button to connect back to your server, it didn't work. And that saves the IP address and port. Oh, it might have just been a different port, actually. That's probably the real reason. Because even if your IP address didn't change, when you started hosting the new game, it probably used a different port. So yeah, if you want the continue button to work, then you have to do the same IP import. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
I remember doing a lot of work with games over the course of my life where if you had multiplayer connectivity problems, it was almost always something about port forwarding or enabling DMZ on your router, and you had to like create a Windows firewall rule or exception and like reserve a specific port for your game, and like so much crap was like annoying about that. But I haven't had to do that sort of stuff in quite a while. So, I don't know.
Yeah, the reason I can't host games on my current internet is because I live in an apartment that has managed internet. So basically the idea is you move into the apartment and you connect to the provided Wi-Fi network and you plug into the provided Ethernet port and everything just works. But since I work from home and since I'm a nerd, I need more control than that. And since they don't give it to me, I run another router behind their router so that I can have full control. So I'm double natted, which means that I can't host Factorio multiplayer games.
But how does that help though? Like you can configure your router to your heart's content, but aren't you still going to be restricted by like whatever settings they have? How do you override theirs?
But I can configure my router to my heart's content, so I can set up VLANs and I can do local DNS with AdGuard and stuff like that. I couldn't do any of that on the provided network. They didn't give me any control at all. Can't even change the Wi-Fi password on that network.
Yeah, I have something similar. My service is Spectrum, and
Yikes!
I hate them, but they're the only one that has fiber internet where I live, so it's that or nothing. And ugh.
Are you sure you have fiber?
Well, I mean, I don't think that they can do
down and 30 up screams DSL to me. I don't think you actually have fiber.
Perhaps, yeah. I didn't consider. When I lived in Florida, I definitely did have through CenturyLink a fiber optic line that they ran. I saw them do it, but maybe this is just over cable. Like,
yeah, I obviously don't know for sure, but it sounds like you have cable to me.
Well, I'm definitely able to get the full like 800 to 900 megabit down. But yeah, when I try to go to 192.168.0.1 or whatever, like the default router IP address, it is sad. Look it up. First off, it says that this Chrome says this website's not safe. Proceed at your own risk. And then it just says your Spectrum router. Download the Spectrum app to manage your Wi-Fi.
Kill me, man.
And then there's nothing. Like I can't
There's no web portal at all.
Nope.
That's says, incredible.
I don't want to show these numbers because I don't know if it'll.
Don't dox yourself.
But like it's got some info. I can see like the MAC, serial number, model, all that stuff. But it doesn't. There's no configuration here at all. So if I did have to set up DMZ, or like enable port forwarding or something to host still, I can't do it with this router, which
that really blows.
Quite infuriating.
What you might want to do is get a better router and then see if you can put your current one into bridge mode, which would allow you to pass through your IP to the one that you actually have control over. But that's if you don't need to, then don't bother. But like,
well, I hate the idea of renting a modem from them or renting a router for $5 a month, which is what they charge. But the one that I bought was I believe off the top of my head, it's like an Archer C9 or something. And unfortunately, I can't read. I don't know if you know this, but I can't read good. And it literally said on the Amazon store page for it that it had 100 megabit Ethernet ports.
Yikes.
Not 1000 megabit. So I was trying to take my cable, like the source in, and then run it through a Wi-Fi router so that I could get Wi-Fi and we could get the smart TV working for my grandma. And then suddenly I could only have 100 megabit internet, and it's like, why is this happening? Well, duh.
Dang, who sells routers with 100 meg ports these days? What the heck?
Yeah, so I have that, and I have yet to return it because I'm bad at doing things. I'm procrastinating, and I got frustrated, and I just said, fine, I'll just have them ship me theirs because I know it'll work. I don't have to think about it anymore. But I would like to actually buy a router of my own and then not pay the $5 a month because it'll pay for itself. I mean,
right. So you can completely replace their router and it will work. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, they're willing to let you. Well,
that's good.
Technically, it's not even that they're willing to let you; it's that they can't do anything about it. No, I pay. That's not how you spell requests. I pay for the internet. It comes in through the cable box, and what I do with it after that, it's up to me. If I want to run it through a Wi-Fi router, they can't say no. Like, that's actually, I'm pretty sure that there's a federal law that protects the consumer from internet companies saying that you cannot do stuff.
That would be nice. The U.S. isn't known for good consumer protection laws. But, yeah, there's definitely ways you can fix that. I would definitely recommend looking into getting a different router. You can get I don't have any specific recommendations. I would have recommended Unify before, but I don't recommend them anymore, based on my experience with them. But you can do your own research and look into that. There are plenty of good routers you can get. Oh gosh, you guys have a niobium plate set up, but it's not finished yet. I guess I'll work on that.
Okay, so I'm going to go actually like finish that lead build.
Chemical plants. You guys don't have those automated? Oh gosh, what is this? Base is a disaster.
I should have expected more of this.
Like, okay, I didn't automate any machines until after I got logistic bots. So
we waited, I think, at least 20 hours before we actually fully committed to the idea of making a bus. Like, it was like, should we make a bus? Maybe. Let's just keep playing though. 3, 4, 5 sessions later. About that bus.
Yeah, the bus and pie bus and pie is not tenable for late game. Like after you get past logistics science, it just becomes impossible to maintain the bus. Like your guys' bus is enormous.
Yeah, we tried to plan for a pretty extensive amount of stuff that we wouldn't know. There's like I think 18 pipe to ground lanes that are reserved for fluids and a total of 80 belt lanes. And then, I don't know, the drawback to this, I don't normally play and design buses this way. I usually prefer to have all of everything on either the top or the bottom. But because we pre-planned it and made it 80 lanes, somewhere along the way we just sort of started branching off in both directions. And so there's a south mall and a north mall, and personally I hate it, but I am not going to complain because people have been working and building stuff, and it is what it is, you know, like... I want to just go to the one spot and know that that's where all the buildings are. And unfortunately, some of the buildings I was unable to automate. Like, the cranes had to get automated up here because we needed the intermetallics. And the, what's it called? This thing. Mechanical parts. Those aren't on the bus, and I tried to add them, but we only have that one machine making 0.5 a second, so it's kind of sad. But it's our base, and it is what it is, okay? We're doing the best we can. We're newbies.
Yeah, I mean, my base isn't too pretty either. I just sent you a couple pictures of it since I can't host it for you, unfortunately. It's a bit of a disaster.
There's a way to share bases that I've seen on the Factorio subreddit recently.
Yeah, I mean, I could upload it somewhere and you could download it if you wanted. But
I don't know if it's a mod or if it's a website or program or something, but like it is really cool because you can actually like physically click, drag, zoom around, and like inspect people's bases even though you're not in the game.
Oh, Factorio box. Or no, that's the profiling. But yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Can you do you happen to have a copy of your thinger, the intersection? I'm curious how you designed it.
Yeah. I actually stole it from the forums, and then I redesigned it to be left-hand drive instead of right-hand drive. But it's so cursed, because I didn't notice this at first, but the entire city block looks tilted. Do you see that?
Because of the way that this and this?
The base, like, just kind of unfocus your eyes and look at the base. It looks like it's slanted, even though it's not. It's maddening.
It's got to be because there's an uneven amount, like that little rail there, and then it...
Yeah, it's because of the intersections. It's an optical illusion. It makes it look slanted. It's so annoying. Here, Pi City block V4, intersection.
Yeah, maybe just drop one in the test world.
Oops, that's too long. Factorio bit.
This mod is my like second favorite thing behind Rate Calculator mod. Actually, hold on. There's another mod that I think I actually like even more than Rate Calculator, and it's called, I like the p.u.m.p mod, the pump mod, and I love Mining Patch Planner mod. Oh, this mod. So amazing. The one thing I hate about late game Factorio is having to like go and acquire new resources and do whatever, and I just like being able to go, boop.
Or I posted the intersection into the shared blueprint sandbox.
Look at how beautiful it is.
Yeah, that is a really good mod. I think it does a little too much for my liking, though. I like to suffer slightly when I'm playing the game, so...
I don't want to suffer. And then the pump mod does the exact same thing, but for fluids, which we can't really do in this world because liquids are different, but love that mod. It doesn't understand that we're playing Pyanodons though, so the mining patch planner mod, so you pretty much just have to leave it on layout sparse. It doesn't understand that the mining drills are like 20 times stronger or something than vanilla.
Hey, Molten Tin! Oh wait, never mind, that was in the sandbox, my bad.
Oh, you actually have elevated rail as your intersections too. Wow. We decided that elevated rail was quite pricey at this point, based on our
It's
production.
definitely overkill. I didn't need to do it, but it's fun. And yeah, elevated rails are super expensive. But the advantage of this intersection is it has 0 chain signals. So it's actually better for performance, theoretically.
Oh, gotta rip up the whole base and start over again. Apparently.
Yeah, it's fine. It's not that big of an improvement. Basically, it improves it if a base needs to repath, then it's an improvement. But on the whole, it's not that big a deal. I also threw it into the shared blueprints library if you want.
Yeah, I'm curious to just like have it for future.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got entities that you couldn't use in vanilla, but that doesn't mean it's not helpful for base
Right.
building.
I mean, you can just remove the non-essential ones and just keep the radar and put a roboport in the middle or something. I know I did end up making a bunch more of these extenders in the middle, because it turns out they're really useful to have more of them. But yeah,
I still
it's not
find
part
it
of the blueprint.
kind of surprising that looking at your base, that again is like, this is your base in single player. You said you've got 250 hours or something in it?
Yes. Hey, Melon!
It's pretty organized, I would say, but you claim that your train network is less, some word that you said before.
Mature.
Yeah, less mature than, I mean, it looks pretty mature. It looks very mature.
It's deceptively mature. Like,
It's
I don't
got
have
elevated
that
rails.
much. It's not that much. There's not that much on the base. Like, my grid base can't even make automation science yet. That's, in fact, that's the next task, is I just finished making all the ingredients and now I need to combine them all. Whereas your train base is doing a lot more, it looks like.
That's a project that
That's what I meant.
I did myself. It's right here. This don't laugh, but I needed ash and we didn't have ash. So I make all of the ash that we need by turning water into soil, and then I set the soil on fire and I turn it into ash.
That's incredible.
And then I have all of the ash I need. So yeah, I burn water essentially in order to make science. But I should probably refactor this and add ash as an input. This is way before we actually had the loader, or the crane mod. We were still using basic inserters that could only move like 14.4 items per second or something. Now that I can actually reliably import ash, I should create a priority input and burn ash from other locations instead of running this whole block.
Yeah, there's a bunch of ways. I kind of regret not playing Pyanodons hard mode in my playthrough, because one of the things that it does is it prevents you from burning things. Like, you can't just burn ash to get rid of it, you have to actually use it.
Yeah.
It's super interesting. Like, Pyanodons is designed for you to avoid certain things, and there's some recipes missing that make it pretty much impossible to avoiding some things. But if you play hard mode, it adds recipes to make it possible. But yeah, it's still really hard even without hard mode, because there's just so much going on in this mod. It's crazy. Also, a side note, Not Melon, who's in your chat now, is one of the Pyanodons developers.
Okay, wonderful.
He's a pretty chill guy.
Well, we'd be happy to have you join if you're not sick of playing the game at this point, being one of the people that designed the mod. We need to make more automated screeners. Like, it's just not nearly fast enough.
I am going to take a short break. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Okay. Bum, bum. I need to convert this into a direct feed loader. Then how do I get the steel over there? I get the steel over there by having it yeah, this just has to be different. There's also steel here, so that can work. Good old spaghetti. Hope you're hungry, because the spaghetti's coming. Solved. Easy peasy. Alright, so you now need more small parts input per second, which is perhaps going to have to cause more spaghetti. All parts needs to get across now. How to do? Sure would be nice if there was just small parts on the left side too. Or if I could bring from it down here, I guess. Where was the target again? Here. Yeah, I'm just gonna come from down here. Spaghetti. And ultimately, it's the green circuits that we're low on again. Not surprising. Ba-ba-bum. How much power does that ash production use? Well, the burners are run via solid fuel source, so where am I looking? The power itself to run the soil extractors is not that much. This claims that much, but we generate some of the power within the brick as well, so it's not really causing that much of a drain on the, if anything, I think that I'm actually providing power, because I'm getting ash from the boilers also, like another source of some of the ash per second. Still, it'd be better to import ash and then put a prioritization on it. I remember your Jewish CK2 campaign. Any chance you would return to your roots? I watched one of those not too long ago, actually. What's it called? Kingdom of David, I think was that campaign's name. Alright, screeners are being made a little bit faster, but honestly, I will just let the robots do it. But no, I need to force the lead to get built. Bum, bum, bum. You know, this is maybe a good argument for creating a circuit network based assembly machine. We have so many different machines to build, and we did just feed like every single belt of this whole setup directly into a machine and then asked it to set recipe. Like, for argument's sake, what if I had a automated factory like right here and just like ran all of this crap into it? Just put all the resources in it and then set the recipe based on which thing we don't have any of or whatever. Is there quality? I don't think so. I think quality is a space age feature, and we've got two things that you can use from space age. We've got the elevated rail and the potential for spoilage mechanics, but I don't think that it brings quality.
I'm back.
Welcome back. How do you handle your production, your mall? I was just discussing the potential to use a single automated assembly machine and just feed all of the inputs into it and then use circuit network stuff to tell it to choose a recipe based on like which machines we actually don't have and need. Is this
Use
mall?
logistic bots.
This mall is getting a bit the spaghetti. I mean, just look at this. I am very
This is
responsible.
a glorious, beautiful mall. I love it.
You do? Because
Yes.
the way I feel about my decision making usually is when I put my mind to actually making a machine make the thing. I'm tired of having to pocket craft. I'm going to make it make the thing. I go into this direct problem solve mode where it's just get the resource to the location by any means necessary. And it, you know, we all call it spaghetti, but this is a pile of delicious spaghetti that I feel shame about. Like, why? If I were better at the game, I would like sit down and be rational and like use a proper bus instead of just, but no, I don't. I mean, just try to track the small parts belt, like where it just goes everywhere. It's insane. Look at the steel. Like, why?
Yeah, this is why I completely didn't make a mall until I had logistic bots. Like, I had a few things, like I had a bunch of crafting materials, but I crafted every machine by hand until I had logistic bots.
Wow.
It also helped a lot that I was in single player.
Because
But basically, because I knew where all the resources were and I knew how to use them most effectively. I made all the decisions. Whereas in multiplayer, you need a lot more resources because everyone wants to have crafting materials in their inventory, for example. Whereas with one player, you only need one set of those. But yeah, it's also, belt visualizer is a great mod to have for that. I can highly recommend it. It's also by Code Green. But
belt visualizer, isn't that this that shows underground distance, or is that something else?
No, it's you press G on a belt and it shows you the entire belt path.
Oh, I think I've seen something like that for pipes too. Or no, circuit network visualizer. It showed like wires.
Speaking of mods that got promoted to the base game, Pipe Visualizer was originally a mod that I made, and then I implemented it in the base game in like 2 days.
Well done.
Putting it in the base game was way easier than making it as a mod. Like, it's not even close. Holy moly, it's so much easier to put it in the engine.
That's really cool that you not only can do it, but understand how to do it in both the base game and in real code.
You're not implying the base game isn't real code.
No,
the Factorio was entirely vibe coded. Sorry, guys.
I'm implying that modding is not quite the same thing as coding. At least from my perspective, playing mostly Paradox type titles. Like there's like a general culture of modders are script monkeys, not real coders. Is kind of the general feel I get from like Paradox forums and stuff. That's kind of rubbed off on me. I don't think it should be true, but that's the feel that I get. So
I'd say Factorio modders are a lot more. Well,
They're real coders.
it depends on the modder. There are definitely script kiddies. Like there's also a bunch of AI generated garbage on the mod portal these days, which sucks. But depends on the modder and the game. But I think Factorio generally tends to attract more high quality programmers overall. I think versus something like Minecraft. Although Minecraft has very good modders as well. Like it's insane what they managed to do. In fact, the fluid system for 2.0 Factorio is based on a Minecraft mod.
I feel like a lot of the production chains and stuff are so similar between Feed the Beast and Factorio type stuff. I just want this machine to make more things. Make more automated screeners. It's made 300 of them, but I need more.
Yeah, protocol, that's a good way to put it. Oh gosh, where's your glass? I don't know where anything is in this base. It feels so wrong to not know where everything is. Because in my base, I'm like, oh, I need glass. I know exactly where it is. I just walk there. Here, I need to actually like search for it and then find it. And where is this in relation to me? Where the heck am I? Oh, there I am.
So you're the same as I am then. You're a physical mapper, like you. That's why I this came up like an hour or two ago. I was talking about how I was trying to find the automation science pack, and you're like, you can just control F, and I'm like, yeah, but I need to know where it is too, like
right. Well,
orient myself.
What you do is you control F, and then you pin it, and then you walk towards the pin.
Yeah. Or here's the way I do it. I control F, I find it, and then I zoom out, see where it is relative to me, and then I go like a third of the way, and then I get lost, and then I repeat that process 3 or 4 more times until I actually get to the location. But then I know where it is forever, usually. Until someone moves it or deletes it, and then I get lost again.
Like I always use a GPS in my car, even when I know where I'm going,
Same.
or my phone or Google Maps or whatever, because so I can see the ETAs and stuff. But then I realized when I lived further north than I do now that I didn't know where anything was because I always had my map open, so I would just follow the map.
But you don't need to know where anything is. It's irrelevant because you're always gonna have GPS.
So I stopped using my phone to get around. And suddenly I knew where things were. Like, oh yeah, the Walmart's over by you turn at the Home Depot and go down 2 blocks, and the Walmart's over there, instead of just following the maps blindly. So I think you have to find a balance because like I still like using the maps for ETAs and traffic, but you need to make sure that you actually know where you live.
But why though? That's the part I'm still not understanding. Why do you need to know where you live?
Because when the zombie apocalypse comes and the cellular network goes down, how are you going to get around?
When I was living in Florida, it was a similar situation for me. My ex-wife she was like frustrated with me because we lived nearby Orlando, and she's like, how do you not know all these highways? And like, I'm giving you instructions. I need you to go here, here, here. And you just turn on this highway and go to this one. And I'm like, can you tell me the name of the place? Don't give me instructions. Just give me the name and I'll put it in the GPS. I don't need to know. There's no reason to know.
I don't need the map, honey. I have the GPS.
I'm always going to have the GPS. Like there's no reason to know. And also the reason that I am very strongly, I'll die on this hill, is that I like using the program Waze, and Waze is just better than a standard GPS because it'll also tell you about upcoming like traffic jams and stuff. It'll reroute you on the fly. It doesn't, it knows where there's congestion and will route you around it automatically. Unlike back in the day, like Microsoft Streets and Trips and stuff, where you just have a plan or a map. You remember MapQuest? Like, I'm just going to go here and follow this. It just feels outdated to me. Much better to, why am I walking to the lead deposit instead of getting on a train? I am not
Google Maps will be the hardest thing to let go because I'm trying to de-Google as much as I can. But Google Maps will be the hardest thing to let go because, like you just said, Waze. Google actually acquired Waze many years ago, so Google Maps has all of the same features now, and it's very nice. And I don't want to live without that. And I've tried to use like open source maps and stuff, and they just don't It's not the same.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I was also considering downgrading my phone to like a flip phone because I don't have the self-control required to not get sucked into my smartphone for many hours a day.
Right. Ran out of fuel.
But the hardest thing to let go would be the GPS, so I would need a flip phone that could also do maps. And those are really expensive and or just you can't get them.
There's a... Uh-oh. Am I about to get run over? Surely not. No! Stop, train. I'm not in you.
It's a commercial break in progress, and then no commercials happened. That was weird.
Lost my train of thought. I have no idea what I was saying.
We were talking about maps.
Maps. Oh, it's gone. Whatever it is, it's gone.
It must not have been important.
Probably
You'll
not.
remember it in like an hour.
Perhaps.
Or you'll remember it once I'm gone. You're like, oh, that's what I was going to ask him.
Oh, I think it was related to this Shift F thing. This is another thing, I guess. Factory search, like... That's different than regular search, apparently.
Factory search is better.
But why?
Because we have the Control F, but it's limited to a very specific subset of things, and you can't really filter it. And the best thing that factory search does that the built-in search doesn't is it searches for ingredients and products instead of recipe names. So I can search for any building that produces nitrogen instead of just searching for the nitrogen recipe, for example. And in Pyanodons, that's especially important. Factory search is a great mod.
Interesting. I guess I'll have to learn how to use it. Also, whoever designed this lead thing is a dummy. It was me. And forgot that these entities need power because I am spoiled by the electrified floor of the test world.
Oh, I turned off the electric floor, I think.
I love electrified floor. Because rate calculator is a wonderful mod that you made, but it also gets real confused when certain entities aren't like plugged in, and like with electrified floor, it just guarantees I can box select and just...
Guess what? The rewrite will fix that.
Well, why are you playing Factorio with us instead of working then? What are you
Good question. Why haven't I worked on it for 4 months? It's in a really awkward state. There's actually a mod called Production Rates Calculator Extreme, which Rate Calculator 4 is going to use the same backend as that mod. So you could actually install that right now and get most of the same features that Rate Calculator 4 would have, but with a slightly less nice GUI.
I do like a nice...
But it's
nice
the same. Simon is the guy I mentioned earlier who's doing 100 times Pyanodons. He wrote the library and he wrote the mod that I just mentioned. And it works with ghosts, and it works with unpowered entities, and so will Rate Calculator 4. It's been the biggest warts on that mod, the fact that you need the electricity and for the entities to be real in order to calculate things.
Yeah.
But I did it that way because the alternative is what Simon did, which is to do a absolute shload of work to basically re-implement a bunch of the calculations that the base game already does for you if the entity is powered. Like, Rate Calculator just takes the properties directly off of the entity, whereas Simon's library will, like, read the recipe, read the modules that are, like, the ghost modules that are in the inventory, and it'll do all those calculations itself rather than letting the game do it. It's like an order of magnitude more complex, but what that means is now you can do unpowered entities and ghosts, which is so nice.
Yeah, I imagine that doing all that math again and in a vanilla way probably is expensive resource-wise for the game to calculate. Probably.
Yeah, it is.
As far as UPS.
Rate Calculator is very good UPS because it just takes the stuff directly.
These robots need to fly faster.
Wait, you guys have niobium processing, but you don't have nitrogen? How does this work? Oh, you just don't have the niobium input yet because you don't have nitrogen. Okay, that explains it. So I just crafted all these machines for no reason. I guess I'll just finish building the niobium because that's what I just crafted all these machines for.
My plan is coming to fruition. All I have to do is invite him and then he'll build the base for us.
Wait, why can't I... Oh, I didn't make any ball mills. What the heck? I made classifiers instead of ball mills. Oh no, there's classifiers over here. Okay, I'm not going crazy. Oh, see, here's another case of Pyanodons sprites overlapping other entities. There's no output on these chlorine machine or hydrogen chloride machines, but you can't tell because the graphics cover it up.
I've enjoyed over the last while making a pretty silly joke about how, you know, everyone that's in the lobby is making mistakes like constantly, and we just don't know about them yet. Like there's probably so many mistakes everywhere in this factory.
Yeah, that's why
it's a wonder anything runs.
My chat can be very backseaty. I keep having to rein them in. Be like, dude, let me make mistakes. It's part of the fun. Especially when I make a mistake that costs me 50 hours. Totally haven't done that before.
You say that, but I think you are indicating that it has.
Not me almost getting run over by a train because I forgot that I'm in multiplayer.
And do you have like safe train crossings as part of your design, or you just don't
Nope.
have to?
What are the best turds? I don't know. Not CO2 drops. I should have chosen the methane drops instead. But I have many turds in my game that I haven't selected yet because I don't want to commit to any specific one because I don't know if they're the right decision or not.
These are fluid mining drill Mark IIs, not 1. Damn it. Ugh. But only the Mark 1s are automated.
This is why I'm helping with logistic bots. Logistic bots solve all these problems. The best strat that I came up with for Pyanodons was the way that I used my logistic bots. I'll place a ghost. Oh, I can't. I don't have buffer chests yet. Oh, I can select them on my hotbar. Okay, we're good. Where's the mall? Where's the mall? I'm in the completely wrong part of the base.
There's the mall is wherever you're standing. Just start building it. We used to have a plan. They used to be organized.
One of the smartest things I did was to make like a little crafting station with a bajillion buffer chests. And then I would just stand in the middle, and this would be completely surrounded by roboports.
Okay.
So I would like go into here, I would stand in the middle, and the robots would feed me with the crafting materials as I handcraft stuff.
And so then you could just handcraft 50 things?
Yeah,
Like 50
it's
machines,
so
whatever you
nice.
need? See, I want to do that, but every time I let myself go down this rabbit hole, I end up like spending 3-4 hours programming something, and then I forget about it and walk away. I've done this many times. Like when 2.0 came out, I became obsessed with the potential for a single assembly machine to make every entity. And I remember like doing all the logic and doing all the code and whatever, like, it's gonna make everything. What you just described, if we set something up using automated factory and then just ran all of the resources directly into it using chutes. And then had it like dynamically choose recipe and then just put it into a box. Like it'd be the same thing as what you just described.
I used to be big on auto malls and like circuit controlled malls, but now I'm just real lazy and I just do one machine per thing and it works. Takes up a lot of space, but it works. Gosh. I need to get a locomotive that I can just place down and go places. So I'm walking back to base and it's taking 10,000 years.
Yeah, there are actual trains available if you want to grab your own locomotive. They're right here.
Thank you.
We did manage to automate that.
Woo!
There's also this PAX concept, like the PAX stations. Every one of the train bricks has a little. Here's an example of one right there. Like, and if
I do something similar.
If they can get, if there's 23 that haven't been renamed properly, but yeah, it can help to navigate around the base.
One of my favorite mods that I have is I have a mod that lets me hit Control J and it calls a very specific train that I set up to wherever I am.
We were talking about that last night. There's a mod or something that does that we are thinking about adding, or
extremely nice. We were talking about Windows 11 earlier. One of my brothers just messaged me saying that he might switch to Linux in the next couple days because he's so sick of Windows 11.
Windows
so
10.
Glad I have managed to go my entire life without touching Windows 11 thus far.
Yeah, stay
Very
there.
Grateful.
Keep that position.
Somebody say they were designing a nitrogen setup, because I don't want to do it if someone's already doing it.
We have a to-do list mod to try to prevent overlap on stuff.
You're not using my to-do list mod? How dare you?
I didn't know you made one. This is just the one that was on the thing. How's yours? It's probably better, right?
Better is a subjective term. It definitely looks prettier. But I haven't worked on it in many years, so I've just basically kept it updated, and that's about it. I haven't added any features. But yeah, I was mostly joking. Don't bother to change now. There's no reason to.
Well, in theory, people can assign tasks that need to be done, and then we can see how many people are actually working on it. So, like, if nitrogen, looks like Princess Luna's working on nitrogen. Is that what the question was? I already forgot.
Yeah. You know how much nitrogen does niobium need? A bit. Well, you need the nitrogen. Nitrogen isn't used directly in niobium. Nitrogen is used in refined syngas to mine the niobium. I think. Watch me be totally wrong.
What was I gonna do?
No, you do need it. You need it for activated carbon to make refined syngas so that you can mine niobium ore.
Yeah, this mod is becoming increasingly complex, like all the fluids and stuff.
And I would say I didn't end up needing that much nitrogen, but your guys' base is very different from mine, and you're reaching a much higher SPM count than me, so you probably need more nitrogen. But I would definitely design it, especially if it's going to be a permanent build. I would design it in a way that it can be expanded later. Maybe make like the bare minimum right now, and then expand it if you end up needing more.
Alright, I feel like I'm not getting anything actually done. I need to get this damn lead mine making lead. And apparently that means...
Princess Luna, you do need it for that. As well. I basically gave up on trying to perfectly like ratio how much I needed. And I would just build something, and then if it wasn't enough, I'd expand it. That's the only way I've gotten as far into Pyanodons as I have. Trying to fully ratio out everything is just an exercise of futility.
I think I might. I think I'm gonna pivot to this. Create a circuit machine that'll make all of them, because I can't keep making all this spaghetti. I mean, I can. I just it's just so much. Hey, not melon. Love seeing new names. People that are connecting for the first time. Glad to have you here. Even if it's just to hang out for today, but you're welcome anytime. Everyone is. Where would I do this? I need access to every single resource.
I'm pretty sure Pi does support quality. Like, you can turn it on and it'll work. It's just not balanced.
Oh,
It
right.
probably never will be.
I think that's why we don't have it on.
Yeah, don't play Pi with quality. You don't need it.
Yeah, we're trying to.
But I think Melon made it work, though.
We're trying to follow like this. What's the phrase for it? This like the soul of the mod, the intent of the mod. You know, like we added chutes, we added loaders, we added cranes, but we generally try to avoid anything that like just straight up solves parts of the mod itself that are supposed to be a challenge. Like, that being said, loaders are kind of. It's the thing of the UPS, though, you know, like this. That's it. That's why. That's why.
Something lead antimony batteries for science. Oh gosh. You're not doing quality? Okay. Probably a good thing. So holy cow, I keep getting caught off guard by the scale you guys are going for.
Like, which part?
Like the SPM, basically. Like, I have one logistics science crafter in my entire base. And you guys have, like... How many is that?
I think that we were shooting for...
30.
Yeah, like this...
30 crafters.
This thing down
That's
here...
That's a lot.
It's only gonna make 6 a second. That's not that much.
It is in Pi. So, I don't want to backseat too much, so I'll stop talking. But it's a lot. That's all I'm going to say. Like, even my new base, I don't think is going to have that much production of logistics science.
Just gotta think bigger. Okay, so how does this idea work again? Step 1, read what's in the warehouse. Constant combinator to tell it what the target is for every machine type. So let's say I want to make fluid mining drills. And fluid mining drill Mark II. I'm like trying to like teach myself how to do this again. So pardon me if I just keep talking out loud.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'll let people catch up. Oh, so
It'd take a while for them to catch up. Melon was downloading the map for like 5 minutes.
I'm pretty sure that I remember there being a problem with automated recipes not being able to change until they fully like pull the entities back out. So if you put a whole bunch of steel into a machine and then it changes recipes to something that doesn't use steel, it has to void all of the steel before it can actually progress. I'll have to do some sort of logic that prevents it from overfilling the machine, or like only send enough resources to it to do a single craft or something. I'm also gonna have to remember or reteach myself how to make an SR latch, because I don't want it to change recipes every single time it makes a single entity. I want it to go like pick the entity that we have the least of and then make n of them and then stop, not just constantly change. Don't remember how to do an SR latch, but it'll come back to me. Changing recipes will throw stuff into the trash slots of the machine, right? But if I just use a loader directly out, it should accept all of the trash, right? So it should be able to pull all of the stuff very quickly, I hope. Yeah, how big is the save file now? 62 megabytes? 64, actually. Another option would be to just use inserters. Or heck, I could even use cranes. If I just put like a couple stacks of every single construction material into a deposit right next to an automated factory, and then connected that via cranes directly to the automated factory, it could just grab whole stacks of the required thing at once. It's probably even faster transfer than loaders, and wouldn't require me to like filter all of the loader lanes and like connect. Sounds a lot more convenient. Bum, bum, bum.
Hyperkid, yeah, it took him like 5 minutes to download the map, so it's faster for him to just catch up. Says the biggest disadvantage of Factorio's multiplayer model is if you have bad connection, then it just kind of dies. I mean, I guess that's true for most multiplayer games.
Well, my coffee's already gone, so I'll just go get another one.
Cool.
Talk more, or actually, you're also an admin now, so if anyone can unpause if I'm not back in time. You're back.
Two point one change log, removed multiplayer. You want to play multiplayer? You share a keyboard. We actually did have a quick. Someone was looking into quick Fagart at some point, but I don't think they went forward with it because it wouldn't really help, or just they decided it wasn't worth the effort. But somebody was looking into quick networking at some point. I think in this case it was just the lack of download speed from Melon and the fact that the game's already at like 8 milliseconds is what's doing it.
While we Oh, he's almost done, but I wrote down a bunch of questions over the last couple of days.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about that earlier, actually.
Just prompts to, I don't know, talk about different things.
I saw that you said you put out a Google form for people to put questions into.
Yeah, we could do one or two of those right now if you'd like. Let me look those up.
Whatever you like, it's your stream.
Okay, so a viewer question was, what is your favorite game outside of strategy games? Or like outside of Factorio? What do you play when you're not playing Factorio?
I like JRPGs a lot, and I'm not particularly good at action games, but I do enjoy them as well. I think my favorite game that's not Factorio is probably Persona 5.
Yeah, you mentioned that game earlier. I've never heard of it though until today. Like,
Oh, no, I was talking about Tunic earlier.
oh,
This is a different game.
what's the difference
Tunic is
between
also quite good, but I haven't finished it yet, so I can't call it my favorite yet.
short crane versus big crane? I want them to point up though. Can it not? Does it have to point down?
Well, Cogmind is also quite good. I feel like there's a lot of games that I'm forgetting. Persona 5 is the one that stuck with me the most. I recently played Hi-Fi Rush, and it was also very good. I can highly recommend that game. And Tunic has also proven to be very good. There's a lot of great games, but I have a long backlog. I still have to play like Undertale and Deltarune. I have to play Hollow Knight. I have to play Outer Wilds. I have to play basically everything. I've been spending so long playing Factorio, I've missed out on a lot of good games. I do want to stream Hollow Knight for Gart because my brother's friend wants to watch me play it, but I'll probably just turn off the chat or just not look at it while I'm playing, because Hollow Knight seems like it's going to be a minefield of spoilers from chatters. Like I was playing Stanley Parable on stream, and this guy comes in and he's like, "Oh, have you reached this part yet?" Just freaking major spoiler. I'm like, come on.
All right. Sorry. Let me give you another question.
Yeah, I'm just standing here doing nothing. I don't have the brains that play Pyanodons right now.
Me neither. I'm like, I don't feel like I've been like generally I have a productive day and then an unproductive day when I play, and the fact that the lead outpost is still not done, and it's the thing I've been working on for how many hours now? 4. Yep, 4 hours in 1 minute. And it's like halfway built. Makes me feel like I'm not being particularly productive. But I'm playing in the sandbox, so that's fine, right?
Well, you have passed the threshold for the longest interview with me.
Oh.
I've had a few of them, but none of them have been 4 hours and 20 minutes. Although I've only joined after like an hour, so 3 hours, but still.
Trying to decide what is the actual design intent here. Is it that it's going to make every entity or just the machines itself? Probably just put together the machines, but then I've got to feed tons of raw resources in, like pipe, all the stuff, and put logic in so that it doesn't overfill. Means that I've only got access to 27 items. I want to use loaders for throughput. Could probably make a lot of machines at 27 items, though. I should be able to wire across and then also wire maybe to the source. I want to like I don't want to have to set all of this manually. I should be able to check what is on that belt right there. So read belt on hold. Enable disable if I think I want to use anything. No. I want to read what is on the belt here and then compare that to the value of what is in there. And then enable or disable this if the item that is in there is more than a single stack or more than like 200 or something. I don't need it. It doesn't specifically need to be a stack. Not sure if I can do this without a combinator. If I had a decider combinator, I'm confident I could do it, but there might be a way to do it without a combinator. But I'm literally making a decision, which is like the purpose of a decider, is it not? Feed this into the back. Feed the source into the back. Output green check mark if red is greater than green. I forget how to do this. Oh no, this is where I just say anything greater than anything. There we go. But because the green is greater than the this, it's outputting go. We do have all of the combinators now, so sorry I'm mid discussion, like mid like interview still, but like just like playing with combinators. Oops.
That's no problem.
I remember
No
there's
rush. I still have another 3.5 hours before I have to go.
Okay. I can pull the stack
Depends
size.
on whether or not my flu test turns out positive or not. If it turns out positive, I can stay even longer.
Well, you're welcome to stay. I mean, you can come back anytime. I don't want to distract you from your own base, but you're welcome to hang out and play. And
I wouldn't have been playing my base today anyway. General Ming, you're not wrong. Our meetings can get very distracted. Mostly because lots of us have ADHD and because it's over Slack, so there's latency, which makes it even more likely that someone will interrupt someone else with something else, and then it goes on tangent and tangent and tangent, and like 30 minutes later, we're like, oh, what were we talking about? Happens a lot, actually. Sometimes it's really interesting to try to map the flow of a conversation. Like you just take a pen and paper, and every time the subject changes, you write it down, and you look back on it. Conversations are really fascinating.
Combinator's brain can't work. Sorry. I'm maybe making some sense here. So M is supposed to be a multiplier to stack size. Use the selector combinator to read the deposit and everything that's in there. Output the stack size for each of them. Multiply it by the multiplier to count how many stacks I want. So in this case, if iron plate is in the warehouse, then I want 100 times 2 equals 2 stacks of 200. Feed that back into the decider combinator, which compares what's in there currently. So I do need... Okay, so it's this. I need that, and compare it with what's in there. Green is what is in there. That's the target. If anything is greater, then output the check mark. Feed the check mark back to the belt. Don't need this. I think that's it. Alright, so there's now less than 200. Something's still not working. Bum. Combinators. I need a value here. That's the issue. Okay, so because 200 is greater than... and then this belt should turn off. No, that's just always on. Anything greater than 0. I need to do red minus... I need an arithmetic combinator still, don't I? Yeah. I need to take what's in the box and then specify the red signal minus the green signal. Output. How do you combinator? How do combinators even?
I don't know, man. I feel so stupid when I try to do combinators.
I know.
Like, my IQ just drops to the floor.
I want each. No, I think it's just each minus each, output each. And then yeah, okay. So Isn't it?
Yeah. Common sense. Vigart's answer, don't look at blueprints, is 100% correct. Don't watch tutorials. Don't look at blueprints. I ruined my first factorial run because I watched a tutorial. Don't make that mistake. Hey, fasten the starter. You only need iron niobium alloy, which you don't have yet. Not that Princess Luna isn't trying. Oh, geez. You guys haven't experienced the most cathartic moment of the pie run so far. I'm not gonna spoil it. You'll know it when you get there. But you're very close.
I need to filter out the M. Just delete the M for now. Alright. Fill all the iron. I think this feels way more complicated than I think it should be. But combinators, right?
Now all the effort you're putting into this mall could be used to make robots instead.
True. Or build the lead,
Except not,
the lead mine.
because we're not there yet. Well, if you're not gonna do that, maybe I'll do it. Because I've just been wandering around aimlessly. Where the heck is it? Where the hepler? There it is.
Oh, right, because there's no M. It doesn't output anything. Just times 1 for now. Or I'll just put 2 there. The same thing, but doesn't pass the M through. So now... Wait, did I do it? I think I did it. That should turn off. Yeah, that worked. I don't know if that's the dumbest thing ever made or if that's just what's required, but in theory, that way I don't have to pay any attention to what's on these belts. It'll just automatically shut them off if the thing that it is passing through is already in the box and there's more than 2 stacks. So in theory, if I put red or like copper in here, but then I need...
Oh wow, you guys have long hands. I didn't realize.
Yeah, that's all me, sadly.
I don't have long hands. I want maximum suffering.
I get super, super annoyed when I go to build something and it makes that duh noise. That drives me nuts. I hate it.
Understandable.
Using all these combinators instead of just manually coding each one of them is probably not worth the effort. So I would need a decider combinator for every single belt to decide whether to turn on just that one belt or not. Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, 74, 38 on my screeners, and 4 of that.
is way simpler, I think.
Gosh, there beeth no simple circuits in the mall.
Yeah, simple circuit production has been for days the thing that we're trying constantly to make more of. I'm pretty sure the issue was Formica, and Formica got automated with a new recipe somewhere in a brick. So there is a bunch of Formica now, which means that the circuit producing that happens here should be working properly, but batteries.
Yeah, batteries are tough.
And I don't think that anyone has set up a caravan to send the circuits from this deposit back to the bus. The bus is super dry.
Right, and the batteries are out because you don't have lead.
And that's the problem that no one had any idea existed, and definitely someone should look into that at some point today, perhaps.
Yeah.
Like maybe that lead mine that, yeah. Because if we just had lead, which this thing does, it makes the lead. It prints lead plates. I just need fluid mining drill Mark IIs. And instead, I'm in the test world playing with the potential for an automated factory. Factorial rabbit hole, what can you do?
Suspicious. There's a whole land antimony brick that's been set aside, but has nothing in it. Oh wait, it does have something in it. It's just super teeny tiny. Never mind. Oh, by the way, earlier you mentioned that you can't slow down on these really fast tiles.
Yeah.
That did annoy me as well, so I installed a mod that lets you slow down.
Yeah? Like a stop running, like a walk mode?
Yeah, like it just decreases your movement speed a lot. You just like toggle it on and you just crawl. I've been tempted to make a mod that actually dynamically adjusts your movement speed based on how zoomed in you are. So if you zoom in more, then you'll go slower. I think that would be cool.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. It should only be 90-ish. So I think that if I... This idea, I think I am close to being able to make work. Like, The idea is to just set the entities that you want it to craft in a Fluid Mining Drill Mark 1, run this through some logic, and then check the deposit on the right. Create like a multiplier to say like I want 5 of each machine or whatever the number is. And then some sort of SR latch to choose which one we have the least of. Perhaps some logic to see if we have the resources it needs to do it. No point in switching to a recipe that it can't actually craft. One of these inserters pieces back in from the warehouse, because I think maybe, like, I'm not going to have enough resource inputs. I don't know if I can do all of these. Like, burner mining drills might need to be something that it makes itself, puts into this box, and then this box feeds back into it. But, like, if I got all of the main raw resources in, it'd be a whole lot easier to just say, oh, we have a new machine? Oh, we need fish tanks? Let's just ask it to make Gasifier Mark 1. Done. Don't have to spaghetti, don't have to build anything. It'll automatically cycle through the machines. And then I could even, like, just straight up loader anything that it's made out into a storage chest or something to put into the network. The concept is interesting to me. I like the idea of this.
6K of those. Oh gosh, so correct me if I'm wrong, because I've never used CyberSyn, but the station requests 6K lead antimony alloy, so the train won't even go until there's that much available in the network, right?
The request is for 1.5 trains. So you take your stack size of the item that you want, multiply that by 40, because there's 20 slots per cargo wagon, 2 cargo wagons. So stack size times 40 times 1.5, the number that you want to set it to. And then the train, the CyberSyn mod, will dispatch a train as soon as it detects that there is a station that it can receive a full train load for, which will be, like, in this case, 4,000 items. And then it'll send it to the source, like the target that wants it. And that extra half train of buffer is so that once it goes from 6,000 down to 2,000 supply, it'll trigger, oh, I need a refill. And in that interim time that it takes to go get a train, pick up a load, and then bring it back, you won't have any downtime.
Okay. I'm just wondering because there's like 1,700 lead antimony alloy, but it's not picking anything up because I guess it's waiting
for
longer.
4,000. It wants 4,000.
Yeah. Turns out that only half of the lead antimony machines were running, so I fixed that. But yeah. I was helpful.
Are we still pretending this is an interview? Or, because I'm just playing Factorio now? My bad. I need to
I don't know.
do Combinator stuff. I want to do this, but I also want to keep on asking you questions, because it's good to have you here.
Combinators are temporary, questions are forever.
What kinds of player or mod behavior tend to cause the most unexpected performance issues?
I think I don't really know. Like, you mean just like general categories of?
Yeah, is there like a
what people
common
tend to
mistake
do?
that people make when modding that, like, it's a pretty obvious noob thing that they're doing that's going to cause huge problems with UPS or something? Or is it more...
Oh, yeah. On-tick scripts. Basically, you can write a mod, or you can, in mods, you can have a Lua function that is called once every game tick, which is 60 times per second, ideally. And a lot of mods will do a ton of work, or a lot of less experienced modders will do a ton of work in the on-tick script because they don't realize and or don't want to go through the complexity of implementing other events. Like you can have an event for, let's say, a mod would like scan the whole surface for all of the instances of a given entity on every tick,
That's,
instead of just listening for the events where they are destroyed and destroyed and built, and keeping the list on their storage side.
so it's like a brute force approach to understanding what's going on in the game versus. That makes sense.
So caching, and also the other thing that people often get wrong is multiplayer. Factorio mods need to be made in a very specific way in order to avoid desyncing, because of the way Factorio works.
Yeah, the whole.
And it's kind of hard to wrap your head around at first.
It's a deterministic engine, right? Like it
Right.
has to.
It's the same. The code runs the same on all platforms, but because of that, it's something like you can't use a global value for storage for state. If you do that, then it'll desync because the global value is not guaranteed to be the same on every client.
How does it get changed though on different clients? Like how it sounds like the server, in this case my computer, is like, you know, the boss, and says I don't know if it's like every now and then or every second or whatever, but like if there are errors, it probably defaults to the server being right and other numbers being wrong.
If there's a mismatch, then the client will get disconnected from the server instead of the other way around, so that everyone else can keep playing. Is that not what you were asking?
I think that's right. I mean, I think that answered the question. As far as I understand, I need to grab back coffee though. And I gotta stop looking at this.
And you're a coffee fiend. Coffee fiend. Jeez Louise.
The weirdest interview you've watched? Well, it's
certainly one of the interviews of all time.
It's maybe a bit more informal than intended, but
you just can't help yourself. When you see combinators, your brain just empties of everything except combinator.
wait, am I?
Case in point.
Look, but like, look how much simpler this is. Like, what? Okay, so you just set that, and then each time's -1, and then it just does it. That's magic. That's voodoo. It's not swapping recipes every tick or something. Just like casually going through and making 50 of them. What the hell? Will I play some more E5 in the coming days? I'm waiting for the 1.1 patch, yes. Alright, I'm gonna like paste this in my test world for reference and then focus on other stuff. But yeah, like... that seems so much simpler than I expected. This is automatically set to blacklist anything that it actually makes. So that's like I guess the vent. Trash vent. And then it just feeds the trash back in. Clever. Ashnitz, why did you let me suffer for so long? When you could have just done this much better. I like this solution a lot. So, what... You said you've just been wandering around recently. What tech would you choose if you were playing this save right now, like for the next tech? We're currently working towards transport capacity and other stuff, and it's not about, like, spoilers, but, like, what do you generally like to prioritize as far as...
I probably would have researched Blueprint Shotgun 2 by now.
Same. Yeah, I really like that upgrade.
It's hard to answer that question because I don't know what your base is like struggling with. For me, I would have prioritized mining productivity. And if you want to build that automol, you probably need the selector combinator, and you haven't researched that yet. Or never mind, that's circuit network. Wait, that's different. Oh, that's cyber stuff. Never mind.
Yep, we have got selectors. Yeah. But it...
Tool belts, because inventory size is nice.
But if you look at this thing, apparently I don't need a selector combinator. Ashnit's made this thing and it just runs off a single arithmetic combinator. This is voodoo.
I mean, yeah, if you just have like logistic network times -1 minus what you want, then it'll set the recipe.
Right, but like
to whatever you need the most of. Let's see.
But how does it not?
You have each of those
cycling between
times
them
-1. Okay. So those times -1, and then it also inputs that. That makes, wait. Yeah.
It's just red wire. There's just one color of wire only.
Yeah, it just
works.
Just works. It just works.
And then you see this, he's got the return feed so that the trash, while it's swapping recipes, will go to the belt over here and then feed right back into the same machine. So it's not even wasting its resources while it cycles.
I must say, one of the features that had the most unexpected consequences was this feature here, where you can set recipes on assemblers. It had a lot more consequences than I think any of us originally thought it would. Because suddenly we had to have a trash inventory. Well, you needed that for quality, and no, you didn't. You needed it for spoilage anyway, but we needed to suddenly utilize the trash inventory because the game's entire design was not designed for recipes to be changed automatically. Because every time you would change a recipe before in 1.1, it was guaranteed to be able to go into your inventory or be dropped onto the ground, but you can't do that if you're doing it in an automated fashion. So suddenly you need to add a bunch more mechanics for that to work. And in fluids, we just didn't, because we didn't think about it. And so you can actually void fluids by constantly oscillating a recipe back and forth on an assembler that takes a fluid. It'll just void it.
Even still in the current version of the game?
Yeah, in the current version of the game, yes. And I have a plan for how I could fix that, but it is an absolute pain in the rear, and I haven't done it yet. So, like, that's actually a strategy in Space Age megabases. You can use that to void molten iron and molten copper on Vulcanus a lot faster than otherwise. You just pump it into a foundry input, and then you switch the recipe, and then it'll just delete it.
That sounds more useful than a sinkhole. Or a... What are the big things called?
But it's completely not intended, so I plan on fixing it.
Well, but now I know it exists, so I gotta, we gotta use it. Take advantage.
Oh gosh, why is that a mechanical inserter? Get out of here. Where I need to pull. But yeah, the set recipe on assemblers broke a lot of stuff. I should get myself some construction bots. That would be nice.
I've got 50 on me.
Well, I also need a roboport and armor and everything basically. So I'm gonna go on a mission. I'll be back later.
Okay. Well, that's chat. What else comes to mind? I'm waiting for more people to have questions. Otherwise, I am still kind of just like defaulting to just play more.
Play. Rip.
This is kind of timely. Has observing multiplayer games or like lobbies changed how you think about single player systems?
It's reinforced my desire to primarily play single player mostly.
I was gonna say, is there anything in this entire base that you've seen that you've thought, oh, that's better than what I did, I should do that? Or is it like, is this all icky and go away, like, ugh?
Well, I mean,
It's okay, I said it. You can say it. It's fine if that's true.
You guys have much bigger scale than I do. Oh, that's something.
Yeah, we're trying to fill every train brick as much as possible to make the...
And I absolutely love your mall. It's so good.
I can't tell if
This
you're
is
being... I can't
Peak
tell if you're serious
Factorio.
or not. Like,
No, I'm not sarcastic. I'm not sarcastic. I actually think this is Peak Factorio.
Okay, because like I said earlier, this is the part of the base that I feel the most shame about. Like,
no, Factorio was all about
specifically
having fun
like,
and making the stupidest designs, and they still work. It's that's what the game's all about for me, anyway.
When you start up here, it had this like sort of organized approach of like carry each of these resources down, but then we've just kept making it bigger as more and more days went by, and by the time you're down here, I almost want to get that mod that you mentioned earlier that traces belts. Like,
it would
like see
be really cool to watch the belt visualizer go through this, but yeah. Right, I was gonna make casting units. That's what I was gonna do.
I thought we had casting units. Nope.
You don't have casting units.
You agree that it's peak. Good. Okay.
Yes, this mall is peak. I love belt malls because they are universally terrible, and it's awesome.
Universally terrible.
Yes. Belt malls, like, there's not really a way to make a belt mall that's not terrible in at least one way. And Captain of the Sky gets pretty close, but still.
This next question doesn't really make sense after what you just said. I was going to say, what's the worst factory design you've ever seen that still functions? And,
oh gosh.
I think we know the answer. It's right there.
I feel like I had an answer to this, but it's slipping my mind. Nah, I got nothing. I think there's a trend now to use smoothie pipes on the output of oil processing in vanilla, because now with 2.0 fluids you can do that really easily. I think that's pretty cursed.
Smoothie pipes? What's that?
Yeah,
like
sushi pipes.
Oh.
Where I said smoothie because sushi makes no sense in liquid, but
are you talking about like
where
when people do the thing where like they run multiple different fluids through the same pipes, or are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly that.
We're not talking about this cursed thing that is now apparently going to be a thing soon for us. Getting niobium pipes so we can do what is this called? Belt. Underground belt weaving. Like we're going to be able to pipe weave.
Yep.
Which I think is
and niobium pipes are God's gift on Earth. Like, holy crap, they're so good.
Looking forward to those, yeah.
That's what I was referring to earlier when I said the most cathartic moment in the run is when you get niobium pipes.
Oh.
They make everything so much better. And Melon, just buy more RAM. Easy peasy. Okay, where the heck can I get some latex slab? There we go. Excuse me. In the 2.0 beta testing save that we did in the office, we had some pretty cursed stuff. Before we added the fluid pipeline extents, you could just make the fluid pipes go like infinitely far. And I thought that was fine. I thought it was fun, but some people didn't agree. But But it was funny because back then also, well, actually still to this day, you can accidentally void a fluid if you place a pipe in the wrong spot, because if you connect two different segments that have different fluids, then one of them will just get deleted. So one time in our save, we had like maybe 20 or 30 million oil buffered in the pipes, and someone placed a pipe wrong, and it deleted all the oil. The funniest bug in that beta testing run that we did, this was in June, a couple months before release. I was wearing these wireless Bluetooth headphones, the Sennheiser Momentums. It's what I brought with me. I do not recommend them, by the way.
I love Sennheiser as a brand. They're really good, I think.
Oh, I'm wearing HD600s right now, and they're great, but I do not recommend their Bluetooth headphones. They're not very good.
I would.
Regardless.
I don't like headphones that are remote, like Bluetooth or wireless. I had wireless at one point, and it was a bad choice usually.
Yeah, I Bluetooth headphones are great. I have open ear headphones or bone conduction headphones for everyday use, and they're the best thing ever. But anyway, I had these Momentum 4s when I was in Prague, and we were doing the beta test, and the game kept randomly pausing. Like, kept saying I was pausing the game. I was like, what the heck is going on? Eventually, we figured out that every time I'd take my headphones off, the game would pause. Because it was sending the pause keystroke to the operating system, and I had that bound to pause in the control settings. So every time I took off my headphones to talk to somebody, the game would get paused. It was so good. Actually, that wasn't a bug. It was just a funny thing. The best bug was whenever one person would hit Control F, it would focus the search for everybody on the server. So we were trolling each other so much by just spamming Control F so nobody could do anything. It was really good. I feel like my interviewer's brain is elsewhere right now.
I'm trying to do. I got pulled back into the thing after seeing Ashnitz's little brilliant single arithmetic combinator setup.
You did warn me that this would happen, and
bad, I can't do it.
You were right.
I mean, playing Factorio while trying to ask questions about Factorio and development of Factorio is perhaps not my smartest decision. Thinking that I could even stay focused. Do you think that the automation genre has a ceiling, or are we still in early automation genre for like games?
Well, I mean, we just got our automation anime waifu gacha game, so like maybe we've peaked, and now it's all downhill from here.
So are you actively working only on Factorio, or are you personally involved in any other projects that you might not be able to fully disclose, or?
You're talking about at work or just in general?
Yeah, at work. Like, are you?
Well, obviously I can't say anything about that.
Okay.
But I'm working a lot on Factorio. Factorio is my primary responsibility right now.
Interesting, because for example, the way that Paradox Interactive seems to handle their scheduling for employees is that they work only on one project, and they'll move from one team to another, but like their day-to-day actual behavior is to only work on that one project. So it sounds like that's not the case for you. Like, you switch gears between multiple projects as needed, or?
Oh, I'm entirely on Factorio.
I see.
That's, yeah. 100% of my time at work right now is Factorio.
Cool.
But as for what I do on Factorio, that's completely self-directed. I don't have like a specific area that I'm forced to work on.
You just make it better, like
I just do things.
Factorio,
yeah.
the Factorio. Just keep on making it.
I basically just have a list of things I want to accomplish, and I do those things. Like one week I'll work on fluids, another week I'll work on Linux stuff, another week I'll work on, I don't know, GUI garbage.
Here's an interesting one, perhaps. Is there any area within the code base that's effectively don't touch it unless absolutely necessary? Like
Blueprints.
Really? What is it
Blueprints
about
and
blueprints?
GUI. Blueprints are cursed. Blueprints are so cursed.
I remember Blueprints was a mod at first, right? You had to...
Yes. But basically, blueprints are incredibly fragile, and nobody really wants to fix it. So we just kind of leave it alone, and it kind of just works. Oh, smart belt building. Yes, that too. Oh my gosh. That's a disaster.
I like it. I like this, although it does frustrate me when it tries to go underneath. And it can easily break. But I know when it breaks because I've used it so much that I like... For some reason, I end up finding myself usually going backwards. I have more success going backwards over certain areas than forwards. I don't know why, but
smart belt is... I don't know. It's possessed, is what it is.
Okay.
It's absolutely... I don't know.
Did you know that there's a mod that uses the Blueprint Manager to save tool belts presets?
Guess who wrote that mod?
Was it you?
It was me.
So, were you aware that this mod exists?
Yeah, because I wrote it.
This is like the third time that I've said it. I randomly come up to a mod topic or a mod, and it was your mod.
Well, it might not have been my particular mod, but I do have one that does that, quickbar templates.
Yeah, how come quickbar templates, like, aren't a saved setting for the player, just like in settings? Like, why not just have an option that says save my tool belt between plays or something?
You see, the word there was just.
Yeah, just do it. Just make it better.
Just do it. Don't let your dreams be dreams.
In all circumstances.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we did that exact thing for the shortcut bar, and it has many issues. For example, if you remove a mod and re-add it, then your shortcut bar layout gets screwed up. Because the alternative is keeping every possible shortcut from every possible mod in the data, and that...
Right.
I think that would actually be fine, because there's only a couple hundred of them, but I don't know.
Yeah, it can't have the entity on the task on the tool belt if it doesn't know the entity exists if you don't have the mod, right?
So I would rather have this shortcut bar be per save and not have it synced at all. That would be my preference. And I also think the same for quick bars. I almost never use the same quick bar layout between different games. So I prefer to just set it up manually every time.
For me, because I played a long time ago, back before we had up to 10 toolbars, and I mean, I remember when you had research that would increase the tool belt to 3.
Yeah, and it was a proper inventory too.
Yeah, I remember that, but because I played when you'd start the game and only ever have 2, I've just always gotten used to only really having 2, and I almost universally end up with this setup. Like, it's just how my brain's wired now. I know I can just press X and I'm dealing with pipe, press X again, go back to not, like... And I know you can do that with, like, Control 3, I think it is, or Shift 3? Yeah, Shift 3 to change to specific ones, but too complicated. Rather just have 2. Everything else is solved with Pipette.
For some reason, when we redid the GUI for the shortcut bar, or the quick bar, we changed the hotkeys to be 1 through 0 and Shift 1 through 0.
I strongly dislike that change, personally.
Yeah, same. I changed it back to how it was before.
I did 2, and then I kept using X still. That's the default key, I think, to cycle between belts. But where it gets confusing is when, let's say I want to go to like a third belt, so Shift 3, and then press X, and then if I like teach my brain to say, okay, every time I want to build red belt, I press Shift 3. Well, then I end up with this sometimes, and then it's like X doesn't work anymore, and now I can't press X to do pipe, and like I forget which one is there, and it only ever swaps that top one.
For a very long time, I would actually play with just one quick bar showing, and then I would use hotkeys to switch to the one that had the thing I needed. But now I just have 4, and I cycle between them.
Yeah,
it works.
I used to enjoy having inserter as keyboard shortcut 2, always, right? Usually a yellow inserter, but in this mod I use mechanical. And then I would use the 7th position button, just like before. Shift 2 would select the long-headed inserter. So, inserter is just 2, Shift 2 is long-headed, like easy to just pivot between the 2. And then that change that happened where they rebounded all messed everything up, and I got used to just either not having red or I just put like just put it over here and click on it like a pleb. I'm a filthy clicker.
The Pyanodons has kind of broken me in that regard because there's so many buildings in Pi that you can't put them all in your quick bar.
Right, yeah.
So now I'm gotten used to just searching my inventory again instead of having everything on the quick bar. I still use the quick bar for belts and pipes and rails though. Like I always have belts on 1, undergrounds on 2, and splitters on 3, and then I always have power poles on 5. And then I always have inserters on shift 1, it's through shift 5, because I unbind the keys that change the quick bar, and I change 6 through 10 to be back through 1 through shift 1 through 5 like it used to be. I think that's just strictly better. Not sure why we changed it.
Yeah, I thought that was a very...
You can't reach 6 through 0 with your left hands, like what the heck?
Yep, yeah, we talked about that earlier, about how the pinky's weak and you don't want to press control, so yeah, it's the same concept. It's like 6 through 10.
Right, like shift 0, you need 2 hands for that. Or you use right shift, but that's even cursed, even more cursed.
Pulling up at a... How about this question? What kinds of design or performance edge cases do mods like Pyanodons expose most clearly? Like, is Pyanodons
I think Pi actually
mod helping Factorio get even better because of how it's pushing the engine, or?
I'd say the biggest performance bottleneck in Pi is trains, probably. Because if you have a generic train system, which you need in Pi, you generally have a lot of signals as well. And I know of at least 2 games where people actually were getting severe performance issues with trains, especially when they would like build a new signal. The game would hang for multiple seconds because there were just so many signals on their game. Because I had to recompute the entire signal graph.
Yeah, here, this is risky, but I want to do it anyway. There's maybe a console command that would be easier, but I'm gonna just, copy the entire factory into a blueprint and see how many signals we have.
Well, you don't even have to copy it, just look at the thing.
No, because it's too many entities.
Server's not responding, let's go.
Alright, but now I can scroll it. Yeah, like, sorry if everyone lags or anyone gets disconnected. Oh, no, it's too late, I already did it. So here's the total counts for entities.
6.2 thousand signals.
Yeah, 68,000 rail.
The fact that the game lets you do this is really, really awesome, actually. I was watching a new player play the game yesterday, and he was playing with a couple of his friends, and he asked, and they were explaining blueprints to him. He's like, so like, is there a limit? Like how big can you go? And his friends were like, infinite. It's actually very uncommon in games. So the game is lagging like it's mad right now.
Yeah, well, I just copied the entire base into a blueprint.
Right, it's because you're running the server and your game's FPS is down because it's rendering the whole base at once. And it's actually affecting all of us too.
Yeah, so you're saying I should get out of this menu? And you
should get out of this menu.
You had also just said that the blueprints thing is like the black box of death or whatever inside the engine.
Right, it's like a very common feature request, we actually talked about this last week, is add a blueprint editor. So you can like add and remove entities in like the blueprint view. No, that's too cursed. I can't. No, nobody wants to.
Well, there is one thing though that I have often been surprised by. How come even with like a reasonable tiny blueprint like this, how come I can't like zoom in at all? There's no...
So that is the one thing I think we should do, and wouldn't be that difficult, would be to zooming and panning this view. I think that would be fine.
Because sometimes when you're trying to like understand what a blueprint does, like what did past me design, and or like if you're pasting a big blueprint, it can also sometimes be difficult to line up once they get about a certain size.
Having it differently zoomed and being able to zoom in and stuff would also make it so we can make the GUI have a consistent aspect ratio, because right now the GUI will look entirely different depending on the aspect ratio of the blueprint, and it's pretty bad. Yeah, that is something I would like to see, is being able to zoom and pan that view. And that wouldn't be terribly impossible to do. That's actually just GUI stuff. It's not editing the blueprint directly.
Full-on editing of Blueprint.
Still pretty difficult.
I agree. Full-on editing F-Guard is silly because you could basically just full-on edit
do it in the world,
in either the real world or as with ghost entities or in something like sandbox mode, which I know is a mod, but I love sandbox mode. I think it's great for testing and stuff. Although I do
I love Blueprint Sandbox.
Need to remember to delete these things. They stopped running and like causing resources to go away.
I used to be pretty snobbish actually about like, why would you use Blueprint Sandboxes when you can just build in the game? Why would you use Factory Planner when you just use Rate Calculator? Pyanodons has humbled me a little bit in that regard. Yeah. Now I use Blueprint Sandboxes and Factory Planner.
Yep. Like there's little things that like I had messed the math up on and didn't realize, and being able to test it in the actual sandbox and like watch it run lets you identify problems much better than just pure theory. Trying to find where it was.
That's why I like it too.
So like right here, this build, for the longest time, I could not figure out why it kept breaking, and the sand kept on being the problem. Like there's too much sand, and I'm like, there's no way. Like I'm making the right amount of sand. I rate calculator it just works, right? There's this much in, this much out. Like I know there's a slight number there, but that surely can't result in sand because these machines want 60 sand. They each take 15. So, 60 in, 60 out. It's good. But it turns out that it's that tiny little disparity, that 17.5 rich clay, that ends up causing rich clay to not be the problem, but the sand to be overflowing. And then the sand needed to get voided, and pretty sure that I set up a burner or something somewhere. But I couldn't detect the problem until I actually saw it running, is my point. So that's what the test world can be really good for.
I've struggled with that a lot too. I'll make some dumb mistakes in a build that I'm doing and won't notice until I build it in the test world and it doesn't work.
Yeah, or like you'll have a loader backwards or something. Can you tell? Right here? Like Alright, what's that?
Are these construction bots not properly automated? What the heck?
Robots were made up here, yeah, and
I'm looking at this, and the gearbox doesn't have any titanium input, like, at all. So it's not automated.
They were built here as well. This is the actual automation that feeds the network, which apparently someone cut the power line to.
Okay, so I'll go down there to get my bots then.
I'm not sure. We have a load-bearing power pole problem. So why is there solder on that battery belt?
Power. Oh, this whole area is cut off from power. Duralumin is the source.
These need to have filters. They're only supposed to be grabbing batteries, I believe. Which means that this belt needs to get cleaned. Nope, they're only supposed to have solder, not batteries. That's what's broken.
I fixed the power issue. Maybe. Yeah, okay.
Filter solder. Tiny little errors, happy little accidents.
That is interesting.
We've had a few funny little run-ins with load-bearing power poles, and then suddenly the whole base dies.
Hey, we are doing research. Nice. Fish stage 2. Oh, that's gonna be so much easier without spoilage. With spoilage on fish eggs spoil into biocrud, and it's really annoying, actually.
$1,200 of our robots are not working. We need to build more base. More faster.
Oh, hey. 50 bots. Perfect. Mine. Cool, now I actually have the ability to build stuff. After, what, 5 hours?
Did you end up finding fuel?
Oh no, I don't have fuel yet. But I did find it earlier. There's canisters somewhere.
Yeah, there's
condensate canister. Yeah, there it is.
Supply is.
Gasoline is on the logistic network though.
I swear I know how to find it. There it is.
Yeah, it's right there. That's the one I was looking at.
I like how it automatically puts the empties into, or it automatically moves them from your inventory into these generators. Pretty neat.
Yeah, but it's kind of dumb as well. If you don't have enough to saturate all of the generators, then it won't distribute them evenly.
I've noticed that too. Yeah. The first time I had 2 generators, I had to like force feed some of the fuel back when we didn't produce nearly as much. But the problem's easily solved by just having way more canister production. So we have a full chest of them, which just works.
Yoink! Where's the fuel manager? Fuel manager, there you are. Throw all those in so I can throw the rest back. There we go.
Any of your builds broken since you were last on? Were you not able to play at all today, or when was the last time you were on Ryland? I think that we're still sort of struggling on the Pi 1 sci packs, and I forget. Oh, sorry, this is ridiculous. I know exactly why there's no Pi 1. It's because of this lead. There's no lead, which means there's no whatever that ore stuff was called, which means that there are no batteries, which means that there's no everything. It's just all
Only
still goes
somebody
back to
was. If only somebody was working on the lead.
I was, and then it's because it expects fluid drill mining Mark IIs. Can I just use Mark 1s instead for now, perhaps?
You could do that, and also the casting units still need to be built, so that's what I'll do. Why is this out of iron sticks? What the heck? All refined concrete production is worked. And this Factorio engineer can run so fast. I'm just casually running a kilometer in like a minute.
I think that part, yeah, I remember that cracked me up when we were first getting the slightly faster road. Like, you see it at first with brick, and then it goes faster and faster up to the refined concrete. And my favorite part is how the engineer, he runs faster, but he doesn't take longer steps. He just takes the steps quicker.
Just goes,
yeah,
just quicker steps. Yeah. He's not leaping and bounding. He's just going real fast. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Oh gosh, this is completely out of iron.
Fluid mining drills Mark II need solid fuel? Aw.
Mark 1s need fuel, yeah. Mark 2s don't.
Well,
That's why they're Mark 2.
Well, that's not gonna work then, because that location doesn't have them provided. Alright, I'm just gonna pocket craft a ton of them.
2 casting units.
If I go down the circuit, the play with circuits logic rabbit hole again, then another 2 hours will go by. And you'll be wondering why I'm not talking. Don't know desync.
Oh, desync.
Yeah. Only
Is that
happens...
the caravan desync?
I don't know. No one said that they were editing. So I don't think anyone was, but... Hooks and steel.
Sounds like Pyanodons shenanigans. Not surprising considering how big the mod is. I think Crastorio is like 60,000 lines of code. I don't even want to think about Pi. Factorio is like 2 million at least. Not counting libraries. Or no, 2 million is with libraries. I think. Pi is definitely over 9,000, yes. Haha.
I understand that reference. All right.
I too am cultured.
I'm not. I just know that reference. Electric mining drills are hopefully actually made. Nice.
Why is there no steel? There it is. Woo! I made one casting unit. I forgot how painful life is before logistic bots.
So do you have a huge bot mall that you're using to do everything?
Yeah,
it sounds
well,
like bot
huge.
malls are... You're...
It's not really huge, but yeah. I have that square that I showed you earlier, and
Yeah.
with all the buffer chests, so I can just walk in there and my inventory gets cleaned in like 10 seconds. It's nice. And I routed all of the things more or less so that all of the provider chests were in the same general area for the most part, and that also helped a ton. So I didn't have to walk far to get things.
Buffer
And here
chests.
I'm having to like run all over the base to grab stuff.
Yeah, that was my complaint from earlier today about how we ended up with malls on the top and bottom of the bus instead of just all in one. It would be a lot easier if everything was all next to each other.
You got one casting unit. I need more inner metallics.
Buffer chests specifically are, in my mind, still like new to Factorio because they didn't exist for forever. And
New by like 6 years ago.
Yeah, well, they're new. Yeah, because they just got added like yesterday, I think. I still don't really understand what their use case is or why I should learn. Is there...
Yeah, the use case I use them for is what I just said. I have the square and it uses buffer chests so that if I walk in there, because like all the actual passive providers are more spread out. So I use buffer chests to consolidate the supply into a singular area, but then the requester chests and my personal logistics can all take from those buffer chests instead of having the bots go out to the further away areas. So the robots will resupply the buffer chests over time as I'm building something, and then I can get it all at once when I get back to base.
So that's the thing that I struggle to like comprehend then, because I generally don't... I mean, I do pocket craft a lot, way more than I should. It's been a while since I did a no pocket, like a no crafting run. I should probably do that again to relearn how to play this game. But
Gosh, lazy bastard with Pi would be awful.
yeah, what do we need for buffer chests?
It's the same recipe as the other ones.
Have to research it apparently still. So how about them logistic bots? You totally automated the whole thing for us, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. 100%.
I mean, they aren't. It's just the nichrome and niobium plate or something, right? That are new?
Yeah, just is the word there. Not niobium is pretty difficult to do. Why are there belts on the steel belt? What is going on here?
Belts
Also, where did my...
on the belt?
Yeah, there were belt items on the belt for steel plates.
Good question. Probably wasn't me.
Probably. Not guaranteed.
Not sure why this niobium or this aluminum plate needs to go under over here. Which means it's not gonna. It's just gonna go straight into the machine.
Oh, somebody made a change to the GUI that I didn't know about. Huh. Sneaky.
I am now working on the lead. And you've got a casting unit at least, so we can get some.
I got 2.
Wow.
Yep, now the lead should start crafting. Oh, you don't have hot air yet.
Hot air's
hooked up here.
it can, yeah, it should be delivered by the train. Why I'm doing it again? I'm walking to the place instead of putting a train down and getting in it. One thing that's sort of irritating is that there's probably a mod that fixes it too. But when you get into a train, like if I place a train down, a personal train, the second you get in it, it will always be on the schedule tab, and then you want to put fuel in it. And almost
That's not
universally,
something a mod can change.
almost universally, you have to scroll to the bottom so that you can control click on one of the empty spaces to put any fuel in. So it's like a 3-step process. I'm surprised
Yeah, that is pretty annoying.
even distribution doesn't like put fuel in trains when you place them.
Oh, yeah, you're using the cheaty even distribution mod.
Cheaty. Am
Yes. Yes.
I? Oh, because of biters and like putting bullets in them?
No, because it lets you clean your inventory with a hotkey.
Yeah, I love that button. The give
No.
away my crap button.
I made my own even distribution mod with blackjack and hookers because I hated
I love that feature.
that specific feature. Like, I want to evenly distribute. I don't want to clean my inventory with a magic button.
The other thing I love about this thing, I don't know if it's the same in yours, but there's a setting to evenly distribute items, but also to balance out inventories. It like takes stock of
Mine does that too.
every item, like the supply in every machine, and then like actually balances it. It's sick.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. Oh man, the hot air is struggling. Fluid caravans? That's a thing?
Yeah, we use some too.
Huh. I didn't know that.
I was a little disappointed when I first saw
Oh no, I did know that.
the sprite for them. They don't really look much different. They just have a different color backpack.
Yeah, well, I mean, art is difficult.
I expect them to have a cool tank or something on their back.
Okay, so yeah, lead should work as soon as you get hot air down there. Where's
Right.
the hot air provider?
It doesn't have a... I'll show you how we would do it. One sec, I gotta finish undoing what I did. Do these things. Yeah, this station... Oh, no, it's right here. That's where hot air comes in. We just don't have the...
No, what I meant was the provider station.
Oh, where we make hot air.
Yeah. I know where you make hot air, but I don't see a station there.
2 places is where we... Yesterday night, I think, we added a build somewhere over here that makes hot air.
Oh, it's right there. I wasn't looking at the right one. Okay, yep, there it is.
Yeah, we did
Just
a
gotta-
massive molten salt hot air
Wow.
thing.
This hot air is so large.
Yeah. I'm not sure if we actually got this whole thing fully running or not, all this brick. I don't know
You need to
that...
bootstrap it with bricks.
Ryland asked the question not too long ago, is anything that he helped design broken? And I don't think we ever actually delivered brick. So yeah, it's been broken the whole time. But also we don't have any of the coal power plants yet either. Or the gas refineries. But so there is still hot air in the system because our original brick build, way up at the top of the base somewhere, has a
that one.
there's a fluid caravan that I set up that takes it all the way down to one of the other stations, and so it's delivered via beast.
It has 279,000 lines of code. That checks out. Thanks for checking.
All right,
How much of that is prototype definitions?
we are bringing some syngas. Wait, what?
For me, like 39,000 of the lines of code are prototypes. Oh, the total's only 43. I trimmed it down a lot. I got rid of 20,000 lines of code. That's awesome. Yeah, Crastoria is only 43, and 39 of that is prototypes. Yeah, coal power plants are really heckin' expensive. Good luck building all those.
Well, we're gonna need a lot of hot air if we're gonna do all the molten smelting that we...
This is like 3 orders of magnitude more hot air than I'm making.
Perfectly reasonable.
Maybe. How much hot air am I making? I have 2 hot air assemblers. One of which doesn't work half the time. But that's on my old base. My new base I don't have hot air yet, so I don't know how much I'm gonna need. But I'm just continually impressed by the scale of this base.
We try. Alright, so I gotta hook up. I see acetylene is actually on its way. Progress is being made. I'm going to hook up acetylene along this whole outer
Coal
bit.
power is busted. Did you know that in Pi hard mode, coal power doesn't exist? You have to use biofuel, which is a lot harder. Or maybe I think coal power plants do exist, but you can only use them for like the molten salt loop for hot air, I think. I don't think you can use them to make power, as far as I'm aware.
Well, that's not cool.
Heck, why did it stop? Where's the train? Oh, it's all the way over there. There's so many missing signals here.
These are running. We have some lead ore on a belt. I believe I should just throw down a 5 to 6 balancer. Balancers in general are kind of fascinating to me. The balancer
Oh, they only
library.
make heat. Okay. Yes, the one blueprint book that I use is balancers. That's the
Yeah.
only one.
Trying to figure out
Because I just can't be bothered to do it.
same.
I don't even know how to do it.
It's just trying to stack trace like all the belts and like understand if it's balanced or not is so much work. I don't wanna.
I understand the theory, but it's not fun, so I just don't do it. Uh-oh, somebody breached a pipe extent. Who was it? Best feature ever.
Crap.
Perfectly balanced. With no problems. Totally wasn't a band-aid.
Why don't I have the resources to do what I want? So why is there iron in that box? This is a coal box. How did iron get in there?
Questions we ask ourselves.
There's
So did you ever finish Space Age? Or
I didn't.
You said you hated Gleba, so
I
did
never
you burn out on Gleba?
I never actually got to Aquilo.
Oh, me?
No, I've seen a lot of the content. I kind of spoiled myself by watching other players. Am I breaking this train right now? I might be. Crap.
And yes, Ryland, I 100% agree with you. Pipe extents were not really effective, and they're just dumb, in my opinion. I would not have added them if it was up to me.
That's the thing where pipes need a pump every now and then, or
Yes.
you would have just had the whole fluid box be complete.
Because we did it in the LAN, and it was fine, and it worked, but it had the drawback of you could accidentally void millions of fluid if you weren't careful. I thought that was cool.
You thought that part was cool? So you want to go back to like back to the time where you could accidentally have an explosion of items on the belts, like all around your character because you took your armor off?
Well, no, that's too much. But, yeah, I don't know. there's several ideas I have for how I could do the fluid balancing different, but I honestly don't think any of them are ever going to go anywhere because I don't think I would be able to convince the team to make any substantial changes to it. No, you don't, Hyper Kitty. You really don't. If you actually went back and used it, I guarantee you would be like, what the heck is this nonsense? Why doesn't it work properly? Old fluid system was awful. But the new one is too boring, in my opinion. It doesn't have enough interesting stuff going on to make it a fun game mechanic. And the pipe extents were a band-aid solution to try to prevent the overpowered omnidirectional pipelines, but in my opinion, it wasn't very effective in doing that. And it's not... It feels out of place because it's a completely artificial restriction instead of being an emergent behavior like the rest of the game normally has. So, I don't know. Needless to say, I'm not a fan of pipe extents.
But Niobium.
You might have been able to tell. You might have been able to tell when I was writing the Friday Facts about pipe extents that I didn't really like it. It might have come across in my writing. I had to try really hard to justify its existence. Now, what would be really interesting would be fluid spoilage. Wouldn't that be fun? Quality fluids, fluid spoilage.
You know what?
All the things.
It's not the same as spoilage, but one thing I find kind of comical about this map is that if we make molten copper over, you know, somewhere down here and we pump it into these pipes and then a train comes in and picks up the molten copper, it claims that the molten copper has a degree, it's only 10 degrees, but it doesn't cool. Like, you could just put it into the train, ship it across the planet. There's no timer on it. It just stays molten copper forever. What if it cooled down and your trains got locked up?
That would be pretty neat. Yeah, don't think about the fact that you can transport molten iron in an iron pipe.
There's a mod that a lot of people use that doesn't let you do that. You have to use a special pipe to move.
Yeah, and in Space Age, the initial versions of Space Age actually had tungsten pipes that would be required to carry the molten stuff, but it was removed because that was like the only time you used it, and it was just annoying. So he just accepted the fact that the engineer made perfectly heat-insulated pipes somehow.
Yeah.
And that's the justification. That's why the fluids don't lose temperature, and that's why you can have molten iron in an iron pipe. They're perfect insulators.
Well, there's also, I think I've heard a situation where it's related to Aquilo, like, you know, the whole Aquilo boot up loop where you've got to keep everything on from freezing. But
yeah,
the coldest that an entity can get is like 10 or 15 degrees or whatever. It doesn't actually go negative. But like, imagine if Aquilo could go negative, like it should, because it's ice. It's not like everything doesn't just stop.
It's frozen ammonia.
Right, like, shouldn't it be able to go to like negative 100 or something?
Or it's liquid ammonia,
Kelvin?
sorry. Well, the fluoroketone temperature is below 0. I'm not sure why the entities don't go below 0. That seems like a implementation detail. Do we ever actually show you the entity temperature? I don't think we do. It's just whether or not it's frozen.
Pretty sure it does say when you hover over the
Oh, heat pipes probably show you.
Yeah, you hover over some entity and
the
it'll tell
entities
you,
themselves, I don't think they do.
like 10 or 15 degrees. But yeah, like every assembly machine's not going to tell you its temperature.
Yeah, I think you're thinking of the heat pipes.
I
mean, we could probably make them go negative.
Yeah, it doesn't sound. I think it wasn't included because of the rule of cool. It's just not fun, probably. Have your whole base shut down for even longer. But it'd be more realistic. I regret not having finished the base game. It's actually what got me back into Factoria about a month ago, right before Christmas, is that I wanted to play vanilla, but then we did a full multiplayer lobby run with not Pyanodons. What's it called? The other one. And I thought we were playing Pyanodons. I got the name wrong. Castorio. We did like a multiplayer Castorio thing, and I thought it was the complicated mod that everyone talks about, and not.
Nope.
No, it was Castorio's.
Castorio is one of the easiest mods, actually.
It's a good mod, I think, but it's so similar to vanilla. It didn't even feel like we were playing anything other than vanilla.
Right, that's why it's generally people say that Castorio is the best first overhaul mod, because it's similar enough to vanilla to like ease you into things, but it's just different enough to be interesting. That's why it's so popular.
It just changes, like, instead of iron gears, you have like 2 other steps, and then that is effectively iron gears. That's all I really remember being any different. Okay, this is turning on. You need power.
Oh, General Meng might actually be right about the signals. I didn't think about that. Huh. Installing the simplified crafting menu might have broken some signal logic.
Uh-oh.
Because it changed how things are grouped together and stuff. Well, no, it wouldn't have changed the grouping. Ah, that's weird.
Sounds like a talk more problem. He's the train guy.
Well, I still think it's worth having. The reorganized crafting menu is so much better.
Even if it just breaks the entire base for a while. No big deal.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're gonna do... Oh, I love this.
If you guys finish, it's not a guarantee, you're probably like 15% of the way done with the mod.
Yeah. Well, there's a thing right here. You can go to the Pyanodon Codex homepage, and then this is the estimate that I've been using. Tech tree completion, 19.1.
Okay, yeah. Well, the tech tree completion's not
Not quite
perfect
the same.
because the
Yeah.
technologies get way more expensive as you go up, but it's as good as you'll get, I guess. You guys have the advantage that you're already rebuilding your base, whereas I waited until much later to rebuild my base than you guys did.
We're always rebuilding because everything's bad. It just
Right, well, I mean, I would upgrade. I would redesign and upgrade installations, but I wouldn't redo the whole base. Whereas now I'm actually just completely building a new base from scratch, and it's really fun.
with blackjack and hookers.
Logistic science. As far as I know, there's like 2 major rebuilds that you do in Pi, and logistic science is the first one. I don't know what the second one is. I don't know how far down the tech tree it is. Maybe like production science or something. But I think even that one's not as crazy because you'll still have like the train base that you can work off of. I think it's just redesigning a bunch of builds once you get better upgrades for them. Some people will pivot to trains like too soon. Maybe you guys fell into that a little bit. I don't think you should pivot to trains until you get molten solder. That's where I cut it off. Like I had trains before that, but I had like point-to-point one, like 1-to-1 trains, point-to-point that would do a few things that were far away, but that was it. I didn't actually start transitioning to full trains until I had molten solder and I had rebuilt all of my ore production in the current base to feed the mall that was very, very, very hungry for materials. You guys don't have molten solder? Dang. Molten solder's not that hard. You guys should do that.
Did you bring those casting units down?
Yeah, I already placed them.
Did you place them in the right place?
Oh, I placed them in a different place. There are 2 completely different lead builds.
What? Where?
There's one here, which is the one you're working on, and there's one over here.
That one is glass, I thought, isn't it?
It's making lead.
Wait, I think I went to the... Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we had 2 different ones that needed to be tapped, so I guess that's kind of a thing.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, I built the casting machines for this one.
Okay.
I guess I could build 2 more. I already have most of the materials.
I need at least a couple electric arc furnaces to get this one running. I've got almost all of the wires.
Sure, make your guest do all the busy work.
Electric arc furnaces, they're easy. It's just fluid binding drill is fine. The stone needs to come
Easy
back out.
peasy. You always need more acetylene, allele. It's never a problem that goes away. You also always need more rubber. You never have enough rubber. Unless you guys do have enough rubber. What was the other thing you needed again?
A couple electric arc furnaces.
Electric arc furnaces, thank you.
Just at least like one will allow it to at least putter along and make some of this crap. Gotta hook up the hot air, which is not being delivered for some reason. Hot air.
Yeah, I have 2 electric arc furnaces on my way.
35,000. There is hot air. I guess we're just struggling. We need to get that brick thing built.
I think the hot air that's connected to your train network isn't working yet, I don't think.
Yeah, that would provide
just
enough
the
for the
one
whole
thing
base.
there.
The train has to wait for 50,000 hot air before it will get dispatched. I think it's just slowly recharging.
Cybersyn.
Yep.
Yeah, I like my vanilla trains. They're fun.
I think they're both good solutions.
I don't know, I'm just not I've never been a huge fan of the train mods.
Like LTN and others.
I've never used LTN. Not even once.
But didn't you say earlier that like part of the LTN interface is yours?
Yes, I never played with it,
Oh.
but I helped make the GUI. That's part of the reason why I gave the GUI away to someone else, because I didn't want to maintain it because I wasn't actually interested in it. And my mistake, Ryland, was I foresaw the rubber. Well, I saw the rubber issue, and then I massively overbuilt the solution. So now I have too much. I said earlier that you can never have too much rubber. I actually do have too much rubber. I think. No, I don't. Never mind. Rubber is still... Where are you? Rubber. There you are. No, actually, I'm perfectly backed up on rubber. Nice. You guys are missing... stuff.
Is there a reason why we don't have the majority of the belt production available to construction robots? Are we trying to prevent them from flying all over the place doing that? There's a couple thousand of them, 2,100 robots, so it feels like they should be capable of helping.
Oh gosh, Blueprint Shotgun with multiplayer latency is kind of janky.
Oh, is it like... yeah.
Yeah, when you hold spacebar, the latency hiding gets disabled. So suddenly you are aware that you have multiplayer latency. Like you start moving in a direction, and it takes a second for you to actually start moving.
Okay, where? Okay, we bottom 2 are stone.
Oh, come on. The bots didn't manage to make a single fully built belt. That's awesome. Yay, we're gonna have molten. We're gonna have lead plates in a second. Never mind, we don't have hot air.
Uh,
Womp womp.
hot air is at 35,000. It's slowly accumulating, but I wouldn't be surprised if the top original brick thing is the one that's still via caravan, if that one's also waiting for a full caravan. Let me try to find it. Was... Where is that damn caravan? Can I search through the caravan? Search here, maybe? No. Damn. Yeah, okay, there it is. I'm looking for. That dude. He's got 16k and he's waiting for a full supply. Wait. Did someone break that? Oh, I'm just gonna tell him to go now. What he's got. Because that should be enough to get the first hot air train set up. And this one needs to be, what, lead plate, I think? Oh, we have a new recipe to make transport belt. Interesting. Okay, I need to tack on a... We got a new blueprint book. Tack on a fluid provider. For the molten lead. Are you building something right now, or are you mentally suddenly quiet?
I'm
You're factorioing.
factorioing and being kind of tired, and
Yeah, it's getting
looking
late.
at hot air and despairing.
That last caravan should be almost where he's supposed to be. I hope that the train doesn't dispatch to the other location. There's supposed to be automatic prioritization based on like supply. We should go to the one that's empty first, I think. Once again, I can't find caravan or even where.
Actually, that caravan just goes down to the iron. It doesn't actually like put it on the rest of the network.
Well, the hot air connects to the rest of the network via
Over here somewhere.
somewhere. I remember setting it up.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah, it connects over and then connects into this one, and then
Man, if only you could highlight an individual pipe system by pressing on it. I wonder who's responsible for that.
probably the guy that says last user, remember? But like 73K in there.
I was talking about myself, actually. Because my pipe visualizer mod had the ability to, you could press G on a pipe and it would highlight just that network so you could easily follow it wherever it went. And when I implemented it into the base game, I did not add that feature to the base game. So it's actually less good than the mod was in that regard. I just need to get around to it. I don't think it'll be that hard. I just need to do it. It's just on my ever-expanding list of tasks.
I need to force this thing to work.
I might want to head out pretty soon, actually. I am very tired. I'd like to take a nap.
Well, by all means, if you're...
Anything else?
I ran out of
Did you
questions.
get everything you wanted from this?
Yeah, I ran
interaction?
out of questions a while ago. I've been trying to write down some new ones and everything, but
Okay.
I'd love to check out your save at some point, or the new version of that mod you mentioned for rate calculator. If there's some way to get it offline.
Yeah, well, like I mentioned, you can get production rates calculator extreme on the mod portal, and that's pretty close to what rate calculator 4 is going to be. Rate calculator 4 is just going to be that plus some fancier features, basically. But it'll be the same overall idea. But yeah, like that mod can do ghosts, it can do unpowered entities, and it has a solver, so it'll tell you what actually happens instead of showing you the maximum production. It's pretty nice.
And that's already on the workshop right now. It's just called...
It's already on the mod portal.
Sorry, I keep calling it a workshop. You already corrected me on that.
Oh, I guess
before.
that means you've never used the mod portal website if you thought it was Steam Workshop.
Well, I remember back when you had to use the mod portal to get mods. Like, there was no in-game browser for it or something.
Right. The in-game browser just searches the online mod portal, so yeah, it's the same thing. But yeah, I'm glad that you like the in-game search, because the new in-game search in 2.0 was me.
You've done way more than I realized. I came into this thinking you were, a developer who, mods here and there and currently maintaining, like, Restorio. But then there's, like, all this other, like, basically every other mod that I thought was really, really cool is apparently you. Very impressed.
Yeah, my biggest contributions to the game, well, the biggest one by far is the fluid system 2.0. That was me. I did the mod portal search improvements in 2.0. I also did remote driving, which was the first thing I added to the game when I was hired. That was my first task, was to add remote driving, where you can go into remote view and drive like a Spider-Tron remotely. It's pretty nice. I do Linux support as well. That's my other big thing, because I run Linux on my daily machine, so I am very familiar with it and stuff. So I do all that work, and just other bits here and there, mod API, just whatever bugs come up. Those are my main areas. Oh, I also did the player's GUI in the top right. I added that because I wanted it real bad, and nobody else Everyone else was like, "Oh, okay, well, that's a good idea." But I made that GUI. Yeah, that GUI right there that you're looking at.
Yeah, I like this.
I made that in about a day. It was pretty easy.
What I usually do is I pin every player that's currently in the lobby. That way I can see like who's here versus whether they have been in the game before, because otherwise it can get kind of confusing.
I thought it was a little weird that the game didn't have something like this already. Honestly, like Minecraft has the tab view. You just hold tab and see who is online. But Factorio didn't have anything like that until 2.0. You couldn't even tell who was online.
I remember
unless
using
you found them.
console commands like POC and stuff like that. Does that not?
Players. Prints a list of players in the game. Oh, okay.
Space PO or POC can tell count.
Parameter, yeah, PO. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I didn't know we had that.
Alright, I'm going to force the hot air into this damn tank. If it's the last
Now it's
thing I
in the
do,
GUI.
I want to make sure that this hot air gets delivered to the lead. It took me 6 hours, but I'm going to make sure this lead thing works. No trains with this stop. That's concerning. Well,
Yeah,
like I said, you're welcome to come back anytime if you'd like, but I'd also love to hear more about your base and see some more stuff for it.
Yeah, I mean, I could send you my save file if you want to look at it, I guess. I just can't host the game for you because of my internet.
You bastard.
Here, let me upload it real quick. Well, Comcast is the real bastard.
He's stealing my hot air. This is the only I can't get.
Oh, I thought you were talking about. I thought you were talking about the internet. Sorry.
Like, it was supposed to go to my delivery, but I guess they both have 0, so they were equally balanced or equally needed.
Your save game is also much larger than mine. Mine's only 31 megabytes. Oh, can't upload it. Womp womp. Where am I going? There we go.
I'm going to steal this train. I don't know if this will break everything.
Okay, so I'm sending you a URL. It looks sus. I promise it's fine. That'll download my save file. Yeah, HyperKitty, I do have a virtual private server that I am renting out, and I have managed to get a WireGuard tunnel to that server so that I could make my internet work through that. Problem is, it's like 1,000 miles away from me, and the latency is really high, and the throughput isn't that great. I have gigabit fiber, but if I do everything through that VPS, then I only get 200 megabits instead. Yeah, I refuse. Well, I don't refuse because I use Molvad VPN for some stuff.
Dang it.
Molvad is the only VPN provider I trust because they go out of their way to not collect any info about you to the point where you don't use an email address to sign up. It's really cool. Check it out. Not sponsored. Just awesome.
Oh, that didn't work. The
Yeah,
train
if you want
ignored
to look at my save, Aruma, I sent you a link.
Okay. Oh, you used that one thing we talked about earlier? The
What?
was it like the? Oh, it's just the actual save that I can load. Okay, cool. I'll definitely take a look.
Yeah.
Steal all your builds, paste them into the factory.
Yeah, don't look too closely. There's spoilers.
Ah, yeah. I won't avoid those. Hopefully, then. Perhaps I should just tether into the same hot air source because these two sharing it is cool.
Here's a URL. Download this exe file and run it. Yeah, totally.
I think he's trustworthy. Probably.
It's okay. I don't know how to write Windows programs, so I only know how to write Linux programs. I could RMRF your entire home directory. That would be fun.
Oh, it's almost beer o'clock. I have had a hard day of barely making lead plates work. But it was still fun. I did see that there was another question that someone had asked. It was A2Biz, I thought. Yeah, how many people are now still working on improving quality of life in this game? Like number of, like just rough number of employees, if you know.
Oh yeah, I sent a link earlier as an answer to that question.
Oh, okay.
We do have a list. I think
Oh,
there's
right,
31 of us right now.
31 people actively working on Factorio's development?
31 people employed at Woob.
Wow.
Yeah, 31.
That makes me happy that the company's doing well.
Not everyone is working directly in the game. Like Yitka is our office manager. She does all the finances. She's awesome. But and like Senki and Vinzen's are our operations developers, so they don't work on the game. They work on the infrastructure, like the mod portal and our testing servers and stuff. We have a mini data center at the office where we have computers that run all of the automated tests every time someone pushes a commit and stuff. Pretty neat. Yeah, it's a pretty small company. Just a bunch of us. I've met most of the people in person, but not all of them.
I don't think I actually got the molten lead.
Okay, well, if that's everything, I'm probably gonna head out. I'll just throw all my stuff into a passive provider chest in the mall right here and call it good.
Awesome, cool. Thank you for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was good.
fun.
I
It was-
apologize for the little, perhaps less formal, more disorganized approach to things, but
Fine. I've had way more formal interviews before, and they're also fun. But this was also fun to just chill and play some Factorio because I've been neglecting Factorio recently. It was fine. Yep, all my stuff's just right here if you need it. I don't expect to be playing on this much because I want to play my own. I want to play my own game. So.
with blackjack and hookers, yeah, because you
Yeah.
because yours is better, and you're further in the tech tree. It was good to see like your feedback on the brick from Ash and stuff. It's funny.
Yeah, I think if there's anything to take away from, always make sure you check every recipe as you unlock them to see if there's any alternatives that you missed, but you will still miss stuff. And the other thing is already too late for this, but don't overexpand before you have better tech. Logistics is a good time to do it because now you have better tech and you won't get even better stuff for a while. But yeah, those are my main points of advice.
Cool.
Good luck. Have fun.
All right, good luck. See ya. All right, I need to use the bathroom. I've been holding too much coffee. I'll be back in a sec. Well, note to self. Generally speaking, probably a good idea to not play with combinators while you're on a voice call with a special guest. My bad. Excuse me. Learned a valuable lesson. I kept on getting distracted by combinators, like, over and over. Like, ooh, this looks interesting. Oh, I need to go solve this. Oh, by all means, Rygard. Sorry. Rygard. Link your Twitch channel. I actually want to see some of your, recent streams, because I'm curious to see, like... I'm just curious. I still need to play at least for a little bit. Like, we've got, it's only 4:20. So we've got until, like, roughly 6. About an hour and 40 minutes. I gotta actually be productive now. I gotta get some stuff done. I feel like I've done very little personally today. And I really want to go play with that combinator. Like, I want to make the automated factory work. I want to study what Ashnitz did with the single arithmetic combinator and just see if I can figure out if I could emulate that. Or 20 time to get productive. Well, I'm gonna have a beer and I'm gonna just focus in on getting this lead going. Nice. I'm gonna bookmark that for sure. Chances are that, I mean, Rygard might still be listening, so I don't want to talk about him like he's not possibly here, but it's like, just continuing to get back into normal communicate mode. Such a nice guy. I bet everyone that works at Woob is just like that, though. They're, I still think they're probably one of my favorite companies out of all the companies that make games. Such a passion for their product. I must have left my robots. No. It's that they're flying halfway across the planet to try to build it manually. That's the problem. Not manually, from the boxes. Pancake, no meow. No meow. Alright, molten lead. Lead plate. I see lead plate. I finally got a hot air delivery, apparently. Nice. This one doesn't have access to the molten lead because I didn't cross-connect these. So we shall. However, This is also not working because none of these got built. Let's rip up 3. Build this one, this one, this one. Oh, that is a beautiful... Look at all that lead plate. Go. Double check my lead plate restrictions work. We got 6K lead plate. Desync. My one regret is I would have liked to have maybe put more time and effort into more and more diverse, more like leading probing questions about different types of content. But I was especially impressed with the number of mods that, like every other mod that I would mention, it was just, oh yeah, I made that. You like that feature? Yeah, I made that. That was me. He's... No meow, cat. Yeah. Okay, so this lead plate station is functional now. Where were we doing the antimony? Iron nexlet antimony, whatever. That's here. But this is not using lead. Confused. Lead was needed for something. We're doing... lead antimony alloy? Wait. Hold on. What am I doing? Lead antimony alloy is what we need, not the iron nexlet one. So this stuff... we can either import molten lead somewhere. It's the... okay. Battery build. The battery build here that Ryland made still needs to get upgraded to better inserters, for sure. I think. It just wants the lead antimony alloy, but it doesn't make lead antimony alloy itself. Pretty sure. Supposed to import it, I think. Yes. So do we have lead antimony alloy crafted anywhere? We've got molten lead being delivered here. We need antimony oxide, and there it is. So we should have pretty good this stuff production. And we're just waiting for 4,000 for a train to come pick it up. And that should do it, I think. Lead. Antimony alloy. Yeah. Just waiting for a couple thousand more of it to get made. Which will take a while. It's 10 machines, so it's only going to make 5 a second. Any automated screeners on hand? No. But if we could just get I'm gonna go do this. I need to set up a caravan that takes green circuits to the bus, and that should fix a lot of our ability to make stuff. Where are the circuits? I'm sure that mod that we added is going to be a good thing, but it's going to take me a while to get used to it. All these things are in different places now. Alright, getting the green circuits up to the bus is going to make a noticeable difference, I think. Because right now, the end of the mall is getting... There's just absolutely nothing. This is the belt, you can just tell at a glance. That's the belt that's supposed to have green circuits, and it's completely empty. We just don't have localized green circuit production that's running well. But we will. Where's my derp? Got a long way to go. But he's trying his best. When we got better lead processing, we got better ingredients for batteries. I'm only seeing one recipe for batteries. Ionic acid, glass, zinc. Are you sure? The way that we make batteries here is probably the oldest version. Oh, circuits? So there's a 3x and a 5x. Does slightly change the recipe. Okay, but the new recipe is the correct recipe. This one that he made, that who was it? Redbox designed this to use batteries, which is the 5x. So that's what this whole build does. It's just waiting on batteries, which get made here. I think we're just still waiting on the lead train to actually get full enough. It's lead, antimony. This one right here. It's apparently just sent to train. I would not be surprised if the batteries production comes online like right now. But we gotta upgrade those inserters. I'm gonna go do that. But also, boom, green circuits. Flood that bus, yeah. How do you find the different types of mining fluids? I think if you go to the Pyanodon Codex, and then you go to somewhere in here, it should tell you. Or perhaps you need to just hover over the ores. This is going to be kind of annoying to upgrade. What? How is it upgraded on this side, but not on this side? Crap, I'm gonna have to set up all the requests again. But this is a good thing to have upgrade. It needs faster stuff, I'm sure of it. I need to make space here. Okay, so we've got iron plate. Oak. Zinc, I think that is. Flowers. Glass. Copper ore. I think that's it. Okay, so this needs to be... Oh, did I forget the actual thing? I did. This one needs the alloy. Lead antimony alloy. Max size 100, so we'll do 6K. Loader up. Wanting filtered iron plate. Lane. Then we want the alloy. Not that one, it's gotta be the lead alloy. Need coke. Also, before this can deliver all that, I need to... Huh? What? That seems new. You've got reserved parameters, filtered slots in the deposits now? I mean, I need to edit it in both locations. Like, this one should be lead antimony thing. Interesting. Coke. Wait, does glass get made here? We're not requesting glass, whoops. I've allowed these belts to get too far away. Okay, that's a glass belt. That is a thing that's made here, I think. Yeah, so glass goes up and goes down that belt. These guys want coal. This was set up to actually import glass for some reason. Even though it makes glass here. Maybe it needs supplemental glass. Okay, well I guess we'll leave the glass request then. So there's supposed to be glass and zinc. On that. This is supposed to be iron, but this was just a mix in. We don't need extras. That belt wants to feed you coal also. And this, I think, does need double coal. Need to actually import coal then. I think that might be it. This ends up merging. It looks like it's halfway empty, but it's actually got graphite on it. Or whatever this shit's called. Okay. All that just to add in cranes. Zinc plates getting down. All the battery machines are coming online. Looks like it must be working. We'll check that this thing's wired to not go nuts. 5k is an interesting choice for an item. Stacks to 100, so 100 times 40. It should stack to, we want 6,000, not 5,000. One train. 1.5 train. We have batteries? Putting the filters there makes it so that we don't see recipes in the parameter lists anymore. These filters? How does that work? Why? I'm pretty sure I didn't break it. Probably. How are you solving that you need to dump multiple fluids to fuel liquid burning buildings? How are you solving that you need to dump multiple fluids to fuel liquid burning buildings? Pretty sure we just use gasoline whenever we need a fluid input. Most fluids are used for like running mining drills. But if you go to the codex, go to fluid index, sort by fuel value, the most megajoules per unit of fluid is gasoline at 1.2 megajoules, followed by, I mean, higher is diesel and kerosene, so. If you have excess gasoline, I'm not sure. I personally haven't worked on that. Someone else in chat, or in the lobby rather, might have worked on that. So, but I don't think we have had excess gasoline. So this makes how many batteries, though? Whole build only makes 2 batteries a second. Kind of sounds like maybe we want more batteries. More battery build. Because green circuits, I think, wants more than that. Green circuits wants 3 batteries a second. We need to probably do a second battery build. Green circuits wants 3 and science wants 1. Well, also, it's not just it's not just those two. It's also that I set up a caravan to supply the bus with green circuits as well. Otherwise, we don't produce. There's just no greens. There's not nearly enough green circuits to actually support the small and actually get the screeners. Like, automated screeners are always waiting on circuits. Like, the electric mining drill, always waiting on circuits. We need to supply the bus, otherwise no more buildings. I think that the 2-circuit board making buildings up here have something's broken on them. There's no solder. Like, whatever had supplied the main bus has broken. somewhere. I think there's supposed to be solder probably on that bottom belt. Yeah, right here. Lack of lead plate. Should probably set up a caravan to also deliver lead plate up there. Brain. Alright, I'll do that. I'll set up a caravan to put lead on the bus by again. So that original chip shooter can hopefully maintain the bus a bit, and it won't mess up the ratios for the science build and stuff. I've got fluid caravans on me. One fluid caravan. I'll drop it, Rylon, and you can program it from anywhere. I don't have any brains, but I'm about to run right by there, so I'll place it and then ping. But I also need to edit one more caravan for the lead delivery, so probably do that first, just so we don't have to worry about desync. Where am I? Oh, I'm gonna just give it to you? There you go. I don't have any brains. Do you have brains? Here. I just grabbed some. Stay still. Can't click. Can't click on you. There's no way you're too far away. Come on. Yep. Alright, I'm gonna edit one more real quick. Get the lead delivery back up here. I think I've already done lead delivery though. I must not have because there's no lead on the bus, so can't be true, right? Lead plates right here. This guy goes here. All done editing. And we want to merge lead plate in here. Okay, that's gonna hopefully at least get these two working again. They... wait. How come they're using different recipes? Was this one supposed to be upgraded to the 5x recipe? And forgotten? Looks like that one's supposed to be different. That is a long trip he's got to go on, but... there's no limestone coming in either. That's surely breaking something, right? What was it doing before? It's supposed to drop off and feed something. But its source caravan is gone. Of Rock Mark II. Ooh-wee. So what are you going to do when a block has more than 4 fluid outputs? I believe that our blueprint book has been updated. We're on version 1.8 now. If you need a new text string, I can drop it in Twitch or in the Discord. So Talkmore did this, which I'll show in the test world. For that specific issue, like, there's a 9x requester now. And there is a 9x provider. Don't really know how he managed it, but that's how. It just does. Looks like some sort of sushi pipe. Or perhaps... yeah, it looks like lower overall pipe throughput. Because there's only one pump for each wagon now, instead of 2. But before, It might actually still be the same throughput, because I think that there's the weird vanilla thing where the pumps need to be like every other, because they want to latch on top of the right sprite or something. Lead plate here yet? Yes. Lead plate has arrived. Do you need that blueprint? It's not really mine to give, but we could talk more offered it to you before, so I assume that's not a problem. Well, was I productive? I feel like I was a little more productive. What did I actually accomplish? I sort of kind of built a lead thing. It's like somewhat built. Slowly automated screeners are showing up. Fluid drill Mark IIs are automated. However, there's no fuel because... Why? Oh, these are Mark I's that are trying to upgrade, that's why. Redbox tied to a locomotive. Hold her production back online. No lead. Still re-perfusing, or whatever the term is, the lead plate belts. Circuitry functional. Yay. Oh, interesting. This one is set to... Well, to set its recipe. If there aren't any battery... That's clever. Allie'll set this up, it looks like. So if the final segment of belt has no batteries, then it undoes the recipe. A little tiny bit of logic right here. But why not wire them both? Did we end up getting the research that lets us stack belt output? Is that done? Is it all electric mining drills, or only like vanilla electric mining drills that are coded to stack? This doesn't look doubled to me. Oh, no it is though. It says 16 items on the belt, so it is doubled. Okay, so that answers my question. Crystal Mine Mark 1s are doubling. What about, like, lead? The lead belt is not even mining because there's no acetylene. Completely out of acetylene. Just got a delivery, but, like, we might want to look at acetylene production. Yep, that one's also clearly doubling sometimes because it can go more than eight items in a belt segment. So fluid mining drills are also doubling. I assume that this is doing it. Nice. Yeah, it's just Tons of throughput now on our minds. Sick. Do we have stack inserters? And then where are... We probably don't have it researched yet. Stack loaders? Yeah. Which is of questionable need. Whoa, never mind. That's weird. So the stack loader only requires the first 3 science packs, but the prerequisite express loader requires all that. That's an interesting balance decision. Does anyone else get the impression that we're supposed to be able to research this right now? Yeah, just a few prerequisites missing. Why would I go back though in tech to only require the first 3? Why not make it? Whatever. Oh my gosh, the green belts. Green circuits. So for the foreseeable long time, only stack inserters, which we can make. They just cost fast inserters. They're a little bit more complicated, but not that far. Now I can do what I really want, which is try to figure out how this Ashnitz thing works. So, using nothing but a constant combinator and an arithmetic combinator. Set it to numbers. Apparently these can't be set to negative. Yes, they can. Wait. So you don't even need the arithmetic combinator. Set the value to negative. Add that to the thing. Negative values won't set a recipe. Oh. So this thread is connected to tell it to set its recipe. This thread Yeah, I'm just trying to like understand. Like, it's kind of hard to, can't shimmy this stuff. I need to visualize this better, so. Okay, so. One machine. That's where I'm getting confused. Okay, so the constant combinator is sending. Sending 50. This thing is just reading what's in there and then inverting it, which gets added to the constant combinator. Constant combinator then sends the filter here. I'm doing this wrong. This is not supposed to be over here. It's supposed to be over here. Put this in on that side. This thread goes to the inserter, which in this case is a big one now, but that's fine. That and that, and then this wants to go to this. This wants to also go to the output inserter. Which in my case, like, I'm thinking I'll just use the deposit as a, I have to keep the signals separate. Okay, the machine connects to this. And then the only thing then is on the left is the output input, which for the sake of course I can't reach. I have successfully emulated the thing. I think I understand. So I want to make it a little bit different than this, but it's a much cleaner way to do it than I realized was possible. I didn't think you could just do it with 2 damn things. But I want to just send, I don't want to have to like set them all manually. I want to maybe run it through a selector that will determine stack size and like make a stack or something, or just a multiplier that I can use. Like if I were to just add right now that I want it to make 5 of these. So straightforward. That's sick. So much simpler than I expected. Okay, so next then is determining which resources need to go into the box. I've already figured out how to limit it so that this thing doesn't get overloaded and only has a certain amount, but I only have 15 inputs. No, 27 inputs. Although technically I could mirror it and have 54 and treat this one as a source box also. And have this be the actual product output. Like if I were to tell it, you need to make burner mining drills. Burn. That spell. Sure, I can figure out how to control the recipe selection so that it checks against the actual supplies so that I don't have to like worry about that part, but now we end up with those, and then anything that requires those. What would that look like? There would have to be like a little memory cell or a little separate piece of logic that reads what recipe wants to be set, but then compares the inventory against all of the individual ingredients, and then effectively vetoes that item by artificially reducing its signal so that something else takes the priority, and then that thing gets made, and then eventually that thing that gets made would be the thing that the first thing wanted. So if one of the things that it's supposed to make is the stone furnaces directly, there's a slight issue here where, like, because it's trying to move entire stacks of items, it's going to end up having too much stuff in this one eventually. So maybe there needs to be logic that it tries to use the inventory on the right first before utilizing inventory on the left. Or if I just measure the inventory across both deposits, that would prevent these from overfilling. Maybe. I'm a little confused by what it's doing right now. Keeps on trying to make burner mining drills, but there are 5 in there. Oh, it's because it's not reading that what's in the hands. Just slowly occurring more and more burner miners. I think I do need to merge these. Is it just smart enough to, like, I don't know, is it just like automatically only choosing the right recipe? It kind of feels like it. Needs some tweaking. Right now it's just unloading and loading. I need to read what's in this machine's hand too, I think. Trying to cycle between those two recipes. Maybe this hand is also a problem. You need to at least just know what's in the hands always. So what's happening now is that it wants to switch to the red because there's already enough of these. So it's not wanting to do those. But then every time it switches to red, it then decides it wants to make the electric mining drills because this grabs the electric mining drills that it needs to make the red, which then reduces the supply. What's the ingredients required? I feel like I should be able to feed this back, though. I don't know why it keeps on turning electric mining drill again. Is this one of those, off by one update issues? Even if I read the contents of every hand, feels like for like one single tick, it's losing track of the mining drills. Thank you for the sub. Hentai Senpai. The only way that this should be allowed to try to make electric mining drills is if there aren't at least 5, which I've probably made a mistake and like connected the red wires. Yeah, because this one goes into that side. That's it, I think. This inserter wants to be wired to... What was it again? Whatever is the product goes into the back of the inserter. Which includes... That connects down to there, then that connects across. I think it was just that cross connection was breaking it. Okay, what about if I add engines now? Now we run into an issue where engines are an ingredient, but it is choosing a recipe based on reasons that it can't make any of. Aluminum plate I can feed. And this is where I need to figure out how to make some logic so that when it wants to do that, but there's an ingredient missing, it skips it. So, how do we do that? I send green wire here. That's sending the inventory of the machine. Okay. I also want to read ingredients. No. Yes. The ingredients. In fact, I don't think I needed to read the contents. That's what I'm supposed to have. If I compare what I'm supposed to have against what I do have, and what I do have is what is currently on the red wire. We compare using arithmetic, I think. That's what I need. What I have. Each. Minus each. Output each. Am I factoring the extra belt capacity? Or what? These belts can only hold 8 because it's not a stack loader. And these cranes don't get the ability to stack items. I don't think I need to worry about that. Alright, so this gives me the things that I need to make. Why don't I see... I have 190 aluminum plate. Why don't I see that as part of the red signal? Connected across using green. That doesn't work. Broke something. Seems like it's getting confused on the same thing that it did before, where it wants to make the the level 2 mining drill, but then every time it puts the mining drills in, it decides it wants to make the other one. But if I'm... When in doubt, just guess. Right, no, we're good. Direct output from machines can also stack? Does that mean that we should refactor these? This is going into a box, and then the box is using a regular loader. Are you saying that if it were to casting unit directly onto a belt, that it would stack now? Yeah, it would only use half a belt, which is functionally the same as using both. Alright, I want to keep working on this, but I'm going to maybe let it rest for now. I'm not energized enough to figure out what I'm doing wrong at the moment, but I'm pretty sure I can get there. I like the idea of having up to 27 items in the left deposit, 27 items in the right deposit, sum the inventories of all three, know what we have, compare that against what we want, use a little bit of... This thing needs to actually get completed. It's not done yet. Compare what we have versus what we need. Make sure we have the ingredients. Introduce some sort of negative motivator to make the things that require the items we don't have, so that it gets zeroed out, so that it can only ever make items that it can make. This warehouse is not getting fuller just based on comparing the two, I think, so I don't really need to worry about that. There's 1,600 space available, so it shouldn't cause issues. Even if it does kind of collect random trash on this side. Or if I start using loaders to feed this one as well. It might make sense to reverse this screen so that it can access both warehouses and store in both warehouses. I'm going to fill this one with supplies. And then this one makes the thing. This feels like it's on like the tip of my tongue. Like I almost got it figured out. I just can't quite. Wait, if I have set recipe turned on and I'm connecting to this machine with red and green, how does it decide which color to use? Is that the problem? Is it setting the recipe to the electric mining drill based on the green signal that it's getting instead of the red? That might be where I'm going wrong. Now there is no green wire. There's a green wire going across, but that's just measuring the supply of the two warehouses so that these know whether or not to input. Also, for clarity, I want to connect these across too. The thing that makes no sense to me right now, if you look at the bottom of the tooltip there, it says output signals. Notice how every single time the tooltip updates, all of the numbers are still negative. So this is only outputting negative numbers. Oh, that's why. Okay, so it's still ending up at 19 occasionally. Why 19? Because 19 is the number that I've made so far. I'm measuring what's in the hands. True. That spikes that to the highest quality number. It's not this green wire. I don't think. Something to do with measuring what's in hands, I think, is the only issue. Which might not even be a problem if I just finish figuring out how to tell it what it should actually make next. Oh, I just thought of something interesting. I might be able to actually get more ingredients into the warehouses. Instead of just doing direct feed like this and pretending like I only have a regular belt, I could actually do... measure and then send the signal to a belt before a splitter. And then shut it down before the splitter. And then also read what's on the belts. But I know like how much is still yet coming in. And technically you could do this with any number of splitters. You could send it back further. And then feed those into the machine. So if it needs more iron plate, this one turns on right here, which then goes through a balancer, then the balancer, like, loads. I could have any number of inputs, actually. I'll be right back, one sec. Hmm. I gotta think about this another time. I can't do it right now. But I don't think it's gonna be that difficult to figure out. Just can't brain it. I need a way to sample what the automated factory needs. Compare that against the recipe or like the jobs. And then run that through arithmetic combinator, perhaps even twice, and then multiply this by like 5 or some number, you know, whatever, so that it then zeroes out the demand. Or maybe there's a simpler way to check, like, if these are the entities that I want to craft. Here's an idea. I think I have an idea. Use a selector, run the things that I want to craft also through red into here, and we're going to read the can't get the recipe without feeding it through the machine. This is the machine that reads the recipe. There must be a way to isolate the signal of the ingredients while also not contaminating the line, like contaminating the signal. That's why I was trying to use green wire to export it, but I'm worried that having 2 different wires connected to the same machine is a problem. Also now it's measuring the green supply of items. Maybe I should use red for everything instead of using green here at all. Because I don't want any of this to turn on if there already are those things. So that might be part of it. We run red through all of this. Not the green. this logic still works just fine using only green, and now green is only outputting ingredients. Cycling between two separate recipes. Here, I'm just gonna remove this for now. And this should now only be showing the... That's not the ingredients, that's the contents. Read ingredients. Okay, so now because I don't have green confused with the supply of stuff, I can actually isolate the actual ingredients required to make the thing it wants to make. Check the ingredients against inventory. Each minus each. Output each. Suddenly it's sort of working better, even though I haven't finished this thing. Don't really understand why, but okay. Yeah, Talkmore, this is one of those projects that, like, I'm not good at circuit network stuff, I'll admit it, but I'm so close. I think what I do now is I reintroduce the output of this thing back in somewhere here to... What am I doing here? I just need to put a display thing and figure it out later. I can't do this. Red shows what we have. Green shows what we need. I want to do one step where I compare... I don't want to compare the entire inventory. I want to compare just these 3 items to itself. I remember there's a way to do that. but it is working. Sort of confuses itself a little bit, but for some reason it does latch on. No, not anymore. Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. No, not to bed, but like, I'm gonna wrap up for now. It's already 6 o'clock. So. This is the type of thing that I think is a lot easier to solve when you're not streaming, and you can just focus completely. Imagine I get it to work. And then you just plop down a bunch of machines that make everything. Actually, where the logic needs to happen is, these are the things that I would like to have, but I could have sworn that the selector combinator could tell you the recipe also, but it doesn't seem to have that ability. You can read stack size, you can read other stuff, but it can't read ingredients. Only the machines can. I'm confused by why. Anyway. Figure it out soon. Or not. Is the lead mine at least still running, I hope? See, lead pipe, lead plate backed up, 6,000 in there. No molten, no, a full tank of molten lead, yes. So it's running, good, done, easy. What about green circuits, are they on the bus? Not really. Green circuits are still mad about batteries. Batteries are now mad about zinc plate. We have everything except for zinc plate. Hopefully I didn't mess up the station. Not that. Zinc plate production at this station appears to be the only train station that's connected to zinc plate. And that's because this just comes off of the bus, apparently. That is the crappiest supply of zinc I've ever seen. Supposed to be on this belt. No wonder we don't have any zinc. That's the entire supply of zinc for the trains. 2 gas furnaces. Like, that's the only one that actually goes into the train network that I can see. No, it's not enough. Not enough. Also, it's not actually running nonstop because there's not enough iron sticks. Oh my gosh, that's the problem? It might be enough, but look, this iron belt is what's causing the issue. There's not enough sticks. Oh, jeez. Because it relies on the original iron feed. Well. Yeah, either we need a zinc train brick, or, honestly still though, for right now, I'm gonna just tap into the caravan that delivers iron plate to the bus and send it back. I'm lost. Way back here. Way over here. Time for good old-fashioned spaghetti. Having a caravan come here probably would have been smarter, but it's too late for that. So now the belt that feeds the primary bus is also feeding this existing zinc thing, but with priority input on the side that made that original iron plate. So it should just function as a backup to make sure that zinc continues to have sticks. Alright, gotta go now. Sorry if anyone's still in the middle. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll continue from here.